People in the Navy. Invent the enhancement stone at the beginning. Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1 Kizaru forced to work overtime. Navy headquarters. Marin Vando. Wind and sunshine. Strands of warm, soft sunlight streamed through the window. Wanton poured into the room. Admiral Kizaru leisurely picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup. The hot boiling water rolls up the tea leaves in the cup. It seems that today is another day without incident. It's just 3 hours before I get off work. It's just right after drinking this pot of tea. Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a look of enjoyment on his face. Lean back in the chair and put your feet on the desk. He picked up the teacup and blew leisurely. Tuck tuck tuck. There was an anxious knock on the door. Father. Father, hurry up and open the door. Outside the door. Zan Taomaru of the scientific force reached out and knocked on the door. The sturdy door panel trembled as he patted it. There was excitement on Zan Taomaru's face. A pair of eyes sparkled. In the office. The yellow monkey's face changed. Is there another task for the old man? He pouted, showing a somewhat helpless expression. After pouting and sucking 2 sips of the tea in the cup, he put it down reluctantly. It's a pity, the old man's good tea. Fold up your legs on the table. Go to the office door and open the door. There was a bit of depression in the wretched eyes under the sunglasses. Zan Taomaru, what's the matter? I have started to pray in my heart. Don't be a dangerous mission. Zan Taowen's face was filled with excitement, and he howled with excitement. Old man, good thing. What a great thing. Good thing. Huang Yuan's face was stunned for a moment, and he asked with a little surprise, could it be that the Warring States Marshal agreed to give me a salary increase? Are you agreeing to lighten the burden of work for the old man? No. Zan Taomaru closed the door and replied excitedly, it's the scientific army who has a new invention. It's Hill, he invented a new thing. He immediately took out the so-called new invention from his arms. Looking at the things in Zan Taomaru's hands. Admiral Kizaru looked surprised and asked puzzled, this stone is Hill's new invention. This stone, what kind of invention? In the hands of Zan Taomaru. A black stone lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This kind of stone. Can it be called an invention? Kizaru suddenly lost interest and picked up the teacup on the desk. Leisurely took a sip. Zan Taomaru was unrelenting, and hurriedly said, old man, don't underestimate this stone in my hand. It's really powerful. Hill said this kind of stone is called a strengthening stone. As he spoke, he took down the double-edged axe he was carrying. He opened his mouth and asked, old man, do you see any changes in my axe from before? Kazuna glanced lightly. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes under the golden sunglasses. Your axe seems to have become sharper. Could it be because of the stone in your hand? With some seriousness. He walked in front of Zan Taomaru. Looking at the axe in Zan Taomaru's hand. It's a little different from before, but even if it's sharp at all, it won't make Zan Taomaru so happy, right? Zan Taomaru also gave the answer, Master, my axe is not just a little sharper. My double-edged battle axe is a +1 level weapon, which can increase my armament and domineering. It was strengthened with the strengthening stone in my hand. I only used 1 enhancement stone. If there are more enhancement stones, my weapon will not only be sharper, but also increase the domineering power of the armed color more. Stronger. Zan Taomaru gushed about the changes of his axe to Admiral Kizaru. It also talks about the effect of strengthening stones. Huh. Kizaru's wretched face became serious, a little surprised. You mean that this axe can increase your armament and domineering? Impossible. This surprised him a little. The strength of the armed color domineering is completely different from person to person. I haven't heard of anything that can increase the domineering of the armed color. The strength of the armed sex domineering depends entirely on one's own strength and the attainment of the armed sex domineering. Section 2 _ Zontaomaru also knew that such a thing was indeed a bit bizarre. Raising the huge axe in his hand, "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Take the axe." Kazuna also wants to see if this axe can really increase the domineering effect of the armed color. Weak and invisible and colorless armed domineering spread from his hand to the axe in his hand. His face was startled. He noticed when his armed arrogance was condensed on the axe blade. Got stronger. Although weak. But Kizaru still clearly felt that the weapon did increase the domineering power of his armed color. And this is also the reason why he doesn't output a lot of domineering weapons. If the domineering increases, this increase will be even more pronounced. Huang Yuan said to himself, "It's probably increased by about 2%, not too strong, not too weak. For the strong, the boosting effect is quite large. But for the underdogs, the increase is not enough." Heard. Zontaomaru smiled. "Father, have you forgotten the strengthening stone I mentioned just now?" As he spoke, he slapped the strengthening stone in his hand on the axe. I saw the strengthening stone slapped on the sharp axe blade. A burst of intense light bloomed. It actually merged into the axe in the hands of the yellow monkey. Seeing this scene, Kizaru immediately felt extremely surprised. The stone has disappeared, and it has been completely integrated into this axe. Yes. Zontaomaru responded. "I thought it was incredible at the time, but he'll use this stone to change my axe." "Sir, look at how different the axe is now." Kizaru also looked carefully at the axe in his hand. Discovery has become sharper. And he also tried to use the power of the armed color domineering. His face changed. With surprise. He exclaimed, "The increase has actually become stronger, and now it is about 5%. This increase is not small, and it is enough to affect the outcome of the strong. I didn't expect. This strengthening stone is so magical, it can make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. 5%. It doesn't seem like much. However, the power of each attack increases by 5%, and the armed color is domineering. It's terrifying when superimposed." Kizaru asked Zontaomaru, "Did Hill invented this magical enhancement stone?" "Not bad." Zontaomaru took back his axe from Kizaru's hand and reached out to touch the axe blade. "Master, this is not the limit, the main reason is that there are too few strengthening stones. Otherwise, this axe can increase the domineering of the armed color even more." "I am delighted. His axe has been strengthened by another level." Kazuna was also shocked in his heart. "You mean by strengthening the stone, you can still make this axe stronger?" A 5% increase is pretty scary. If only it could increase more. That can completely rely on the power of the weapon to crush the powerhouse of the same level. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to the science unit and see that fellow Hill. The old man wants to see how much this armed arrogance can increase. Done. Just walked out of the office. Go straight to the Science Force Laboratory in the Navy headquarters. Chapter 2-System Binder. In the laboratory. A total of 5 enhancement stones have been made now, and one was used up by Zontaowen and took away. Hill looked at the enhancement stones that had just been completed on the test bench. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. He is not from this world, but a traveler. Awakened an item crafting system that unlocks a wide variety of items. And the first item he unlocked was Enhancement Stone. No furnace required. Can be used directly on items. You can earn points for making them. As long as you reach the number of items to be crafted, you can unlock the crafting of the next item. Hill also pays attention to the information that exists in his mind. Open black lens bracket points. 500,000. Close black lens bracket. Each booster stone gave me 100,000 points, and now I have 500,000 points. It's also time to draw a wave of prizes. There are 5 levels of treasure chests in the mind. A bronze treasure chest that costs 10,000 points to open. Silver chest, 100,000 points. Golden chest, 1 million points. Diamond chest, 10 million points. Colorful God box, 100 million points. Open black lens bracket. Open 5 silver treasure chests. Close black lens bracket. The system in my mind also came up with silver shiny boxes. Open the silver treasure chest. Get the golden light spell. Close black lens bracket. Hilton was pleasantly surprised. Huh. I rub. Isn't this God's specialty? Did not expect the first draw. I got such a good thing. Although it is only the entry-level cultivation method of Taoism. But to cultivate to the high depths, it may not be as powerful as the old master. Immediately in my heart, I was overwhelmed with beauty. Open the silver treasure chest. Get 20 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. OK. Section 3_. Open the silver treasure chest. Get the animal system, cat fruit, tiger form. Close black lens bracket. Huh. Hill's eyes lit up, quite surprised. I didn't expect a devil fruit to be found in the silver treasure chest, but it's a pleasant surprise. And the ability in tiger form seems to be pretty good. The transformation must be majestic. However, compared to the natural system and the eudemons, it's still far behind. Good stuff. Even if you don't use it yourself. You can also keep it and sell it. Selling hundreds of millions of Baileys can also be exchanged for points and then drawn. Open the silver treasure chest. Get attribute points, 15. Close black lens bracket. Open the silver treasure chest. Get a Zuyandan. Close black lens bracket. Huh. The last reward made Hill a little surprised. Quite helplessly, he said to himself, this thing. I don't seem to need it for the time being. He is only 20 years old now. Handsome and compelling. Handsome. Yushu Linfang. Zuyandan and Devil Fruit are on hold for now. Receive attribute points and golden light spells. Immediately, Hill's brain also showed the use and cultivation methods of the golden light mantra. Xuanzang of heaven and earth, 100,000 malaria jing. Close black lens bracket. Cultivation of hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Inside and outside the 3 realms, the Tao is the only one. Close black lens bracket. The body has golden light, reflecting my body. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from Hill's body. The entire laboratory is brightly illuminated. Hill smiled slightly and put away the golden light spell. Not bad. The defense has increased, but the level is still low. When the high level is combined with iron blocks and armed looks domineering. Defensive power is sure to explode. The silver treasure chest is so powerful. I don't know what kind of rewards will be given to the gold treasure chest, diamond treasure chest, and even the colorful god chest. The attribute points I just got are not yet used, and they can also be strengthened. View the panel. Host, Hill the only one bound. Strength evaluation, first class soldier. Physique, LV2, 1/5. Open black lens bracket. Golden light spell, beginner level, 0/50ths. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Attribute points, 35. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Points, 0. Close black lens bracket. Quest progress, strengthening stone, 5/100ths. Unlock the next crafting item after completion. Close black lens bracket. 35 attribute points. It's still too little, even the golden light spell can't be upgraded. Let's add it to the physique first. This kind of physique is not even qualified to learn the 6 forms. Hill also added attributes to his physique bit by bit. Added points successfully. Current physique, LV3, 0/10ths. Consumed 4 attribute points. The physique has also been raised to level 3. Hill also suddenly felt a strange warm current flooding every corner of his body. Transforming his body. Make a light fist. He also felt the change in power. The level has increased by 1 level and the strength of dozens of pounds has also been increased. Hill smiled. That's right, now my Dow strength won't be Zon 5 slag, at least it should be around 10 o'clock empty-handed. Continue to add points. Added points successfully. Current physique level, LV4, 0/20. Continue. Added points successfully. Current physique level, LV5, 0/40. Congratulations to the host's physique level reaching level 5, unlocking the feature of reducing pain by 10%. Close black lens bracket. There was a look of surprise on Hill's face. There is such a blessing effect at the 5th level of the physique. I don't know if there will be other effects in the subsequent upgrade. It's not strong, but it's not weak either. It can effectively reduce the damage received in battle. Pain relief. The strength in the body is multiplied. The physique level has been raised from level 2 to level 5 now. This is an all-round improvement. Whether it's strength, agility, endurance, resilience, physical strength, and more. There have been improvements and changes. At this moment, Hill felt that he was in high spirits. It's a pity that the attribute points are not enough, otherwise, it will be used to improve the golden light spell. It must be able to make myself stronger. The most important thing now is to get points, as long as there are points. This is just a silver treasure chest. Opening a more advanced treasure chest will definitely make you stronger. I don't know what the treasure chests will contain. The draw is over. Laboratory funding has also been squandered. Can't continue to make enhanced stones. Hill sat in the chair, a little bored. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. I don't know how Zontaomaru's report is going. As long as the senior Navy agrees, this thing can be produced in batches. You can send it yourself. And after making 100 enhancement stones, you can unlock the next crafting item. No idea what the next crafting item will be. Say Sao Sao. Sao Sao arrives. The laboratory suddenly rang the doorbell calling. Hill snuffed out the cigarette into the ashtray. Get up and walk to the lab door and press the button. The door opened slowly. A strong and thin figure emerged from behind the door. It's just that the two figures are taller. One is nearly 3 meters and one is directly 3 meters. Section 4_. Hill, who is 1.88 meters tall, could only raise his head slightly and greeted, General Pulsolino, Zontaomaru. Hill. Kizaru also went straight to the subject, and after greeting, he asked, you invented the enhanced stone. Do you still have the enhanced stone? Chapter 3_ War Taomaru Weapon Enhancement +5. Hill led the two into his laboratory. As he opened his mouth, he also replied, a total of 5 strengthening stones have been produced, 2 have been used, and 3 are left. Bring the 2 to the test bench. On the test bench were the remaining 3 enhanced stones. Zontaomaru's eyes were shining brightly. The strengthening stone is really strong. I used 2 strengthening stones for my weapon. The old man said that it can increase the domineering of the armed color by 5%. He also thought about it in his mind. If your weapon can be strengthened to a higher level, how much can armament color domineering increase? And the sharpness and toughness of weapons are also increasing. Will you chop other weapons to pieces with one knife? Then this weapon will be awesome. Kizaru also reached out and picked up a strengthening stone on the test bench. With a look of surprise on his face, I really didn't expect this little stone to have such a powerful effect. He also asked Hill tentatively, can this thing make the weapon continue to strengthen? Of course you can. Hill answered in the affirmative, but after 12 reinforcements. There will be a chance of failure. If it fails, enhanced items will shatter. Kizaru rubbed his cheeks with surprise in his eyes. Is that so? But being able to strengthen to 12 is already very powerful. I just don't know how much armament colored domineering will increase by strengthening 12. Quote. After a little thought, Huang Yuan also asked, you said this thing is a bit expensive. How much is this strengthening stone? 10 million Baileys. Hill replied. Hi. Zontaowen's expression changed, and he exclaimed, this thing is worth 10 million Baileys. Then my axe has already used up 20 million Baileys. This value. Somewhat scary. A strengthening stone actually costs 10 million Baileys. If it is strengthened to 12. Isn't it necessary to consume 210 million Bailey? This number made Zontaomaru feel a little dizzy. Kizaru was also quite surprised, and weighed the strengthening stone in his hand. 10 million Baileys, low-level strengthening is not necessary. But with highly enhanced weapons. Very important for anyone. I just don't know how much power can be increased by strengthening 12. But judging from the current situation of the Taomaru axe, I am afraid that the improvement is not a star and a half. Okay. Kizaru had already made a decision in his heart, turned his head to Zontaomaru and asked, how much research funding does the scientific army have now? There are currently tens of billions, but that's all. All of Vegapunk's funds for researching pacifists. Zontaomaru responded hesitantly. Kazuna thought for a moment. Decided, then allocate 800 million Bailey to Hill's research room first. Then he looked at Hill. With the 800 million yuan, you will make all of these strengthening stones. I will contact the Warring States Marshal after the production is finished. This strengthening stone. Very powerful. It can increase the domineering of the armed color and make the weapon sharper. The only downside is that it's a bit more expensive. But as long as you can increase your strength, these are not problems at all. No problem. Hill nodded, his heart full of surprises. I will use the shortest time to make these enhanced stones. 800 million. Wouldn't it be possible to make 80 enhanced stones? A strengthening stone can bring you 100,000 points. 80 is 8 million points. Wouldn't he be able to open the golden treasure chest at that time? The strength must be able to increase rapidly. Beautiful in my heart. Kizaru also instructed Zontaowen. Give the axe to this old man, let me see how much this weapon-colored domineering can increase. Huh. Zontaomaru's expression brightened, and he hurriedly took down the huge axe on his back, as the old man trying to strengthen my axe. This strengthening stone is worth 10 million Baileys. Kizaru held the axe in Zontaomaru's hand in his hand. It's okay, this old man just happened to see how much this thing can strengthen the domineering of the armed color. Anyway, it is also used on the weapon of Zontaomaru. If Zontaomaru's combat power is stronger, he can also share a lot of tasks for himself. Why not do it? As he spoke, he slapped the strengthening stone on the axe. After a flash of light, the strengthening stone disappears. And Zontaomaru's double-edged axe also successfully reached the level of strengthening +3. Kizaru raised the axe in front of him. A bright light flashed on the axe blade. He exclaimed, it's really become sharper, so it won't be sharper than my Tiankong Yunjian, right? Reach out and touch the blade of the axe. Feeling the sharpness of the axe's blade, even if it's a better and faster knife than 50, it's not much better. It's just strengthening +3 now. Then, now go ahead. As he spoke, he picked up another enhancement stone on the test bench and used it on the double-edged battle axe. Zontaomaru on the side was extremely surprised. The old man is amazing. My weapon has become stronger. Hill also sighed in his heart. Generals are self-willed. 10 million strengthening stones are used up when they are used. Section 5_. But that's fine. The more they like strengthening stones, the more they need to be strengthened, so that they can get more points in the lottery. And being able to unlock the next crafting item. Hill smiled slightly. Reinforce this thing. It's addicting. There were countless people in previous lives in order to strengthen their equipment to a higher level. But it took a lot of effort. Some are happy, some are depressed. This is the power of reinforcement. Double blade battle axe strengthened +4. There is one last enhancement stone left. Kizaru didn't hesitate, just took the last enhancement stone and started to strengthen it. Double blade battle axe strengthened +5. The eyes under the sunglasses are full of anticipation and excitement. It has been strengthened 5 times now. I wonder how much it can increase the domineering of the armed color. Hill opened his mouth and said, General Yellow Monkey, won't you know if you try it? How much can be increased for strengthening? Even he doesn't know it himself. Zhan Taowen, who was beside him, was also extremely excited, and exclaimed, Old man, give it a try. This is his weapon. Of course the old man wants to give it a try. Having said that, Kizaru began to use the domineering armament color. Only for a moment. The entire huge double-edged battle axe suddenly became pitch black. Huang Yuan looked surprised, with surprise in his eyes. He exclaimed, how can it increase so much? Chapter 4 Amazing Armament Color Domineering Amplification Effect. It actually increased by about 10%. Accident. Quite a surprise. Kizaru was really startled. Such a weapon in the hands of a strong man is enough to change the situation. The old man also likes this weapon a little bit. An increase of 10%. Enough to increase the attack power by 1 or 2. It can even be said that the overall strength has almost increased by 20%. This is too scary. Zhan Taowen was also surprised when he heard the words, Master, did it really increase by more than 10%? That's right. Huang Yuan nodded and said, it really surprised the old man. I can't imagine how terrifying the increase will be if it is strengthened to 12. Just fortify +5. It has been able to improve so much. How much can that +12 improve? Filled with uncontrollable surprise, Huang Yuan suddenly looked at Hill with a smile and exhorted, Hill, quickly make the strengthening stone. When the time comes, the old man will definitely take credit for you in front of the warring states marshal. No problem, I'll start making it as soon as the funds arrive. Hill responded with a smile. After all, make more enhancement stones. It's self-evident for its own benefit. Kizaru also returned the double-edged battle axe to Zhan Taomaru. Take the double-bladed battle axe in your hand. Zhan Taomaru couldn't put it down and looked at the battle axe in his hand. This axe. That's worth 50 million. How long will it take my salary to collect these 50 million Baileys? Incredibly novel. It's like holding a rare treasure in his hand. Zhan Taomaru's eyes are shining, and now his axe is only strengthened by 5. It has been able to increase the domineering of the armed color by more than 10%. And the sharpness of the battle axe has greatly increased. He also decided in his heart, it seems that in the future, you will have to save a little bit of money. You can also increase the battle axe to a higher level by saving some money. And also kill more pirates and earn bonuses. Inwardly, I was overjoyed. With this axe, it's easier and simpler to deal with pirates. After 5 times of strengthening, the sharp double-edged battle axe not only becomes sharper, but more importantly, it can increase the armed color domineering. An increase of more than 10% is definitely not a seemingly small number. Zhan Taomaru clenched the huge double-edged battle axe in both hands, and the cold light of Senleng flickered on the blade. It exudes an extraordinary aura. Whoa! Whoa! The axe blade pierced the air, bringing a tearing sound, and the strong wind roared. Zhan Taomaru's face was full of surprises, a bright and happy smile hung all over his face, and the double-edged battle axe in his hand was danced fiercely by him. The power of each move is much stronger than before. My axe is more handy than before. When I go back, I have to strengthen my armament and domineering. At that time, this axe will give me more combat power bonuses. Zhan Taomaru's voice was uncontrollable. Of joy. Admiral Kizaru, who was standing aside, stretched out his hand and rubbed his bearded chin, and said with a smile in his eyes, the function of this strengthening stone is indeed unexpected and quite terrifying. After speaking, there was a trace of regret on his face, and he continued, unfortunately, all the current strengthening stones have been used up, otherwise this old man really wants to give it a try. Can this strengthening stone strengthen my Tiankong cloud sword? In the development of fruit ability, Admiral Kizaru is definitely one of the most outstanding powerhouses in the sea. However, in swordsmanship, Admiral Kizaru is also extremely powerful. Although the swordsmanship of the three Navy generals is not the pinnacle, they are definitely comparable to swordsmen, and even some great swordsmen cannot match their power. Kizaru understands that if the strengthening stone in front of him can really act on his Skycon Cloud Sword, his strength will be raised to a terrifying level again under the influence of foreign objects. Hearing what Kizaru said, Hill also said with a hint of anticipation, I am not sure whether the strengthening stone can strengthen the Tiancong Cloud Sword, but I can still try it after the strengthening stone is made. Tiancong Cloud Sword. Hill knew that it was a sword made by Kizaru using his own sparkling fruit and the energy of photons. The power is very powerful. He also remembered that he had seen it in the anime. Admiral Kizaru used his Amazgora Cloud Sword to face up to Pluto Rayleigh and not lose the wind. Then we'll wait and see. Kazuna laughed. Inserting both hands into his trouser pockets, he continued, then I won't bother you with the development of reinforcement stones. When the next batch of reinforcements is produced, let Zantaomaru report it to the old man, so that the Marshal of the Warring States period will also be able to open up such a magical thing. Vision. Don't let other people know about the existence of the strengthening stone for now. After getting Hill's response, Kizaru walked out of Hill's laboratory slowly. Crap. Section 6 _. The tea is cold. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. With the help of Zantaomaru, the funds for the enhancement stone were soon purchased and sent to Hill's laboratory to make the enhancement stone. In the laboratory, Hill was already sweating profusely, and his eyes were shining brightly. A piece of strengthening stone was made in his hands. Congratulations to the host for successfully making a strengthening stone and earning 100,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the successful host katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. One after another strengthening stone was made by Hill, and the icy voices of system prompts continued to sound in the back of his mind. The voice was cold and lifeless. But it seems to be injecting bowls of powerful chicken blood into Hill's body. Until his eyes were really heavy like a 1,000-pound boulder, Hill also fell asleep on the experimental bench. Sunset sunrise. Sunlight poured into the entire steel fortress like Marin Vando. Zantaomaru got up early, carrying the huge double-edged battle axe behind him, and walked out of his room with his head held high. The pace is much faster than usual, and even the distance of the steps is larger. I don't know how many enhancement stones Hill has made. Let's go and see today. Zantaomaru made up his mind and brought a delicious breakfast from the naval cafeteria by the way. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, an unknown whistle was blowing in his mouth, and the tune was full of cheerfulness. Huh. Zantaomaru, is Pulsolino too lazy to let you bring him breakfast now? A clear and bright voice sounded like a wind chime. Zantaomaru stopped, and immediately smiled and greeted the people. Lieutenant General Guillaume, good morning. I didn't give this breakfast to the old man. Chapter 5 _ Peach Rabbit's Visit. Since it's not General Pulsolino, who is this breakfast for? Tautu smiled slightly, with a black mole on the corner of his mouth. There is an indescribable style and charm. Under the light of the golden sunlight, it is even more beautiful and moving. Zantaomaru answered Tautu's question angrily, this was given to a friend of mine. If it weren't for him, how could I have such a great weapon? His voice just fell. Guillaume's bright, jewel-like eyes lit up, and he immediately noticed the huge battle axe behind Zantaomaru. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Slightly surprised, he said, your axe seems to be a lot sharper than before, and it's almost as fast as my gold Chen Tishu. Guillaume's heart was full of surprises. But she knew that her weapon was one of the 21 sharp knives, Jin Chen Weibo. There are only 21 in the vast and boundless sea, worth tens of millions of baileys, and they are unparalleled. It is the work of a skilled blacksmith. It is an unrepeatable existence. Now, Zantaomaru's double-edged battle axe in front of him seems to be as sharp and hard as his beloved knife. It was beyond Guyon's expectations. Guyon also exclaimed, could it be that a highly skilled blacksmith has been recruited in the navy recently? To be able to make such a weapon. Zantaomaru curled his lips. This is not something that a blacksmith can make, but the old man said that he can't tell others that this is the result of the hill enhancement stone. I'm the most strict-spoken person in the world. I won't tell you that my weapon can also increase the domineering power of the armed color. Zantaomaru seemed to be completely unaware of the incident about hill and the strengthening stone inadvertently. A look of righteousness. The corner of Guyon's mouth evoked a somewhat inexplicable smile, full of charm. Hill. Enhanced stone. Armed color domineering increase. Immediately amazed. It can also make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. The slender legs took a step closer to the burly Zantaomaru. His eyes were fixed on the double-edged battle axe behind Zantaomaru. Without hesitation, he reached out to the edge of the axe blade and felt the amazing hardness and sharpness of the axe blade. There was a look of surprise on the pale jade face. Zantaowen, what is the matter with the strengthening stone? Guyon's question made Zantaomaru realize that he had accidentally left his mouth, and hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth, fine beads of sweat appearing on his face. Looking a little flustered, he still pretended to be calm and said, I am the most strict person in this sea. I will not tell you that this is Hill's new invention, which can improve the strength of weapons and make weapons have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. Heard. A sly look flashed in Guyon's eyes. It was very seductive, and he muttered to himself, I see, it's a new invention of the scientists of the Naval Science Force. Enhancing stone. It is a magical thing that can make a weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. Guyon, who got the answer, responded to Zantaomaru, I know you are the most strict person, let's go meet Hill together. A trace of curiosity rose in my heart. I wonder if the strengthening stone in the mouth of Zandao Wan can love the knife, golden. Chen Weibi Xing Si. His left hand rested on the golden robe of Chen Shui Mudong on his waist, and his fingers rubbed against the hilt of the sword. This is her partner who has been with her for many years in battle. Guyon's compliment made Zantaomaru's nervous face instantly melt away, and he raised a happy and silly smile, then let's go together. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the things he had leaked. Take Guyon towards Hill's laboratory. Outside the laboratory. Boom. Boom. Dr. Hill, open the door. Zantaomaru's loud voice and the dull sound of knocking on the door made Hill, who was sleeping on the experimental bench, wake up leisurely. Open some heavy eyelids. Hill stretched, yawned, and shook his head to open the door of the laboratory. Moment. A look of surprise flashed in Hill's eyes. The pink tights outlines the perfect figure, and the beautiful face is not heroic, like a blooming sonorous rose. A pair of straight and slender legs are outrageously long. Great visual impact. The height of the general level, those long legs are simply scissors that kill the soul. Lieutenant Admiral Momotu, the Navy candidate. After being stunned for a while, Hill immediately greeted Zantaomaru, Lieutenant General Tautu. Immediately, he turned his body sideways and welcomed the two into his laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Guyon looked at the laboratory curiously. She also rarely comes to the most mysterious scientific unit in the Navy. The laboratory is full of steel experimental instruments, and all kinds of tight instruments are dazzling. Her eyes also fell on Hill. Section 7_. With a slightly tired look on his face, his hair is slightly messy, and the most eye-catching is the pair of shining eyes, full of unimaginable vitality. Hill took the breakfast that Zantaomaru handed over, and the feeling of hunger instantly filled his heart. There was even a gurgling sound. Dr. Hill, let's have breakfast first, let's talk about business later. Guillaume's voice sounded timely. Done. Then he sat down on the chair in the laboratory, with his arms around his chest. Zontawan also urged, Dr. Hill, you have breakfast first. Hill nodded and ate his breakfast cleanly. Have to say, the food at the Navy headquarters cafeteria is amazing. Absolutely a treat. Wiping his mouth, Hill looked at Momotu, a candidate for the Navy headquarters, and asked, the future of Momotu is supposed to be for the strengthening stone, right? Own this little place. In addition to his own position, he was 108,000 miles away from the Navy headquarters candidate Admiral Tautu. Except for strengthening stones. Hill really can't think of any reason why Tautujong will be his own laboratory. Not bad. Tautu nodded and stood up from the chair. Can you tell me about the strengthening stone first? If the Dr. Hill in front of her is really reliable, she doesn't mind making her beloved knife, Chen Wilai enzyme, hard and sharp. After all, it is the beloved sword that has accompanied him in countless battles. Jin Chen, one of the 21 quick knives. Tautu still has his own considerations in his heart. Careful decisions must also be made. Hill nodded. Enhanced stone is a strange invention that I came up with by researching Halu stone, which can be integrated into weapons. Make the weapon harder, sharper, and even increase the domineering effect of the armed color. Each weapon has a limit of strengthening, generally at most 12 times, and after 12 times, it may fail, and the consequence of failure is that the weapon is broken. Hear Hill's explanation. Tautu also nodded secretly, and relieved a lot of concerns in her heart. The weapon will only be broken after 12 times of strengthening. As long as no more than 12 times. What about your own gold? Tautu immediately said loudly and forcefully, Dr. Hill, do you still have a strengthening stone here? Can you help me strengthen this knife? Chapter 6 Reinforcing the big knife gold. Chen. Peach Rabbit will hold the gold around his waist, Chen Duanlong. The two hands were holding the gold in their hands, and Chen Fujian looked at Hill with a very solemn expression. If you can make your weapons sharper, and have a stronger effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. It is absolutely every swordsman's dream. Please. Tautu's voice was full of sincerity. Just. A slightly embarrassed look appeared on Hill's face, and he explained, each piece of strengthening stone is expensive, 10 million Baileys each, and every fund in the laboratory is provided by the headquarters. These will be delivered to General Yellow Ape at that time. Without the order of General Yellow Ape, these strengthening stones. Although is the master of the laboratory. As part of the Naval Scientific Corps, he was not free enough to make his own decisions. There is only one person in the entire scientific force who has such a right, and that is the Vegapunk, who is known as a scientist who has surpassed human intelligence for 500 years. 10 million a strengthening stone. Tautu exclaimed, shocked. I didn't expect a stone to be worth tens of millions of Baileys. It was beyond her expectations, and she immediately understood Hill's difficulties. The originally bright eyes dimmed a little, and then their eyes brightened, sparkling, and the pupils shone with light and looked directly at Hill. Then I will pay for it personally, can I buy the strengthening stone from you? Hill pondered for a moment and gave a positive answer. Of course, the price is not cheap. Got Hill's answer. A faint charming smile appeared on Guillaume's face. Then, let's try the effects of 5 strengthening stones first. If the strengthening stones really have such a magical effect, it's not impossible to buy some more. The credibility of the Navy Headquarters Reserve Admiral Tautu is certainly worthy of trust. Hill was not worried that he would be punished for selling the enhancement stones to Tautu without permission, and immediately nodded with a smile. No problem, just made a new batch of enhancement stones yesterday. But the money thing can't be delayed, it needs to be delivered as soon as possible. Going to the test bench, Hill took out the strengthening stone that has been successfully made, and took the big sharp knife gold in the hands of Lieutenant General Tautu. The gold he held in his hand was Chen Zimu 1. Base. The bright blade suddenly reflected bursts of light, shining in the laboratory. Hill was also forced to narrow his eyes slightly by the sudden bright light, and after adapting a little, he praised, "It's really a good knife, as expected of only 21 big sharp knives in the sea." He also had strong expectations in his heart. Yesterday, the double-edged battle axe that helped Zandao Maru was strengthened to the level of +5, which made the double-edged battle axe harder and sharper. However, Zandao Maru's double-edged battle axe is essentially different from Lieutenant General Taotu's big sharp sword, Chen Fan. Momotu and Zandao Maru both looked at Hill beside him. Taotu said in a low voice, "This knife has been with me for more than 10 years. Is it my relative? Except for this sword. The closest relative in this world is only Sister Crane. Although it is only a sword, it is also the most trustworthy partner," Hill said with some emotion. He also understands that many swordsmen regard the sword that is their companion day and night as their partner, or even their life. Hill held a strengthening stone in one hand and a long knife in the other. Holding the strengthening stone, he approached Brother Jin Chen Shuimu, and the edge of the strengthening stone touched the snow-white blade, which immediately emitted a faint light. The shimmering shimmers attest to the extraordinary power of fortified stones. The strengthening stone also began to be integrated into the gold. Chen Shuimu du ding. But blink time. A complete strengthening stone seems to be divided into two, leaving only half. In the end, it disappeared completely, and the light disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. Big quick sword, Chen De Kong, succeeded, and the current enhancement level is +1. Hill also began to pick up the second strengthening stone, and began to strengthen Jin Chen Shui Muksu again without stopping. Taotu and Zandao Maru, who were watching the entire strengthening process, did not disturb Hill's actions. Taotu's eyes were filled with light, and the light in his eyes flashed with surprise. "It's amazing. I thought I was adding the ingredients of the strengthening stone to Jin Chen, but I didn't expect this magical strengthening stone to be able to directly interact with my Jin Chen Yizheng. It's incredible. I have never seen such a miraculous scene, and it breaks Taotu's common sense. It's amazing. When I first saw the enhancement stone, I was also shocked." Zandao Maru recalled the first time he strengthened his double-edged battle axe. It was even suspected that Hill used some kind of superhuman devil fruit. It was only later that I realized that this was Hill's magic invention. Breathtaking. One enhancement stone after another. Section 8_. But for a moment. The 5 strengthening stones were completely integrated into the golden Chen Exiamu. Hill smiled slightly, saying the gold Chen Shichen in his hand, and said, "Now that it has been strengthened successfully, you can try the change of this knife." Looking at the gold in Hill's hands. Taotu's eyes were fixed on her eyes, and she couldn't wait to take the gold. The sword stands. His eyes moved up slowly along the blade, without blinking, and exclaimed, "It has really become sharper. I can clearly feel Jin Chen Shuimoshu." Jin Chen, who gets along with him day and night, has experienced battles again and again. Take good care of Jin Chen Yubao. The maintenance work has been done very carefully again and again. Jin Chen Zisen, Wei Wawan, Langan, and Miaoshi couldn't escape the eyes of Taotu. His heart was full of surprises, and a charming smile appeared on Taotu's face. His slender, white fingers gently touched the blade, feeling the changes brought about by the magical strengthening stone. "It's amazingly sharp, it's amazing," Taotu couldn't help but exclaimed. A mysterious smile appeared on Hill's face. "This is not the strongest effect of the strengthening stone. You can try Jin Chen with a domineering weapon. The most important thing about strengthening the stone is to make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color." Hear Hill's tip. Taotu, who was caught in surprise, also immediately recovered, and immediately used his armed domineering look. Her jade-like arm instantly became pitch black as ink, reflecting the luster of metal, and a purple arrogance rose from her hand. Immediately, it spread from Jin Chen Shui Mudong to the tip of the knife. The originally bright, silver-white blade turned into black metal under the domineering effect of Tautu's armed color. Hill knows. That is armed domineering. This was also the first time he had seen such a powerful armament and domineering with his own eyes, and looking directly at Jin Chen Fu made him feel palpitations. That is also the power he envy. Chapter 7 _ The birth of the first enhanced 12 weapons. Black and purple like flames lingered on the blade. Armed arrogance. For Hill, it was a powerful and mysterious power he longed for, and he had self-awareness. Just based on his physical fitness now, it is simply impossible to have the qualifications to practice armed arrogance. In the depths of his deep eyes, there is a strong desire. Tautu's face changed, and she exclaimed with an unbelievable expression, "Really? It is true. It can really increase the domineering of the armed color." As an alternate admiral of the Navy, Guillaume, code-named Tautu, is undoubtedly the top powerhouse above this sea, and her perception ability is very strong. I can clearly feel that I have passed on to Jin Chen Shuidu as Niwo. The domineering has become more powerful. This is definitely not an illusion. The intensity of this increase is unusually obvious. It's unbelievable. The strengthening stone is amazing. Tautu exclaimed with joy. The current gold Chen Shuimu, I feel, is not much worse than the supreme sword. 21 sharp knives and only 12 in the sea, all of which are legendary weapons. Now she feels that under the influence of Jin and Chen Kong, the once insurmountable gap between the Dakue Dao and the supreme Dakue Dao has been significantly reduced. Tautu's delicate mind and calm heart couldn't help but set off a strong wave, and murmured absent-mindedly, "Hey. Only 5 times of strengthening will have such a terrifying change. Strengthening, if it is replaced with the supreme sword, what changes will there be?" The strange flame formed by the domineering armed color on the knife seemed to sway with the strong fluctuations in Tautu's heart. Like adding fuel to the fire. It climbed a little higher again. The fluctuations in his heart were quickly calmed down by Tautu, and under her control, the armed arrogance on the knife disappeared without a trace. He opened his mouth to Hill and said, "Can you help me put Jin Chen on the Kong a few times? As long as the gold is not damaged, Chen K is bald." Only 5 strengthening stones were used to bring about such obvious changes and enhancements. If it was true, as Hill said, it could be strengthened 12 times without damage. Then her gold and Chen Tuanwan will usher in an earth-shaking change. It is not impossible to be comparable to the 12 supreme swords, and even surpass it. Tautu suppressed the strong excitement in her heart and looked forward to it, and there was a scorching desire in her bright eyes. Of course, but it's still a strengthening stone with 10 million Baileys. Just remember to send it to the laboratory as soon as possible. Hill nodded. Good. Tautu responded with one bite. Then please. You don't have to worry about money. Got a response from Peach Rabbit. Hill also felt relieved, as a member of the Navy. Of course he knew that with Peach Rabbit's assets, hundreds of millions of Baileys were not a problem at all. The Navy can also receive a portion of the bounty for catching a bounty offender. Hill, let's get started. I also want to see what kind of change it will be if the weapon is strengthened 12 times. Zan Taomaru was also a little impatient. I want to see what changes will happen to the 21 knife under the action of the strengthening stone. To what extent will the increase in the domineering of the armed color reach? Hill was also curious. Immediately holding the strengthening stone, he began to strengthen Jin Chen Luan. One by one, the strengthening stones were continuously integrated into the golden pine tree and disappeared, and the degree of the golden ash and the smashing of the ash to restore order changed. Smooth as a mirror. Clearly showing Hill's face. Strengthened successfully, the current strengthening level is 12. Quote. Done. There was a hint of joy in Hill's eyes, and he didn't continue to scold Jin and Chen Zhang. It has reached the level of strengthening 12. If you strengthen it again, you must bear the risk of weapon damage, and even the success rate of strengthening the weapon after strengthening 12. Hill didn't know either. After successfully strengthening it, he turned the gold in his hand. I haven't seen the real 12 supreme swords, and Lieutenant General Tautu has a look at the current gold. Chen Yi's addiction is burning. 2 supreme swords. He knew that every supreme sword was a legend. Unpredictable existence. In the anime, I have only seen the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye's, Black Knife Knight, Whitebeard Newgates, Club Cloud Cut, and Gore D. Rogers, Ace. And the first generation, Onikiru. The remaining 8 supreme knives have no way of understanding. Thank you. Peach Rabbit sincerely thanked Hill, although it was an enhancement stone that was exchanged for money, but if there was no enhancement stone. It is also impossible to make one's favorite knife, Chen Yishi, strong. She stretched out her hand and fondly stroked Jin Chen Shuimudu, like a top-secret relative, with a sincere smile on her pretty and mature face. Feeling Jin Chen Shuimoshi, at the same time as if listening carefully to some kind of happy and joyful emotional expression conveyed by Jin Chen. Tautu's mouth has a shallow and charming smile. Jin Chen Fu, we will definitely protect more civilians, right? The gold in her hand, Chen Momonku, had a general problem, and a blue light flashed. The armed color domineering gradually shifted from Tautu's palm to the blade, and the black-purple flames condensed by the armed color domineering became more violent. Like a raging fire. Feeling the astonishing strength and destructive power of the armed look on the knife, Tautu's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This." I startled myself. It's really terrifying to have my armament color domineering increase by nearly 4 points on the original basis. The difference between strengthening 5 times and 12 times is too big. Zan Taomaru on the side was also deeply shocked by the terrifying and domineering look on the blade, and suddenly shouted, "Is this the difference between strengthening 12 times? This knife makes me feel so much scarier than before." Section 9_. He also made a judgment in his heart. In the face of such a powerful armed domineering, he could not resist it with his own strength. There was another thought in his heart. No, I also want to make my axe continue to strengthen, even if it is a strengthening stone of 10 million Baileys, it is worth it. It seems that I can't be as lazy as before, and I need to catch a few more pirates. In Zan Taomaru's heart, the idea of using the pirate's bounty to collect the value of the strengthening stone to strengthen his double-edged battle axe has already arisen. The moment this thought surfaced, it became more and more intense in his heart. Tautu looked at the initiator of everything, Hill. He praised Hill without hesitation. It's an amazing invention, absolutely enough to change the pattern of the sea and change the entire navy. I will send the cost of the strengthening stone as soon as possible. This is not suitable for me to adapt to gold. Chen Fu, I want to find a place to feel its changes. A fortification stone is a terrible thing. Hill agreed with Tautu's words. Of course he knew that even if the laboratory in front of him was a huge and sturdy steel behemoth, he couldn't help but slashed by the Navy Reserve General Tautu. Hill nodded and agreed. I also want to see how powerful Peach Rabbit Lieutenant General's slash is. So let's find an open place to test Jin Chen's patience. Okay, I also want to see what kind of power Tautu's slash will be after being strengthened with the strengthening stone. Zan Taomaru is also looking forward to it. Chapter 8_1 Blade Breaks the Soul, 100 Paces Flying Sword. To Hill's request, Tautu also readily agreed. Then let's go to the back mountain of the headquarters to try Jin Chen Shui Nai's power. The three walked together and walked towards the position of the back mountain of Marin Fando. Just walked out of the laboratory not too far away. Tuck tuck. There was a sound of footsteps. The speed was so fast that Hill couldn't see clearly, and only felt a gust of wind. A man with a wretched expression appeared in front of the three of them. His wretched squinting eyes opened with all his strength, and his eyes showed fiery love. Staring straight at Lieutenant General Tautu, ignoring Hill and Zan Taomaru who were beside Tautu, there was no one else who passionately confessed to Tautu. Guillaume, I love you, be my girlfriend. I refuse. Before the man's words were finished, he was interrupted by Tautu's icy voice. Without giving any face to the man in front of him, he said directly, Lieutenant General T. Dolphin, I will not agree, Now I have something important, trouble. Let it go. The man in front of him is really a Navy admiral, Chado. Peach Rabbit's rejection. Chado was not discouraged in the slightest, but said with a somewhat obsessed expression, even Guillaume, who rejected people, is as beautiful and fascinating as ever. The T-Dolphin was keenly aware of the unpleasant color on Tautu's face, and immediately moved away, and then said, Guillaume, where are you going? Tell me about something, maybe I can help. Completely ignored Hill and Zon Taumaru. Hill smiled helplessly. The unremarkable man in front of him, as a candidate for the Navy, was still not to be underestimated. Even the rank of the opponent was several ranks higher than his own. Take advantage of the gap between the two of them talking. Hill opened his own system panel in his mind. Host, Hill, the only one bound. Strength evaluation. Sao Chong. Close black lens bracket. Physical. LV5 0/40 features. Pain is reduced by 10%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Golden light spell. Beginner level 0/50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Attribute point 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Points 1.5 million close black lens bracket. Quest progress. Enhanced stone 2100. In mind. Looking at the points column, there are a full 1.5 million points. With a move in Hill's heart, he immediately issued an instruction to the system, open the golden treasure chest once, and open the silver treasure chest 5 times. The moment the order is given, a golden box appeared in the depths of my mind, and there was a sense of sight when the box was opened by an online game. The moment the treasure box is opened, a blue light group emerged from the treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest. Get the sword move, 100-step flying sword. Close black lens bracket. 100-step flying sword. When the system boost sounded, Hill's brain was startled. The 100 steps flying sword is famous, but it is the stunt of the sword sage genie in Qin Shi Mingyu. It is a stunt in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship of Guigu, known as One Blade Breaks the Soul, a 100 steps flying sword. I actually pulled out the 100-step flying sword. The system is really awesome. It's like the father of the cow. Ecstasy. Among the hundreds of schools of thought, I am the only one. It is not only the vertical and horizontal technique of Guigu, but also the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. In addition to being powerful, Babu Fajian is mainly handsome. In Hill's mind, he couldn't help but start to reminisce about the dashing, handsome and elegant picture when he used the 100-step flying sword, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth involuntarily. The golden treasure chest also disappeared from his mind. Immediately after that, a silver-white box appeared and slowly opened. Open the silver treasure chest. Get 20 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open the silver treasure chest. Get 15 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open the silver treasure chest. Obtain the iron block of skill 6. Close black lens bracket. Open the silver treasure chest. Get 17 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open the silver treasure chest. Get 19 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Iron nuggets. Hill's expression was a bit strange. Anyone who had seen One Piece didn't know the flag of the iron block and stood in place to withstand the enemy's attack. Ignore him for the time being, let's strengthen other skills first. In addition to getting the 100-step flying sword and the iron block, this time, a total of 71 attribute points were obtained by opening the treasure chest. Hill also directly added 50 attribute points to the Golden Light spell, without hesitation, and the level was instantly improved, from the beginner level to the proficient level. The remaining 21 attribute points. He also put all of it on his physique. Although the level did not improve, Hill still clearly felt the change in his body. There is a good saying, the body is the capital of the revolution. As long as he has a strong physique, he might become a beast like Kaido in the future. Back to reality. What happened in his mind seemed to be only a few seconds in the outside world, and the few people beside Hill did not notice it at all. Where are you going? T-Dolphin seized the position beside Tautu. With vigilance in his heart, he knew the people around Peach Rabbit, and he had never seen Hill before, as for this strange and handsome man who appeared beside Peach Rabbit. There was a sense of precaution in the heart that didn't come. It's not because he looks a little handsome, we have to guard against the kid. Looking at Lieutenant General T-Dolphin, Tautu also knew that once he was stuck by this guy, it would be difficult to get rid of, so he said, I am going to try Jin Chen. The T-Dolphin, who put his whole heart on Tautu's body, then noticed the golden Chen Exabao worn on Tautu's waist, which was a domineering and keen perception. I noticed that Jin and Chen Moshin were slightly different. The group gradually left the headquarters and headed for the back mountain of the Navy headquarters, which was rarely visited. Find an empty space. Without saying a word, Tautu pulled out the saber from his waist. Base. Cold light flickered. Jin, Chen Wanluan Shinai Bu. Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit instantly burst out with a lingering and astonishing momentum. A gust of wind blew up. The black and purple surging domineering from her arm instantly made Jin Chen Shui annoyed, and the blade body changed. Section 10_. It made Hill, Cha Do, and Zandao Maru all stare at him. One-shot flow katakana middle dot Sakura fall. Laugh. The moment the long knife was slashed out, an astonishingly powerful slash of dozens of meters in size instantly splashed out from the blade. Aggressive. The sharp slash instantly slashed into the ground in front of him. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the ground in front of you instantly split open, and a terrifying crack appeared 3 feet wide and tens of meters long. The gravel splashed, and deep cracks revealed the darkness of the ground. It was just a single blow that created such a powerful power. Tautu looked satisfied and surprised. The power of the slash is indeed a few points stronger than before, and the power has risen by more than 1 grade. After Jin, Chen Da Kong, 12 times, the changes brought about made her extremely satisfied and delighted. Feeling a little excited. Seeing the sincere smile on Tautu's face, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. After a while, he came back to his senses, and immediately smiled and greeted him and said, with such power, I am afraid that even the Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, can't match it. Chapter 9_ Peach Rabbit's approval. Mention Hawkeye. The face of the world's #1 swordsman, Mahawk, involuntarily appeared in Hill's mind, and the pair of eagle-like eyes was extremely impressive. The world's first swordsman, the supreme honor. His swordsmanship is a majestic mountain that is completely unattainable for him now. In my heart, I thought, with the help of the system, I don't know if I can open more and more powerful swordsmanship from the treasure chest in the future. If it's just a 100-step flying sword, even if I have mastered the domineering aura of armament, the domineering aura of seeing and hearing, in swordsmanship still can't compare to Hawkeye. Hill is very open and has the help of the system. As long as he keeps getting points and opening the treasure chest, he can quickly become stronger. T-Dolphin's praise did not make Tautu get carried away, but said solemnly, Eagle Eye's swordsmanship is very powerful, even if Jin Chen Chenjiang Chen Mengi Ingxi Shui's power becomes stronger, but Hawkeye's swordsmanship is very powerful. The man's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle, and it is almost impossible to surpass him in swordsmanship. A man like that was born for the sword. The power of Hawkeye is not only reflected in swordsmanship, but also as a pirate who lives alone in the sea from beginning to end. Endure many years of loneliness, and resolutely pursue stronger swordsmanship. His heart has become stronger than the imagination of ordinary people. T-Dolphin smiled awkwardly. Even so, with your swordsmanship, I'm afraid there are few people in this sea that can match. Strong curiosity arose in my heart, and then I asked, I know very well your swordsmanship, how you have improved so much in a short period of time. The power of slashing is not even a little bit stronger than before. It's Hill's invention. He invented a kind of strengthening stone, which can enhance the weapon, and also make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering effect of the armed color. Tautu explained. Withdrawing the long sword from his waist, he gratefully looked at Hill, who was standing aside. Thank you, I believe I will soon adapt to the current Jin Chen Fu, to make my slashing even stronger. After 12 times of strengthening, let Jin Chen Momong Puhu. The slash just now was just a small test. I have to say that the strengthening stone is really a miraculous invention. Thank you so much. Tautu understands that she is not young now. He is already at the peak of his life, and it is extremely difficult to improve his strength by a small step, not to mention that this time it is a big step forward. Simply unimaginable. It was all thanks to the appearance of this enhancing stone that he was able to make his own strength improve so obviously in a short period of time, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that. Enhanced stone. T-Dolphin was full of doubts, and his eyes turned to Hill, a man who had not been valued by him before. In his perception, Hill's strength could only be said to be mediocre. There are not 100,000 such people in the Navy, but also tens of thousands. Couldn't get his attention at all. Now, after Tautu's explanation, he had to re-examine the slightly messy-haired scientist in front of him. T-Dolphin asked, what is the function of strengthening stone? Hill also patiently explained the magical effect of the strengthening stone to the T-Dolphin. Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit may not give the T-Dolphin a good face, but he is only an ordinary scientist in the Naval Science Unit. He couldn't help but give T-Dolphin, the Navy Reserve General, face. After Hill's explanation, the pupils of the T-Pig's eyes were shocked and exclaimed, the strengthening stone is so magical. Unfortunately, I am not good at using weapons. Otherwise, I would also like to strengthen my weapons to make myself stronger. T-Dolphin has a lot of regret in his heart. With unprecedented attention in his eyes, he nodded to Hill and praised, what a genius, to be able to invent something like a strengthening stone. This kind of thing is of great significance to the Navy. This kind of strengthening stone acts on the weapon and can greatly enhance the strength. If it is produced in large quantities, the overall strength of the Navy will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. The Navy is the overlord of this sea. Now that there is the existence of the strengthening stone, maybe it can really eliminate the 4 emperors at sea, and make this sea a bright world. Hill is of course a genius. The strengthening stone is full of praise from the old man, but it has just been invented, and not many people know about it. After this batch is made, the old man will report it to the Warring States Marshal. He said smugly on the side. The appearance of the strengthening stone will definitely push the naval science force to another level. Hill is definitely a shining star in the naval science force, and may even surpass the genius scientist, Vegapunk, in the future. Facing the praise from several people, Hill felt a little unnatural in his heart. In the eyes of everyone, the strengthening stone is their own invention, but they don't know that all this is the credit of the system, and they don't have the ability to make such a powerful invention as the strengthening stone. Nature. Hill will not speak out about the system. This kind of thing can only be regarded as a secret and permanently buried in his heart. Having seen the tip of the iceberg of Tautu's powerful strength, Hill naturally wanted to become stronger more quickly, and immediately said, the time is short, I will go back to the laboratory first, and I must hurry up to make this batch of strengthening stones. Out. Each strengthening stone can bring 100,000 points, which is not a small number. It's like a silver treasure chest. Tautu nodded and replied, okay, as for the cost of the strengthening stone, I will send it to your laboratory later. There is more recognition for Hill in my heart. Not only because of the strengthening stone, but also because of this attitude towards work, which made her a little admired. After saying goodbye to everyone, Hill immediately returned to his laboratory. The door was closed, and he was completely isolated from the outside world. You have to make the strengthening stone quickly, and let Zan Taoan report it to General Kizaru. As long as you get the approval of the Warring States Marshal, you can make a large number of strengthening stones, so as to get a lot of points, so that your strength can quickly change. Get stronger. In this dangerous sea, it is absolutely impossible to have no strength. Not even the Navy headquarters is an absolutely safe place. Soon after, the world's attention is the top war. Lieutenant General Crane once said that even if you retreat to the end of the sea, there will be no safe place. What's more, seeing the power of Lieutenant General Tautu just now made Hill feel eager. He began to concentrate on the production of strengthening stone. Time flies by unknowingly. Finally done. Seeing that the last enhancement stone was successfully made, Hill laughed. Immediately contact Zontaomaru with the phone bug. When the phone worm was connected, Hill couldn't wait to say, "Hey, is it Zontaomaru? The strengthening stone has been successfully made, so I can ask General Kizaru to inform the Warring States Marshal." Chapter 10_Reinforced Tiankong Cloud Sword. Really? Very good, I will inform the old man now. The old man will be very happy to hear the news. After Zontaomaru hung up the phone, he immediately dialed the number of Admiral Kizaru. The news of Hill's completion of the strengthening stone was immediately reported to Kizaru. Hearing the news reported by Zontaomaru, Kizaru changed his usual lazy face, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, protruding a wretched word. It's time for the Warring States Marshal to see the masterpiece of the Naval Science Unit. Kizaru got up and looked at the watch on his wrist. You leisurely walked out of the office. Soon. Section 11_. Kizaru came to the office of the Warring States Marshal. Sengoku put down the document in his hand, glanced at Kizaru who came in with some surprise, and joked, "Pelusolino, it's rare for you to come to my office by yourself. What's wrong with coming here this time?" Kizaru didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the topic. "This time, there is a huge piece of good news to tell you. The Naval Science Force has recently developed a new invention called Strengthening Stone." Reinforcement stone. The Warring States Marshal looked a little puzzled. From the name, he couldn't think of the function of the strengthening stone at all, and asked curiously, "What is the use of this thing?" Curiosity arose in my heart, and it was definitely not easy to be able to send General Huang Yuan out in person. Kazuna went straight to the sofa and sat down, explaining, "Enhancing stone, a very magical thing, can be integrated into the weapon, and at the same time can make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. I tried it a few days ago, and just 5 strengthening stones increased my domineering strength by about 10%. What? Warring States was shocked, with a look of surprise on his face. Increased by more than 10%. So much. For a strong man like him, the domineering increase of more than 10% has almost increased his strength by more than 2 layers. Where's the strengthening stone? Let me see. Sengoku couldn't wait to see the magical invention that Kizaru said. Kizaru smiled excitedly, knowing that the strengthening stone would definitely attract the attention of the Warring States Marshal. "I have already sent the strengthening stone to me, it should be there in a while. If the strengthening stone is as magical as you said, it will be a great event for the Navy." Strong anticipation rose in Sengoku's heart. Kizaru on the sofa took out the nail clippers from his trouser pocket and started trimming his nails as if nothing had happened. Moment. The office door was pushed open. Carrying a bag, Will walked into the office and immediately noticed the burly man behind the desk, his eyes full of wisdom under a pair of glasses. "Marshal of the Warring States, I am Hill of the Naval Science Force." Hill gave a standard military salute to the Warring States. Sengoku nodded. "What is in the bag in your hand is the strengthening stone. I heard Pulsolino say that this thing can make the weapon have the effect of enhancing the domineering of the armed color. He has verified it, and it is naturally no problem. However, I still have to witness this kind of thing with my own eyes, so I can rest assured. After all, I heard from Pulsolino that this small piece is worth tens of millions of baileys. You have to pay attention to it." Hill walked to the Sengoku desk, opened the bag on the desk, and dozens of strengthening stones appeared in front of Sengoku. "This is a strengthening stone. If you use it, you need a weapon." Looking at the dark stone in the bag, the Warring States Marshal reached out and picked up a strengthening stone in his hand, and checked it carefully, this thing is no different from the ordinary seafloor stone in appearance, and it can still make the ability lose its strength. Anyway, I can't see anything special, let's try it out with a weapon. Looking left and right, the effect of the strengthening stone could not be discerned with the naked eye. In the hand, it was an ordinary stone. Just this time, let's try it with this old man's Tiankong cloud sword. Huang Yuan interjected. Ever since he has seen the magical effect of strengthening stones, he has been wanting to try them to see if the strengthening stones can strengthen his Tiankong cloud sword. Kizaru held a fluke in his heart. After all, the meaning of Tiankong Yunjian is completely different from ordinary weapons. It is a weapon created by him using his fruit ability. Totally an energy body. Hearing Kyabu's words, Warring States was also surprised. The strengthening stone can strengthen your Tiankong Yunjian. This is impossible, right? I'm not sure if it can be strengthened, but I can only say that I can give it a try. Hill responded unsurely. After all, the enhancement stone comes from a magical system, and he has never tried to use the enhancement stone to strengthen the energy body weapon. Admiral Kizaru spread his hands out involuntarily, and the golden light in his hands gathered, extremely dazzling, and the dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire office. A piece of golden yellow, like a golden country. The Tiankong cloud sword, formed by countless light energies, lay in the palm of Kizaru's hand, shining brightly. Hill picked up the strengthening stone from the desk and handed it to Kizaru. General Kizaru, you should try this thing yourself. The Tiankong Yunjian weapon is not only the effect of the ability, but also has the role of the Japanese ape's domineering armed color, so that the light energy can be condensed into a long sword that is unparalleled in the world. Hill knew this sword, but he couldn't hold it. Kizaru also took the strengthening stone handed over by Hill, with strong anticipation in his eyes under the sunglasses, eager to try it, and immediately took the strengthening stone and began to strengthen it against Tiankong Yunjian. When touching the blade of Tiankong Yunjian, the strengthening stone exudes a strange light, and it begins to merge into the Tiankong cloud sword little by little. There is a play. Kizaru's heart was full of emotions. If Tiankong Yunjian could really be strengthened, his strength would be greatly improved at that time. Let your armed color domineering increase to a very terrifying level. The Warring States Marshal also looked at the scene in front of him attentively, feeling extremely novel. The strengthening stone can still glow, and it has really begun to integrate into the Tiankong cloud sword. What kind of changes will happen to Tiankong Yunjian? His heart is full of curiosity, and his eyes are fixed on the entire strengthening process without blinking. Even Hill felt very magical. His thoughts were flying, and he jumped up. The strengthening stone can really strengthen the Tiankong Yunjian, and even this energy body weapon can be strengthened. Is it possible for other things to strengthen as well? Hill felt that this possibility was very powerful. His previous inherent thinking made him think that strengthening stones can only strengthen weapons. It seems that strengthening stones can strengthen a lot of things. He also instantly thought of the armor in the online game. It seems. Chapter 11 _ The amazing change of Tiankong Yunjian. Even armor can be strengthened. Hill's heart was surging. If a naval admiral was covered with weapons and armors that were strengthened by 12, how powerful would that be? It is simply a walking humanoid weapon. That's amazing. In the room. The strengthening only lasted for a few seconds, and the strengthening stone in Kizaru's hand disappeared without a trace. Huang Yuan looked surprised, and shouted in a calm voice, "Strengthened successfully." Holding the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand, he also felt the change of Tiankong Yunjian for the first time, with a look of doubt on his face. This weapon has become different, and it actually gives the old man an incomparably real feeling. It seems it has transformed, it is no longer pure light energy. Weird. Kizaru suddenly thought of something, and the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand disappeared in his mind. However, the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand did not change. Kizaru was instantly taken aback. I can't take back the sword of this old man. Yes. The Sky-Kong Cloud Sword has undergone unpredictable changes and cannot be decomposed into light energy again. Completely turned into a sword. The change in front of him surprised Kasaragi. The Warring States Marshal looked at Kizaru curiously, and asked, "Then does the effect of this strengthening stone still exist?" This is what he is most concerned about. The strengthening stone can make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. This effect is very meaningful. When Kizaru heard this, he immediately used his armament color to inject his domineering arrogance into Tiankong Yunjian, and replied excitedly, "Yes. Let the old man's domineering become stronger. And it seems to be more obvious than the last time the effect of strengthening the battle peach ball axe." Unexpected joy. He also did not expect that the enhancement stone would have more enhancement effects on his Tiankong Cloud Sword than on the axe. Although Tiankong Yunjian lost its vanishing attributes, the domineering boosting effect brought great satisfaction to Kizaru. Huang Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's great. Hill, give me a few more strengthening stones, the old man will continue to strengthen it." Hill complied. He immediately picked up the strengthening stone and handed it to General Kizaru, who also hurriedly started holding the strengthening stone and continued to start a new round of strengthening for his Tiankong Cloud Sword. One by one, the strengthening stones disappeared on the Tiankong Cloud Sword. This unusual long sword has undergone unimaginable changes. It was originally a weapon full of light energy, but the edge of the blade seems to be like an ordinary sword. Condensed into a sharp blade, and the hilt also condensed into a shape, no longer as vague as the initial shape. Section 12_. Instead, it turned into a brand new long sword. It seems that the construction has just been completed and the kaifeng has been successfully completed, but this sword is golden yellow, like a golden sword. The 12 strengthening stones in the front and back were completely fused with the Tiankong Yunjian in this way. Huang Yuan held the rejuvenated Tiankong Yunjian in his hand, his face full of stubble with extreme surprise, and said with a smile, "It's a masterpiece, a perfect masterpiece. This Tiankong Yunjian even completely surpasses the 12 supreme swords. Can enhance half of the old man's armed arrogance. The strengthening stone is really awesome. Half the increase in the domineering of the armed color." The Warring States period turned pale in shock. Half the domineering of the armed color was considered a general-level combat power. It can be described as an extremely terrifying magnitude. Incredible. If you don't believe it, feel it. Kizaru's face was full of pride, and he threw the Tiankong Cloud Sword in his hand to the Warring States Marshal. One caught the Tiankong Yunjian. Without saying a word, the Warring States began to inject armed domineering, and his face gradually changed from shock to excitement. Really strengthened by about half. Excited. He was so excited that his burly and tall body shook slightly. His eyes also locked on Hill's body instantly, and he smiled with emotion and joy. "It's a genius, to be able to make such a magical thing. It's amazing. The strengthening stone can definitely increase the combat power of the Navy several times. The grades don't stop there. Quote, at that time, we will be able to wipe out the vicious pirate forces on the sea in one fell swoop." At this moment, he is full of confidence. The appearance of the strengthening stone allowed him to see a bright future. A bright, hopeful tomorrow. Warring States walked to Hill's side. His face became serious. He reached out and patted Hill's shoulder, and said, "The Navy will not treat you badly for your contribution to the Navy, but this matter needs to be kept secret. So not too many people know about it for the time being." Hill nodded, indicating that he understood. Warring States handed over the Tiankong Cloud Sword to Kizaru, looked at the remaining strengthening stones on the table, and picked up the phone bug. Soon, one after another, the heavyweights of the Navy came in one after another. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Iokiji, Vice Admiral Garp, and Chief of Naval Staff Vice Admiral Suru. Click. Garp, who was eating the donut, made a crisp cracking sound of the donut, and shouted loudly, "Hey, Sengoku, what's the matter of gathering everyone in such a hurry? Could it be that the four emperors are doing something restless? Lieutenant General Crane's focus was completely different. As soon as she entered the office, she noticed the existence of Hill. She had no impression of Hill in her mind. But from Hill's white research suit, Crane instantly determined Hill's identity. Personnel of the Naval Scientific Corps. Immediately, the Crane noticed a golden yellow sword facing the side, and the yellow monkey couldn't put it down. The happiness on his face was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Immediately there was some speculation in mind. But she didn't make a sound, walked to the sofa, sat down, and noticed the pile of stones on the Warring States desk. Akainu's face was deep, and he couldn't see any thoughts at all, as if it was as cold as a stone. On the contrary, Aokiji, who is a natural type and a person with frozen fruit ability, had a faint smile on his face. Mr. Garp, I don't think it has something to do with the four emperors. If it is related to the four emperors, it will not be such a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Crane on the side nodded, agreeing with Chingzi's inference. Not bad. The excitement on Sengoku's face was palpable. I called you here this time because of the Naval Science Unit. This Hill invented an invention that is extremely important to the Navy. Enhanced stone. Point to the pile of rocks on the desk. It immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were on the pile of stones on the desk. Lieutenant General Garp had no interest at all, clasped his nostrils indifferently and said, just this pile of stones, what magic can there be? Looking at it, it's just a bunch of unusual stones. Chapter 12 Lieutenant General Crane's whims. Then you were wrong. Sengoku had a mysterious smile on his face. Pelusolino, let everyone see your Tiankong cloud sword. Kizaru walked among the crowd and showed the new Tiankong Yunjian in front of everyone. The Warring States went on to say, everyone, see how this sword is different from the past. Everyone could not help but carefully looked at the long sword in Kizaru's hand. Warring States, are you mistaken? This isn't Pelusolino's Tiankong cloud sword at all, it's not another long sword from somewhere, right? Cap suddenly stepped forward to face the golden yellow sword in Kizaru's hand. The long sword looked left and right. He also reached out and touched the long sword. It is completely different from the Tiankong cloud sword before Kyabu. Lieutenant General Crane frowned slightly. Of course, she knew that it would not be that simple. From this long sword, she saw the shadow of the Tiankong cloud sword. Warring States will not aimlessly. Could it be that this long sword is really the Skycong cloud sword, but what does it have to do with the so-called strengthening stone on the table? Let Lieutenant General Crane be puzzled. The thoughts in my mind quickly turned, thinking of the connection between each other. But linking light energy with stones, to form the sharp sword in front of me, a guess appeared in my heart. Could this sword be made of these stones? The faces of Akainu and Aokiji were full of doubts. Warring States affirmed, I can tell you very clearly that this sword is the long sword that Pelusolino condensed with his ability, that is, the Tiankong cloud sword. It's just that this Tiankong cloud sword has become completely different, and the credit for all this is because of the strengthening stone invented by Hill. The words of the Warring States instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. I also want to know why the Tiankong Yunjian has become like this, and it has become a big golden sword. Everyone understands one thing. That is the enhancing stone is the point. This time, the gaze towards the strengthening stone is completely different, and everyone's heart is full of curiosity and puzzlement. Sengoku looked at Hill and said, this is something you invented. It's up to you to explain the function of strengthening stones to everyone. Hill nodded and smiled slightly. Facing several high-ranking naval generals, he was still a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm down and said, the strengthening stone is my recent special invention, which can be perfectly integrated into various among things. Let the item have an effect, and it can have the effect of increasing the domineering of the armed color. Quote. And just now, it was the use of the strengthening stone to change the Tiankong Yunjian of General Kasaragi, and it was also completely transformed from an energy lightsaber into a golden sword. At the same time, it can also increase the domineering of the armed color by nearly half. Amazing speech. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present were moved. Carp even exclaimed directly, "Did this old man hear it wrong? Half of his armed arrogance. If his armament color domineering can be increased by half, then his armament color domineering strength will reach a very astonishing level." Not to mention Sengoku and Akainu, even if One Piece Roger is resurrected, he is confident that he can punch Roger so that he can't find Bay. Akainu couldn't sit still, suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face changed greatly and asked, "What you said is true. How can it be possible to increase the domineering of the armed color by half?" It's not that simple to increase the domineering of the armed color. For those of us who want to strengthen the domineering of the armed color, we have to practice for a long time. Full half of the domineering. He couldn't figure out what the concept was. Admiral Crane's eyes flickered with amazing light, completely unlike the eyes of an old man. If the strengthening stone really has this effect, the Navy will completely enter a new era. An astonishing aura erupted from his hunched body. He stared at Hill with fiery eyes. Warring States said solemnly, "All of this is true, otherwise I would not have called you here. This kind of strengthening stone is of great significance. But it's also expensive. The cost of a strengthening stone is as high as 10 million Bailey. The weapon can be strengthened many times, and the cost is not small. It is not suitable for popularizing the entire Navy. The Navy with the rank of Lieutenant General and above can supply it, which can greatly improve the combat effectiveness." Regarding the decision of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane nodded in agreement. "Yes, you must be proficient in the domineering Navy to be able to fully utilize the power of such a weapon. It is indeed not suitable for popularization, but even so, it is unimaginable for the improvement of the strength of the naval generals." Quote. Right. As if remembering something, Lieutenant General Crane looked at Hill and asked, "You said this thing can strengthen items before. Did you know that items like cannons can be strengthened?" Boom. Section 13_. Lieutenant General Crane's words exploded in this office like a thunderclap on the ground. Make everyone lose their minds in an instant. Strengthen the cannon with a strengthening stone. Everyone had never thought about this direction before. Including Hill himself, he also thought of strengthening the armor, such as armor, and did not include the cannon, such a large-scale killing weapon into the strengthening scope. Lieutenant General Crane's words were astonishing. Sengoku's eyes flashed brightly, and he seemed excited. If this strengthening stone can really be used on cannons. It's crazy to think about it. Akainu didn't care, walked in front of Kizaru, and said bluntly, "Let me try this sword. I want to see the specific effect of the increase in the domineering of the armed color." 1,000 words are not as deep and real as the actual feeling. He wanted to try the so-called weapon with an increase of nearly 50%, what the effect was. Give. Huang Yuan had a look of excitement on his face. "This sword will definitely surprise you. There is nothing more satisfying than this sword." Picking up the Tiankong Cloud sword, Akainu felt the light energy that was different from before, and the long sword in his hand was indeed a sword. The sharpness of this sword. It's amazing. It's not necessarily worse than those supremely fast knives. Akainu commented, although he is not the best at swordsmanship. But swordsmanship is also far beyond most people. Because his talent is far beyond ordinary people, but he is a naval genius, and he has made no small achievements in learning swordsmanship. Kizaru reminded in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "You try to be domineering with the armed color." Chapter 13_ Admiral Akainu reinforced gloves. Akainu immediately used the armed color domineering. Domineering flowed into the long sword from his hand and changed immediately. The domineering became more violent, and the intensity increased by an astonishing rate. Akainu's face changed, staring at the long sword in his hand. "My armament has increased so much. Is this the effect of the strengthening stone? My heart is full of disbelief." Aokiji, who was witnessing all this, also had a look of surprise on his face, and said with a smile, "It seems that the strengthening stone is really a magical invention. Since Pulsalino's Tiankong cloud sword can be strengthened, then my ice blade should also be strengthened. Can strengthen." Quote. "It seems that we should all put more effort into swordsmanship," Qingzi said with some emotion. Since he acquired the ability of nature and frozen fruit, his practice in swordsmanship has gradually declined, and more energy has been placed on the development and domineering of the fruit. Now that there is a strengthening stone, it can enhance the domineering of the armed color by nearly half. How can such a weapon called artifact be abandoned? Akainu nodded. "That's true, but fists are more suitable for me than swordsmanship. The old man also likes the thrill of beating people with his fists, and it is quite troublesome to carry a weapon on his body all the time." Lieutenant General Garp also had some regrets. Compared with swordsmanship, he prefers straightforward, punch-to-meat boxing. And swordsmanship isn't for everyone. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly smiled and said, "If you like to use your fists, you can also use strengthening stones to strengthen your gloves." A word to surprise the dreamer. Karp patted his head immediately, with an expression of incomparable surprise on his face, happy like a child. "Yes, why didn't the old man think of it? It's enough to strengthen the gloves." The Akainu in the room immediately became interested, and took out a pair of black leather gloves from his pocket. These gloves were extremely tough and were not made of ordinary materials. Akainu looked at Marshal Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, I would like to use the enhancement stone to see if I can strengthen my gloves. If the enhancement stone can also make the gloves have the aura of an enhanced weapon, then try it." Warring States readily agreed with a smile. This is the headline of the Lee Navy. These people in front of them are the most powerful combat power in the Navy. If their strength can be further improved for the eradication of pirates, it is of great significance. Akainu looked at Hill with curiosity and appreciation in his eyes. "It's lucky that the Naval Science Force has a talent like you. I'll give you these gloves. Please help me strengthen them." Akainu, who has always been rude to others, changed his attitude at this moment. "It's okay, this is all my job." Hill naturally wanted to have a good relationship with the group of navies with outstanding combat power in front of him, and he readily accepted the kindness released by Akainu. One-hand glove, one-hand strengthening stone. Hill was stunned. Gloves come in pairs. If you really want to strengthen them, wouldn't a pair of gloves cost twice as much strengthening stone? 2 times of strengthening 12 is equal to 24 times, which is equivalent to the cost of 240 million Baileys. How much money can you afford to spend at such a high price? Hill still held the mentality of giving it a try, put both gloves on his left hand, and picked up the strengthening stone in his right hand and put it in the middle of the 2 gloves. At this moment, Hill's actions attracted the attention of everyone in the room, whether it was Kizaru who had seen the strengthening stone before or Sengoku. His face and eyes were full of anticipation. If the glove can be strengthened successfully, it means that General Crane proposed to use the strengthening stone on the cannon, which also has a great probability of success. Just a few seconds. A strengthening process is completed in the eyes of everyone. Akainu was very concerned about the result, and immediately asked Hill the moment it was over, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Hill nodded. "Success." But the expression on his face was a touch of disappointment, which caught the attention of Sengoku. "Hill, is there something wrong? Could it be that after strengthening, the gloves do not have the function of increasing the domineering of the armed color?" The question from the Warring States period immediately brought the hearts of Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji and others to their throats. Pairs of eager eyes were focused on Hill's face. Hill shook his head. "No, it is only one glove that can be strengthened each time. If you strengthen a pair of gloves, the cost is twice as much as a normal weapon." He couldn't help but think of Zoro's 3 knives. The 3 knives would be 360 million, and Octopus Hachi had 6 knives, which would be more. There is no shortage of people on the sea who use multiple weapons, so the cost of strengthening is simply an astronomical figure. Akainu said indifferently, It costs twice as much. As long as it can enhance the domineering of the armed color, these are not a problem. After all, as an admiral of the Navy, his annual salary and the rewards for catching pirates are a lot of money. For him, more than 200 million Baileys are completely a small thing. Hill smiled. The group of people around him were not only the ceiling in the pirate world, but their wealth far surpassed that of many people. The Navy and the world government, that's really deep pockets. The cost of a warship in the headquarters is not less than 1 billion, and the naval pacifists are also spending about this. The Navy is called the hegemon of the sea, not without reason. Want money, have money, want someone. Akainu seemed a little impatient, and he couldn't take care of his usual self-restraint and calmness, and urged, Hill, hurry up and strengthen my gloves, I can't wait. Good. No one else is distressed, what does Hill have to feel distressed about? He also wished that these people used more enhancement stones, and then he could only make enhancement stones by himself, so that he could get a lot of points. One after another, the strengthening stones disappeared. It took a full 24 strengthening stones to completely strengthen the pair of gloves in front of him. Strengthen +1 2 gloves complete. When Akainu picked up his gloves, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Now the toughness of these gloves, even if he slashed on them with a sword, it would not necessarily be able to cut out traces. With a strong surprise in his eyes, Akainu, who has always been unsmiling, also showed a rare smile on his face, and put the gloves on his hands. The glove is more flexible, tight, snug and perfect. As he spoke, he began to condense arm domineering on his fist, and the black and purple arm domineering appeared on Akainu's fist like a flaming fireball. Carp's eyes flashed with gold stars, and his eyes were extremely hot. This fist is too powerful. Chapter 14 Garp's Envy, Enhanced Artillery. This old man has never been disdainful of using weapons to deal with the enemy before, and now this glove, please give me a pair anyway. Garp shouted hurriedly. Like a child clamoring for a new toy. Section 14 Hill smiled slightly, and sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance, which can increase the temptation of nearly half of armed and domineering things. Don't be too strong. 36 of the 80 strengthening stones have been used, and there are 44 left. Kizaru's Tiankong Yunjian and Akainu's gloves have been strengthened one after another. Naturally, the warring states cannot favor one over the other. He said to Admiral Aokiji, Kuzan, what are you going to strengthen? The green pheasant used the ability of frozen fruit to instantly condense into an ice blade. The crystal clear ice blade was like a crystal carving, and there were strands of white air conditioning floating on it. The temperature of the entire office dropped suddenly, and Hill couldn't help shivering, and said in admiration, as expected of a Navy admiral, it is powerful. The ability of this natural devil fruit is too powerful. It is hard for Hill to imagine what kind of personal experience it would be if Aokiji used the ability of frozen fruit with all his strength. The 3 generals of the Navy have all been systematically studied and trained, plus many years of battles to be able to stand at the top of this sea. And other people who are also natural ability, such as Ace's burning fruit, Monet's snow and snow fruit, Caesar Current's gas fruit, Crocodile's rustling fruit. The strength and the strength of the general are very different, talent and hard work are indispensable. Aokiji said, let's strengthen this ice blade. Since Pulsolino's Tiankong cloud sword can be strengthened, my ice blade should be fine. Hill handed the enhancement stone to Aokiji's hand. Just slap the enhancement stone into your ice blade. Aokiji nodded towards Hill and did so decisively. The strengthening stone began to slowly merge into the ice blade. Again and again, Aokiji didn't stop until after 12 times. The original ice blade has also undergone jaw-dropping changes, and the entire sword is like a transparent crystal, which makes Hill can't help but think of Qin Shiminyu Zhongyan Lu's light sword. Think of the invisible sword in the wind and clouds. Qingzi looked at the long sword in his hand with a look of surprise. What a miraculous strengthening stone. This sword is not inferior to the supreme sword, even stronger than the supreme sword. couldn't help but be amazed. The ice blade in front of him is really different from the one before. The Warring States also laughed. With the strengthening stone, the combat effectiveness of our navy has been greatly improved, and those pirates will feel better in the future. Akainu had a fierce look in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Not bad. With these gloves, those pirates should have a lot of headaches. Look which pirate can escape from my hands." Sengoku looked at Hill. "You still have to work hard for you. I will allocate a batch of funds to your laboratory. For the time being, you will focus on making strengthening stones." Then he said earnestly, "But you have to pay attention to rest and don't get tired. You are a scientific genius and are extremely important to our navy." Hill nodded. "I am overjoyed, my goal has been achieved, and with the command of the Admiral Warring States, there will definitely be a lot of money sent to facilitate the production of strengthening stones. Not only can you unlock the next moment item right away, but you can also get points for making enhancement stones, start a lottery, and improve your strength. Do more than one thing." Sengoku looked at the remaining enhancement stones on the table, and arranged, "Lieutenant General Crane's previous proposal, I also want to try it. If the enhancement stones can really be used on the cannon, this is another feat." Others are also full of anticipation. With the remaining enhancement stones, Hill also followed a group of senior naval officers to the artillery training ground. Here, Hill saw rows of cannons of different sizes, each of which was like a beast crawling on the ground ready to hunt. The pitch-black barrel had a ferocious aura. At this time, the navy in the artillery field has been emptied by the navy. After all, the existence of enhanced stone is a secret weapon that cannot be made public. When the strengthening stone is exposed, it must be the time when the navy shows its fangs and shows its force. Let me try it myself this time. Warring States picked up the strengthening stone and walked to the side of the cannon, full of anticipation. Whether the strengthening stone can strengthen the artillery, this is a different meaning from the weapon. The artillery is a weapon of mass destruction, and it can be used without being proficient in domineering. It is universal and can be used even by ordinary navies. And weapons strengthened by strengthening stones can only exert 100% power in the hands of the navy who are proficient in domineering. So the meanings of the two are completely different. Although Lieutenant General Crane looked at the Warring States with a calm expression, there was still a bit of tension in his eyes. "I hope it can be successful." Several other admirals also focused their attention on Sengoku, and even Hill was no exception. Sengoku held the strengthening stone and shot it towards the cannon. The strengthening stone began to merge with the cannon, but in the blink of an eye, the corner of the strengthening stone was completely integrated into the cannon. Warring States' eyes lit up. Success. The strengthening stone can really strengthen the artillery. He also suppressed his inner excitement. It is still too early to say success. The most important thing is what changes will happen after the artillery is strengthened. The strengthening process in the field also affects the hearts of everyone present. There was a look of admiration on Kizaru's face. It really surprised the old man. "I didn't expect that the strengthening stone can really strengthen the artillery. The invention of this thing is something that can change the world. Fortunately, this thing appeared in our navy. If it flows into the hands of the pirates, I am afraid it will break the calm of the sea and set off a tsunami that sweeps the world." Lieutenant General Crane's face showed a bit of joy. If the strengthening stone appears in the hands of pirates, the consequences are completely unimaginable. The strengthening stone disappeared completely soon. Sengoku's eyes stared at the artillery in front of him. From the outside, there was no change at all, but the hardness was indeed stronger than before. Lieutenant General Crane said, "Then let's fire a cannon and give it a try." Warring States nodded, took out the prepared lighter and ignited the lead of the cannon, and the spark suddenly burned, and quickly disappeared into the gun body along the lead. Bang! The gun fired instantly. It quickly jumped into the air and landed in the distance at a very high speed, causing a violent explosion. There was a rumbling sound, the gravel splashed, and the smoke was everywhere. Warring States and Lieutenant General Crane looked at each other, and both saw surprises in each other's eyes. Chapter 15 _ Bold Blackbeard. Lieutenant General Crane said with a smile, "The power of the artillery has increased, and the range has also increased significantly, by about 20 meters." According to Lieutenant General Crane's analysis and judgment, the Warring States also nodded in approval, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It seems that it is feasible to strengthen the artillery with strengthening stones, and this is only the effect of strengthening ones. 20 meters of range. Enough to increase the enemy's attack range by 20 meters, which can give the Navy more advantages in combat at sea, and make the Navy safer. The benefits are just to think about. As a naval marshal, the heart of the warring country is surging. If it is equipped on a naval warship, the Navy will be more invulnerable in the naval base. Give the pirates a head-on attack. Okay, Akainu shouted excitedly. The technology and artillery of Navy warships are already stronger than ordinary pirate regiments, and now with the role of strengthening stones, the advantages of the Navy will be further magnified. Lieutenant General Crane looked at Hill. "What a lucky star of the Navy, Hill, you must be an extremely important person in the Navy in the future." Now it seems that the invention of the enhanced stone alone is enough to match the genius of the Navy scientist Vegapunk. Before, the enhanced stone was not universal, and now it is completely different after testing the enhanced artillery. Facts have proved that strengthening stones are universal and can strengthen artillery that ordinary navies can control. Hill was also happy in his heart, which meant that the Navy's demand for strengthening stones had increased at least several times, or even 10 times. He has already seen the huge amount of points rolling in, and he is swimming in the world of treasure chests. A bright future, powerful strength is beckoning to him. The Warring States couldn't help but continue to strengthen the artillery with the strengthening stone. One change at a time, the destructive power of the cannonball was even stronger, and the range was beyond everyone's expectations. Until the success of Fortify 12. The power of a shell is almost 5 times higher than before it was strengthened. The range has been doubled. They are all very terrifying numbers, and they play a decisive role in the outcome of a war. Warring States laughed. "The Navy will surely lead to a bright future. This is an invention that will change the times. I will personally tell the 5 old stars about will. Your credit will be rewarded soon. There will be results." A total of 60 strengthening stones were used before and after, and there were still 20 strengthening stones left. The Warring States also plan to report this matter to the 5 old stars of the world government and strive for the greatest support of the world government. Mass production of fortified stone. Several other admirals nodded, and Akainu said, "I hope the world government can allocate more money. For something as magical and powerful as the enhanced stone, we should produce more, and strive to equip every warship with the enhanced cannon, right? The pirates carry out a devastating strike." At this time, a figure rushed over and interrupted the crowd. Brigadier General Branu said, "Marshal of the Warring States period, Marshal D. Teach with the Blackbeard, contact the Navy, specifically specifying that you should respond, and the other party wants to make a deal with the Navy." He wasn't finished yet. Admiral Akainu's whole face turned gloomy, with anger in his tone. "Pirates. Do you want to make a deal with the Navy? The Navy will not agree to this matter, and such daring pirates should be completely eliminated." Section 15 _ Hearing the name in Brian's mouth, Hill's heart tightened. Blackbeard, he wants to make a deal with the Navy. It seems that there is only one thing. Firefist Ace has been caught by that guy. There was a strong sense of urgency in Hill's heart. It seemed that it was not long before the date of the Top War, less than half a year at most. The much-anticipated Top War will start. Although a scientist in the Naval Science Force will definitely be closely guarded by the Navy and will not participate in this great battle. But Hill still wanted to see the war between one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Navy, instead of relying on news and telephone bugs to understand the war. King Shichibukai, the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, Luffy, the Revolutionary Army, the Red Hair pirates, etc. will all make their debut one by one. In such a battle, Hill did not want to miss it. And if you want to join such a dangerous battlefield, you can't do it without strength. With the words of Branno and Akainu, the atmosphere on the field became solemn, and Admiral Suru frowned. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach seems to have defected from the Whitebeard pirates. As for other news is unknown, and Blackbeard does not have any bounty on him at present, but there are bounties on the other pirates beside him. But the bounties are extremely low. Those who can betray the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, who are still alive, will definitely not be simple. It can be seen from those who dare to trade with the navy. At this time, Branno continued, the bargaining chip that the other party traded with the navy is Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard. If it wasn't for this name, he wouldn't have reported the news to Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace's identity in such a hurry. Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku looked shocked, and then his face became heavy. Akainu still insisted on his attitude, even if it is Fire Fist Ace, the navy will never trade with pirates. Yo, it's really scary. Blackbeard, a little-known pirate, actually defeated that guy, Fire Fist Ace. This is really worrying for this old man, Kizaru said with a frightened expression on his face, pouting his lips. Fire Fist Ace, but the natural fruit-burning ability, was once famous in the sea, and the world government even sent him an invitation to Chiwahai. That guy eventually joined the Whitebeard pirates and became the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. He was very strong. The name of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was also firmly remembered in Kizaru's heart in an instant, and a strong vigilance was raised in his heart. At this time, Lieutenant General Garp suppressed the anger and pain in his heart, remained silent, and there were tears in his drooping eyes. The drooping head and everyone's attention were all focused on the information Branno said, but no one noticed Garp's abnormality. Sengoku asked Branno, what does Blackbeard want to exchange Fire Fist Ace with the navy? This matter, Blackbeard indicated that he would discuss this matter with you in person, and he said that he would contact us by phone bug in an hour. Branno said truthfully. At this moment, the thoughts in Sengoku's mind are turning rapidly. He understands the identity of Fire Fist Ace. If the navy accepts Fire Fist Ace, there will be a war with the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. His eyes caught sight of the artillery. Maybe this is our chance, a chance to wipe out Whitebeard completely. Chapter 16_Rare Reward, Gourmet Cells. Warring States frowned, thinking about the follow-up impact of this incident, and asked the crane on the side, Ahe, what do you think? Now that we have the strengthening stone, the combat effectiveness of the navy will increase rapidly. The appearance of the strengthening stone made the warring states' confidence a lot stronger. This is an opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors' pirates have dominated the New World for many years. Ever since he became the admiral of the navy, he has always dreamed of one day his justice can rule the world. However, the powerful forces of the 4 emperors forced the navy to take it seriously, and even the world government established the Chiwahai system to involve the 4 emperors and balance the role of the sea. Once the war against the Whitebeard pirates starts, it will be very involved. This is an extremely difficult decision. The main theme of this war is destined to be death. It is also the price that must be paid for victory. Lieutenant General Crane also naturally knows what this decision means. This matter needs to be discussed carefully, and every aspect must be considered carefully. Let's convene an emergency meeting immediately to discuss this matter. Warring States said, looking at Hill again, and said in a very solemn tone, Sir, I have to ask you for the production of strengthening stones, whether it is funds or materials will be supplied by the Navy. Quote. Now your task is to produce the enhanced stone in the shortest time possible. That's what I've been waiting for. Hill was overjoyed, with a righteous expression on his face, and responded loudly, Marshal of the Warring States, I will do my best to complete this task. Go ahead. Hill also knew that everyone had important things to discuss next. As soon as Warring States said that, he left the artillery field with interest and immediately returned to his laboratory. Close the door. I made 80 strengthening stones this time, and I got 8 million points. Now try the lottery to see if you can draw something good. And the enhancement stone is only 3 missing to complete the first task and unlock a new item. I don't know what the next item will be. Looking forward to it. Hill immediately started the lottery. With 8 million points, he did not hesitate to choose 10 draws of silver treasure chests first. How could 10 draws be enjoyable for a single lottery? The silver treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18 attribute points. 6 types, shave. Attribute points, 16, quote. Attribute points, 15, quote. Liang Kue Dao, rosary pills. Attribute points, 18, quote. Attribute points, 16, quote. Attribute points, 18, quote. 6 forms, moon step. Attribute points, 16, quote. The 10 consecutive silver draws are over. It's okay, it's not good, it's not bad, at least I won 2 skills in the 6 styles. Hill smiled slightly, and was quite satisfied with the results of the lottery. No luck broke out. Each level of treasure chest has a probability of winning the superior. It is just a matter of probability, and the basic items of different levels of treasure chests also change. In Hill's view, the lottery result was not too bad, but it wasn't much better either. A total of attribute points obtained, 117 points. There is also a good and fast knife, and I finally have my own weapon. Hill immediately took out the good and fast knife from the system. The scabbard was white as a hole, and Hill took out the blade. The forging process was very clever. The entire blade was white and shiny, and it was very sharp at first glance. Holding the handle of the sword, he gestured back and forth a few times, and after retracting the scabbard, he put it on his waist. Let's use the good and fast sword first, but I have to take time to learn basic swordsmanship, otherwise there is only one move, 100 steps flying sword, some stretched. Since the system can open a good and fast knife, Hill believes that the treasure chest in the back will also be able to open a better weapon, and maybe even not only the big knife in this world, but the supreme knife. Who knows if there will be more powerful weapons in other worlds. Hill wasn't worried about that anyway. The next step is to draw the silver treasure chest. Or the gold treasure chest. Hill hesitated, and the 10 consecutive draws of the silver treasure box cost 1 million points. A total of 8 million points are now only 7 million points left. A gold treasure chest consumes 10 times as much points as a silver treasure chest, and it costs 1 million points. Thinking of the 100-step flying sword, drawn from the golden treasure chest last time, and the higher probability of obtaining rare rewards from the golden treasure chest, Hill still chose to draw the golden treasure chest. System, open the golden treasure chest 7 times. The golden treasure chests appeared in Hill's mind, slowly opening them one by one. The golden treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for getting 214 attribute points. Hearing the prompt from the system, Hill was pleasantly surprised. As expected, choosing the golden treasure chest is right. The gain of attribute points alone is 10 times that of the silver treasure chest. These points are well spent. The golden treasure chest continues to be opened, and the next result will come out soon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining gourmet cells. What the hell? It's true or false, could it be that you really won a rare reward? Hill's heart suddenly stopped, and then he started to increase the frequency and thumped. Gourmet cells are magical cells in the anime, the captive of gourmet. They can be implanted into the human body, so that human cells can be activated and evolved by eating delicious food. The physical value will far exceed that of ordinary people, beyond the limits of human beings. This is definitely an artifact that countless people dream of. Cows. Hill happily praised the system. When Hill was extremely surprised, the next golden treasure chest was opened. Congratulations to the host for getting armed color domineering. Section 16 _. Armed arrogance is also drawn out, yes. Hill is naturally very happy. In this world, you can't be good at 6 styles, swordsmanship, or devil fruit. But there is no domineering. If you are not domineering at the age of 20, it is completely abnormal. It can only be regarded as a small role. Smog is an obvious example, even if you learn domineering later. In the domineering attainments, he has never been able to keep up with others, and can only be abused. So, arrogance is very important. Hill couldn't help but feel complacent. It's better to have a golden treasure chest. If there are points, I can't wait to draw a diamond treasure chest, or even a colorful god chest. I don't know what good things will be opened there. Diamond treasure chest has 10 million points at a time. You have to save it for a while, and try it when you have enough points. Chapter 17 _ With the improvement of strength, Kizaru goes to Banaro Island. 3 golden treasure chests brought him rare rewards such as gourmet cells and armed arrogance. Hill is naturally happy. The next golden treasure chest was also opened immediately, and a paper scroll appeared. Congratulations to the host for getting a skill upgrade roll. Good stuff again. From the name, you know this thing is definitely a good thing. However, the next luck was not as good as before. The last 3 treasure chests all had attribute points, plus the attribute points harvested from the previous silver treasure chests. A total of 880 attribute points were obtained by opening the treasure chest this time. After the lottery was over, Hill was satisfied. The reward this time will definitely double his strength. The key is that his current strength is not strong enough. The increase in strength is very obvious. Looking at nearly 1,000 attribute points, Hill began to add points to skills, and the first choice was physique. Attribute points disappeared quickly, and the level of physique was also increasing rapidly. Successful addition of points, physique level +1, current physique level 6. Quote. Physical level 7. Quote. Physical level 8. Quote. 9. The current physique level is 10, unlocking the characteristics, obtaining the special attribute, copper skin. The skin's hard attribute has been greatly improved, and it has a strong defense ability. The attribute points also disappeared quickly. From level 5 to level 10, it took Hill 469 points, and the attribute points remained 411 points. It feels good to add a little bit more. Hill smiled proudly, feeling the rapid strengthening of his physical fitness. His physical function greatly improved, and he was full of vitality. It seems to have endless strength, as powerful as an ox. For the remaining attribute points, Hill also consumed 150 points, and added them to the iron block and shaving in the 100-step flying sword and the 6th form, which improved these 3 skills by 1 level. Hill's strength has also ushered in a huge change. He also looked at his panel. Host, Hill the only one bound. Strength evaluation, Navy Major. Close black lens bracket. Physical, LV10 0/200, Feature 1. Pain is reduced by 10%. Feature 2. Copper skin. Feature 3. Gourmet cells. Golden light spell. Proficiency level 0/500. 100-step flying sword. Proficiency level 0/500. Iron block. Skilled level 0/500. Shaving. Proficiency 0/500. Open black lens bracket armed domineering. Beginner level 0/10,000, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket attribute points, 261 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points, 0 close black lens bracket. Quest progress, strengthening stone 97/100. Seeing his own panel appearing in his mind, it was clear at a glance that Hill was surprised that the attribute points required to increase the level of armamentous dominance by 1 level turned out to be a full 10,000 points. But it startled him. Nearly 1,000 attribute points make Hill extremely satisfied. It seems that the leveling up is not as easy as imagined, and Hill also thinks of the reward he obtained by opening the golden treasure chest before. Level upgrade volume. This is a good thing. It can increase the level of the skill by 1 level. He also knows that the further the level is, the more difficult it is to improve, so he is a little hesitant to use the level upgrade scroll to increase the level of the armed color domineering. After thinking for a while, Hill still gave up the idea of immediate promotion. After all, he is now a scientist in the Naval Science Force, and it is not his turn to fight. If the time comes when he is needed, the Navy may have been defeated to the point where it can no longer stand on the sea, and it seems impossible to think about such a thing. With food cells, I can also improve my physical fitness by eating, but the higher the level of food, the better the improvement effect. Although the world of One Piece is different from the captives of food, there are also high-level ingredients. Sea kings are also considered a kind, and there are also powerful beasts on the island where Hades Rayleigh taught Luffy. Quote, "Even on the island where Usopp was slapped by the bear, there are all kinds of food everywhere, which can make my body stronger quickly." Hill's brain turned quickly. He also understands that what he lacks most now is combat experience, and it can be said that combat experience is almost zero. Other powerhouses gain their strength through hard training and repeated battles, but he almost achieved it overnight by relying on the system. Combat awareness and experience are seriously lacking. It seems that the task is a bit heavy. Not only do we have to take into account the production of strengthening stones, but the next technology will appear soon. The task will be even heavier at that time. In addition, we must be familiar with the increased power and familiarity with the battle. The task is heavy, Hill began. Make up your own plans for what's next. I don't rest at night. I meditate with the Golden Light mantra, which is considered a rest and a practice. It can also compress time and take time to learn combat skills. Soon, Hill arranged himself clearly. Picked up the phone bug in the office and dialed it out, but within a few seconds, a beautiful female voice rang out from the phone bug. Dr. Hill. It was the voice of Vice Admiral Momotu of the Navy headquarters. Hill responded immediately. Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, I'm Hill, I want you to do me a favor. The other side. In the office of the Warring States Marshal, a heated discussion is taking place. Trade with pirates, I can't tolerate this kind of thing. If I want to send someone, I won't agree. Akainu's face was obviously dissatisfied. Because the Marshal of the Warring States actually arranged for a candidate to prepare a deal with the pirates, such a thing is something he can't tolerate who hates the pirates. Sengoku had a headache, but he explained patiently. This transaction is related to the Whitebeard pirates, and it is also an opportunity for our Navy to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Sitting in this position for many years, the Warring States period did not want the sea to maintain its current situation. As a naval marshal, he naturally dreamed that one day he would be able to destroy all the pirates. This is a rare opportunity. The time and place are right and the people are on the side of the Navy. This battle is very certain. The opponent is the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and the Warring States period is not 100% sure. But he didn't want to just watch this opportunity slip under his nose. Akainu doesn't want to go, just let this old man go on this mission. Lieutenant General Garp volunteered, as if he was determined to win this mission. Sengoku shook his head. Cap, your character is not suitable for this mission, so let Pulsalino go. The Blackbeard pirates are now on the Great Waterway, Banaro Island, to complete this transaction as soon as possible, and then the Navy will open an important meeting on this incident. Carp was dissatisfied and wanted to fight again. The naval base in the New World still needs you to be in charge. Only Carp can shock those guys. Sengoku refused Carp's request without hesitation. And Admiral Kizaru also started this mission to Banaro Island. Chapter 18_Ace's alternate identity. Banaro Island. After a big battle, under the destruction of Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Tiki, the island is full of traces of destruction, and most of the flames have been extinguished. Only sporadic flames remained. Gia ha ha ha, the most important step in the plan is about to be completed. A light flashed in Teach's eyes, and the evil laughter made Ace, who had fallen into a coma, unaware. Van Oka smiled slightly. This is fate. We missed Luffy the Straw Hat, but we happened to meet Fire Fist Ace. What's more beneficial to our Blackbeard pirates is, if the Navy starts a war with the Whitebeard pirates, it will definitely attract the Navy's attention and most of its troops, which will make our plan go more smoothly. It seems that this is all arranged by fate. He was in a very good mood. Once this plan was successful, the Blackbeard pirates would become one of the most powerful pirates in this sea. By then, both wealth and fame will be at your fingertips. Wayhaha. Fighting champion Badgers laughed. The Navy will definitely mobilize most of its troops to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. It must be a great battle. Badgers had an exaggerated smile on his face, with a faint look of anticipation. It's really an exciting battle. There hasn't been a major incident at sea for many years. Besides, this time it's our Blackbeards. The pirates ignited the fuse of this war. Quote. Section 17_. The devil police officer Lafayette turned the cane in his hand comfortably, with a cold smile on his blood-red lips. Our days of hiding have finally come to an end. After today, the attention of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy will be on the opponent's body. The entire Blackbeard pirates looked very excited. At this time, Van Oka's eyes lit up under the monocular, with surprise and solemnity on his face. Captain, the Navy is here. A group of people looked at the sea in unison. A Navy warship is approaching at a very fast speed, from the very beginning of a small black dot until the outline of the ship appears. Blackbeard picked up the unconscious Ace with one hand and leaned towards the coast. On a Navy ship. Wearing a golden striped suit and sunglasses, Kizaru turned into a golden light and landed in front of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. With just one glance, he could see the situation in front of him. Blackbeard Titch. Become famous in the first battle, it really scares this old man. Admiral Kizaru pouted. The group of pirates in front of them is indeed not simple, and judging from the battle marks in the distance, the two sides have experienced a big battle, but only Blackbeard Tiki has some scars from the battle on his body. No traces of combat could be seen on the other crew members. It made Kizaru attach more importance to the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Tiki had a simple and honest smile on his face. Admiral Kizaru and Fire Fist Ace exchanged the position of Shichibukai. Plus a fortune of 5 billion Baileys. Kizaru glanced at the unconscious Ace, and said with a pouted mouth, the location of Chiwahai should not be a big problem. Not long ago, the sand crocodile was deprived of the title of Chiwahai, but this matter still needs to be obtained from the world. The government agrees, so it is not yet decided. Quote. It's not a big problem though. But the 5 billion treasure you asked for, we all think it's a bit too much. You must know that Fire Fist Ace's bounty is only 550 million Bailey. 5 billion Bailey is also a huge wealth for the Navy. Of course, it is impossible to easily trade it to the pirates. If the pirates have this wealth, recruiting a large number of pirates, buying weapons, etc., can be considered as enemies. In the future, the trouble will be the Navy, not to mention the ambitious and powerful pirates like Blackbeard Titch. The Warring States period has already told the bottom line of the Japanese apes transaction. As for the specific decision, the yellow ape also has considerable autonomy. Admiral Kizaru's refusal, Blackbeard Titch's smile narrowed. This is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, so naturally he can't be measured by the bounty, not to mention, he also has a very special identity. This news is absolutely worth 5 billion Baileys. Blackbeard swore that the true identity of Fire Fist Ace was known to only a few people in this sea. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes under the yellow monkey's sunglasses. Oh, this old man wants to know what other identity Fire Fist Ace has that can be so valuable. Let me see if it is worth 5 billion Baileys. His identity is the son of One Piece Gul D. Roger. Is this news worth 50? Blackbeard Titch pondered for a while and still revealed the secret of Fire Fist Ace's identity. Amazing news. The faces of the Navy behind Admiral Kizaru changed greatly, and they all received strong shocks and shocks. What? Fire Fist Ace is the son of the pirate King Roger. This is impossible, right? How could Roger's bloodline still be alive in this world? Back then, the world government and the Navy completely turned the entire South China Sea over, confirming that Roger has no bloodline to survive at all. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The only pirate king in the entire sea, Gul D. Roger, arrives at the final island, Ralph Drew. It also opened the Big Pirate Era, which was extremely sinful, and made countless people become pirates in pursuit of one piece, creating the most turbulent 10 years in the sea. During that time, pirates were everywhere in the sea. Countless civilians and the Navy suffered as a result. It was not until the establishment of the Four Emperors and the emergence of the system of Chiwahai that the sea returned to peace. Those years were a dark age that no one will ever forget. The bloodline of that most sinful, One Piece, is still alive. Even Admiral Kizaru raised a monstrous wave in his heart. His face was no longer wretched, but became extremely solemn. His eyes shot through the sunglasses on his face and shot at Blackbeard Tiki's face. He questioned word by word, "What are you saying is true?" Blackbeard Tich's voice was firm, "Everything is true." That year. He also explained how he knew the news truthfully. Kizaru finally knew why the other party dared to ask for 5 billion Baileys for a Fire Fist Ace, and Fire Fist Ace's identity was enough to shock the whole world. The entire South China Sea was turned over and over again, but I neglected my own people. Lieutenant General Garp should have a headache, right? After Blackbeard's remarks, everything seemed to be explained. 5 billions is impossible, at most 1 billion Baileys. Although the news was extremely shocking, Kizaru still did not intend to pay a high amount of wealth. The grumpy fighting champion Badgers immediately burst into anger. "I've already told you about Ace's identity, are you refusing to admit it when you get the news?" A pair of fists creaked, and the muscles on the stout arm bulged. Chapter 19_Deal Made, Basic Swordsmanship. Lafayette, Van Oka, Death God and Poison Q also all had anger on their faces. The transaction amount of 5 billion Bailey is related to their future plans. Whether it is a pirate ship, weapons, or recruiting pirates, it will cost a lot of money. If you want to stand firmly in the new world, you need not only your own strength, but also a strong force. If the 4 Emperor pirates are not under the command, there will be thousands of people. Otherwise, how can it compete with the Sea Hegemony Navy? The number of navies is difficult to measure, spread all over the sea, and the navy without power will be destroyed if it is destroyed. Admiral Kizaru turned the figure of 5 billion into 1 billion at once, which was completely unacceptable to them. Kazuna frowned helplessly. The navy needs money everywhere, not to mention that the navy's money is allocated by the world government. How can there be so much money to do deals with you, let alone in an emergency? You can only collect enough 1 billion Baileys. Quote. This word. The Blackbeard pirates don't believe it. The navy can't even come up with 5 billion Baileys. Who believes it? Badgers rushed to his face with anger. "Captain, since the navy is not sincere, let's just forget about this deal." Blackbeard didn't speak. His face was a little gloomy, and he said unwillingly, 1 billion Baileys is too little, 4 billion Baileys. Now that he has caught Fire Fist Ace, he will naturally drain all the remaining value from him, if not considering that he has never used the dark fruit to transfer Ace's devil fruit ability to others. In the event of any accident and Ace dies, there is nothing to gain, otherwise he really wants to take Ace's fruit power and give it to his subordinate Badgers. The old man said that 1 billion is 1 billion. There is no room for bargaining. You are just a pirate group with no reputation at all, and you are not qualified to negotiate with the navy. Kizaru said slowly. The other party looked angry and didn't care at all. There was even a thought in his heart, if you anger these guys, just try the power of the Tiankong Yunjian after it has been strengthened. In this sea, a big fist is the last word. Bastard. Bagston was furious, ready to shoot as soon as he clenched his fists. At this moment, Blackbeard Tich instantly grabbed Badger's arm and stopped Badger's attack. A harmless smile appeared on Blackbeard's face. Gia ha ha ha. 1 billion is 1 billion. I agree to this deal. Fun as if there is no grudge at all. He even mentioned that Ace was thrown to Kizaru. This transaction was decided so happily. If Ace's identity is uncertain, you can check it out. Finally, he mentioned Ace's identity. His idea is very simple. Between Whitebeard and the Navy, there must be a big battle. No matter who wins or loses, he is the beneficiary in his plan. Kizaru didn't expect this guy to agree so happily. He was a little surprised, but he still ordered his subordinates to hand over 1 billion treasures to the other party. Wait until the Navy leaves. Badger slammed his fist on the ground as if venting his anger, and immediately slammed a big hole on the ground. Damn Navy, actually only got 1 billion in the end, which is far from what we expected. Looking at the departing warship of the Navy, Blackbeard Titch's black-bean-like eyes flashed a fierce light, and said with cruelty and evil at the corner of his mouth, "Don't worry, our Blackbeard pirates will definitely make the Navy pay twice the price. But right now, everything has to be about planning." Quote, "You should know that once this plan is successful, we will be able to stand at the top of this sea, and one day, I will rule the whole world. Becoming the king of this world, what rocks can't do, will be done by me." Majestic confidence burst out from Blackbeard's body, causing the air to vibrate. Navy Headquarters. Tautu held the gold, Chen Fu, in both hands and slashed forward from top to bottom, and the ordinary sword made a whirring sound with the fierce wind. She explained with a serious face, "The sword is not only using the strength of the arm, but also the power of the waist and abdomen is transmitted to the arm, so that the power of this sword can be more powerful. You must not only pay attention to my movements, but also understand the power-generating skills. Only by adapting your body instinctively can you be considered to have entered the threshold of swordsmanship." On the side, Hill watched Lieutenant General Tautu's sword seriously, while listening to Tautu's teachings. This was his first real contact with the world of kendo. Gion only taught him 9 simple movements, which are the most basic movements of swordsmanship, and more complex swordsmanship evolved from the foundation. Hill learned the movements taught by Gion, holding the rosing beads in the book in both hands, and began to recall the movement of Gion's sword just now, as well as the force-generating technique he reminded. Section 18_. His physical fitness has been strengthened, and his memory has also improved a lot. The whole process just now was repeatedly read back several times in his mind, and then he slashed out with a whistling sound. Gion on the side nodded with satisfaction, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and said, "Yes, you have already looked like the first time. It seems that you are very talented in swordsmanship." Afterwards, she changed the conversation and said seriously, "The angle of this sword is off, and the strength is not consistent, so the original strength is only 6 or 7 points in the end." Talking. Gion approached Hill. She was 3 meters tall and looked down at Hill slightly. She pointed to her waist and said, "The core of the body's strength lies in agitation and bursting, a moment of tension and explosive power. Use the strength of the waist and abdomen to drive the arms, so that the arms can exert more strength. You can see my movements." Gion carefully decomposed this extremely basic swordsmanship movement, and at the same time corrected the mistakes in Hill's movements, which exceeded her expectations. Hill learned so quickly, far surpassing the other Marines she's seen in training camp. At this time, Hill was able to practice basic swordsmanship independently in less than an hour. Gion looked at Hill seriously and pointed, "But you don't need to spend too much energy on swordsmanship, just learn some basic swordsmanship for self-defense. The Navy will definitely protect you. If even the Navy can't protect you, there is no safe place in this world." Quote. She didn't know why Hill, a scientist and a key protection officer of the Navy, had to practice swordsmanship so persistently. Although Hill surpassed the vast majority of people in the talent of swordsmanship, among the people she had met, she was definitely among the best. However, the practice of swordsmanship cannot be accomplished overnight, and requires constant training. With the tempering of various battles, you can finally become a powerful swordsman and a great swordsman. And Hill's age has passed the best period for practicing swordsmanship, and he is also a scientist in the scientific unit of the Navy headquarters, and needs to devote more time to scientific work. Half an hour passed. Hill's face was covered with sweat, and the sweat on his entire back and chest soaked the clothes on his body, which were tightly attached to his body. He repeated several very simple swordsmanship movements repeatedly. At this time, Hill put down the sword in his hand, walked in front of Tautu and said, "Lieutenant General Tautu, I have a sword move and I want you to help me see what needs to be improved." Since the 100-step flying sword, in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, Hill has not even used it once, but he has no bottom in the power and practicality of this sword move. This time, Hill planned to take advantage of Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit's presence, and the other party was a master of swordsmanship, so he just asked the other party for some guidance. Tautu was a little surprised, and even angrily scolded. "You just started practicing swordsmanship, and you started to create your own swordsmanship. You are so ambitious, you don't even have a solid foundation, and you are thinking of fancy swordsmanship. This is a big taboo in swordsmanship practice. You still need to practice basic swordsmanship for a while, and then think about your own swordsmanship later." She refused without hesitation, and even reprimanded Hill. This is definitely a taboo in swordsmanship practice. A person who has only practiced swordsmanship for 2 or 3 hours will ponder special swordsmanship, which is absolutely unacceptable in conventional practice. Hill smiled embarrassedly. "Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, I really have a sword move I want to ask you for advice. Just this time, I also know the importance of basic swordsmanship, and I will definitely work hard to lay a solid foundation." Quote. Seeing Hill who didn't give up before the Yellow River, Tautu sighed helplessly. "Then you can try it out, so that you know that the foundation is not solid, and the sword moves you use are full of flaws." Chapter 20 _ The first experience of 100 steps flying sword. Hill naturally knew what Tautu was thinking, but he couldn't say that the sword move he wanted to try was drawn from the system. He said solemnly to Tautu, who was 10 meters in front of him, "This move is called the 100-step flying sword, please give me some pointers." Hearing that Hill even reported the name of swordsmanship, Tautu was a little speechless, but he didn't expect that the other party was exposed to swordsmanship for the first time today, only a few hours. "I created my own moves, and even thought of a name." There is only one thought in Tautu's heart. She thought, "Unreliable." Tautu thought in his heart, "Let's teach him a lesson this time. In the future, he still has to lay a solid foundation, but don't use his scientist's thinking to look at swordsmanship, full of nonsense." Although I'm not very optimistic about Hill, but I still have to do it. Jin Chenyi is about to sneer at the school and say, "Come on." The long saber rosary ball in Hill's hand was instantly released, and under his control, it shot straight at Tautu like an arrow from the string, and the whole body followed the long saber. The long knife broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. What? Tautu's expression changed instantly. The short distance of 10 meters has made it impossible for her to dodge, and Hill's long knife and body are lined up in the eyes like autumn water, and the pupils are constantly expanding. She clearly realized that the opponent's long sword came straight to her throat. What Tautu didn't know was that the Babu-Phagian originally had the saying that, "One blade breaks the throat," but Tautu, who was a reserve general of the Navy, reacted instinctively in an instant. In an instant, the pure white neck became pitch black as ink, shining with metallic luster. It's armed arrogance. The strong wind blew Peach Rabbit's face, and the long knife stopped steadily an inch away from Peach Rabbit's throat. Hill withdrew his sword and said with a smile, "How about it, isn't this 100-step flying sword a good move?" Tautu looked at Hill, who was wearing a scientist's white uniform, with a shocked expression. His eyes were full of incredulity. He couldn't help but ask with curiosity in his heart, "Hill, did you really only learn swordsmanship today?" That sword move completely surprised her. She never thought that someone's sword could let go and launch an attack, with such speed and power. If it weren't for the domineering armed look, she really didn't know how to defend against this move. It was incredible. "I did learn swordsmanship today, you should be able to tell." Hill replied, as for the 100-step flying sword, this is a secret that cannot be told. Anyway, no one knew about this sword move. At this moment, Tautu also recalled the bits and pieces of how he taught Hill to practice basic swordsmanship before, and Hill did not even know how to hold a standard sword. Totally a person who doesn't know how to use swordsmanship. To actually perform the magical sword move just now, Tautu was shocked. Hill, so you are not only a genius in scientific invention, but also a genius in swordsmanship. This is Tautu's heartfelt exclamation, and she said it directly in front of Hill. Hill was stunned for a moment, but then smiled embarrassedly. What kind of genius am I? Tautu smiled without saying a word, only treating Hill as modest, but more satisfied. Your previous move was indeed very powerful. I almost didn't react when I was careless, but don't be complacent. That kind of move can't hurt me at all. Although your physical fitness is much stronger than the average person, you are only at the middle and lower level, and you haven't mastered the domineering aura yet, so the power of this move is not considered very strong. Tautu recalled Hill's 100-step flying sword in her mind, and said with admiration, of course, if your domineering and physical strength are improved, the power of this sword move will be very powerful. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that the trick was full of mystery. Tautu exclaimed again, the technique is simply amazing. How did you come up with this trick? I just feel that the sword doesn't have to be held in the hand all the time. It can be thrown out suddenly, and the enemy can't be guarded. Hill said calmly. Tautu looked at Hill carefully, and pouted. You scientists really have some fantastic ideas in their heads. I can't think of anything to improve on that move. It's perfect. It's your strength that's not perfect. Hill humbly accepted Guillaume's advice. Indeed, his current strength and mastery of swordsmanship were simply not enough to perform this move perfectly. Even if this move is only a level 100-step flying sword. It was the first time to use the 100 steps flying sword. Indeed, he had serious deficiencies in his own strength. Hill was delighted that the 100 steps flying sword was powerful. In the future, the power of this move will only become stronger and stronger, which also allows him to have a clear judgment on the power of this move in his heart. Hill patted his chest and smiled and said, Lieutenant General Tautu, thank you for taking the time to guide me in swordsmanship this time. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. If you want to learn this 100-step flying sword, I can teach you this trick too. Hearing this, Tautu's eyes lit up. The move just now, the 100 steps flying sword, was indeed unusual, with superb skills and power. If you use it from your own hands, how powerful will it be? This moment, Tautu couldn't help but be moved, and asked Hill, are you really willing to teach me that 100-step flying sword? Yes, isn't it just a sword move? Hill said generously that it was no problem to teach this move. To have a good relationship with a woman, naturally you have to do what you want. Regardless of whether Tautu agreed or not, Hill started explaining the 100-step flying sword on his own, and at the same time demonstrated this move for Tautu, but taking it apart made him a little uncomfortable. Some jokes were made, but Tautu was amused instead. The 100-step flying sword is only one of the many rewards drawn by the system. If you teach it to Tautu, Hill will have no burden at all. The opponent is a reserve general of the Navy, and the strongest navy under the general. At the same time, I would like to thank Guillaume for his swordsmanship teaching. Beautiful in my heart. The eyes are naturally full of joy. Time flies by without knowing it, and the time that makes Hill happy is always short. A few hours passed before I knew it. Hill knew that it was too late, and took back the sword. Lieutenant General Tautu, I still have a task in the laboratory. If I have time, I don't know if I can ask you for advice next time. Of course there is no problem. I will gain a lot from teaching you swordsmanship. This 100-step flying sword has greatly helped and enlightened my practice in swordsmanship. Next time, if you have any questions about swordsmanship, you can contact me at any time. Peach Rabbit bright smile. After saying goodbye, Hill also returned to his laboratory. Only Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit remained. Section 19 _ Holding Jin Chen Fu tightly in his hand, he smiled slightly. Let me try how powerful the 100-step Phagian is and how powerful it will be. Chapter 21 _ Kizaru's famous saying, speed is power. After Hill left, Tautu decided to try the power of this sword move, so as not to put too much pressure on Hill, and hoped that the other party would focus on scientific research and invention. The arm was instantly covered with a domineering aura of armament, and moved to Jin Chen Shuidu at a very fast speed. The purple-black arrogance looked a little weird. The armed color is domineering suddenly, like adding fuel to the fire. It is extremely violent, and the arrogance on the knife rises several points again. It means that the armed color is domineering and more powerful. In Tautu's hands, the weapon of Jin, Chen Heng and Chao Kong, 12, has a very obvious increase in the domineering of the armed color. 100-step flying sword. Tautu jumped several meters away from the ground, like a meteor, following the long sword to cut through the sky, like a black meteorite flashing in the air, and it flew 100 meters away in an instant. This is the real 100-step flying sword. Tautu was taken aback by the power of this sword. Quick, accurate, and ruthless, this move went straight to the throat of her imaginary enemy. Super fast speed. Admiral Kizaru has a wise saying, speed is power. The power brought by the speeding movement should not be underestimated. The lethality of this sword is very strong. As a great swordsman, Tautu can clearly understand the powerful power of this sword, and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that fellow Hill, who was only practicing swordsmanship for the first time, would be able to create such a brilliant swordsmanship, but it's a pity. The time to practice swordsmanship is too short, otherwise he is absolutely qualified to compete with the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye in swordsmanship. There was regret in her heart. Will is now 20 years old, and has missed the best time to practice swordsmanship. In addition, he is a scientist in the Naval Science Unit. It is impossible to devote all of your physical and mental energy to the practice of swordsmanship. Tautu General Jin Chen Zhangjin said, if he can discover his talent in swordsmanship earlier, maybe the Navy will have another reserve general. Shaking his head, scientific invention and strength cannot have both. Maybe this is the arrangement of fate. Adjust your mood. Tautu walked towards the fortress of the headquarters, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which was very seductive and made people feel swayed. Harvested a powerful sword move, which made her feel extraordinarily beautiful, and there was a bit of happiness between the eyebrows on her pretty face. Along the way, it attracted the admiration of many Navy. The Navy Reserve Admiral T. Dolphin saw Tautu from a distance, with a look of infatuation in his small eyes. It seems that Tautu is in a good mood today, such a smile is really attractive. Looking at it from a distance is not enough, the T-Pig suddenly quickened its pace, and caught up with Tautu in a flash, walking side by side, and asked with a smile, Guillaume, what happened to you today that makes you so happy? I just took the time to instruct Hill's swordsmanship. Tautu replied frankly, not wanting the T-Dolphin in front of him to keep pestering him. But it was completely different when it fell into the ears of the T-Dolphin. Hill. That scientist in the Naval Science Corps last time. T-Dolphin's mind also instantly recalled Hill's slightly handsome face, and a strong vigilance was instantly raised in his heart. There is a feeling that comes to mind, your rival in love has appeared. No matter what you do for Guillaume, the other party is always stern, and trying to make a beautiful woman smile is more difficult than going to the sky. That kid and Guillaume have only been in contact for a short time. How could Guillaume be so happy? Is that the scientist Hill from last time? T-Dolphin asked calmly. Tautu nodded and said cheerfully, today I found out that his talent in swordsmanship is also amazing. He learned swordsmanship so fast that even I was taken aback. Damage 99+. The person who loves wholeheartedly praises others in front of him, which makes the T-Pig feel sour, and there is a feeling of loss in his eyes, but it is not obvious. T-Dolphin found an excuse to leave, and immediately began to inquire about Hill's information. No one can snatch Tautu from my hands. Holy Land Mary Joa. Pan Ancient City. At this time in a spacious and bright conference room. The 5 old stars who hold the highest power in the world are gathered together, sitting in different postures, but the only thing that is the same is that each of the 5 old stars exudes a powerful aura, which is full of oppression. Each one's face is full of majesty and seriousness. With curly white hair, a flat black hat, and a scar on his left face, the big elder leaned on a wooden cane in both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Warring States contacted us and said that there is something important to report, and it should be coming soon." Quote, "I think something must have happened, otherwise the Navy can handle it on its own. I don't know what will happen this time." The 5th elder, who had the iconic bald head, wiped the first-generation Gito with a pure white towel. What he is holding in his hand is the demon sword, one of only 12 unparalleled sharp swords in the world, the first generation of ghosts. The blade is as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the grim face of the 5th elder. Soon, the door of the conference room was pushed by the soldiers wearing exquisite and gorgeous silver armor at the door, and a group of people in Navy uniforms strode in. This made everyone realize that things may be more serious than they thought, and it is not just the Admiral Sengoku. There are actually 3 admirals in the Navy. After a simple greeting, the 3rd elder with golden hair and beard asked, "Warring States, what happened?" Several other elders looked at the Warring States in unison, and they have been in high positions for a long time, but their ordinary eyes also carried a strong majesty. Warring States solemnly reported, "It is indeed a very important matter to contact a few elders this time. Let me start with the first thing. The Naval Science Force Hill recently invented something called a strengthening stone. It can strengthen and change most items. In our experiments, it has been confirmed that strengthening stones can make weapons tougher and sharper, and at the same time make weapons have the effect of increasing the domineering of armed colors." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 old stars present changed. The 2nd elder, with long straight white hair and a very long beard, involuntarily intensified his voice, "Warring States, what you said is true. Armed arrogance. One of the most important skills in this sea, the strength of armament and domineering is directly related to the strength of a strong person. Whether it is a capable person, a swordsman, a sniper, etc. Without the domineering of the armed color, it is absolutely impossible to be called a strong man, and the strength of the domineering of the armed color is very important to the outcome of the battle." As soon as he heard that the strengthening stone can make the weapon have the effect of increasing the domineering effect of the armed color, as a 5 old star, the 2nd elder who has seen the wind and waves can't sit still. The hearts of the other 5 old stars were also rippling to varying degrees, looking at the Warring States with curiosity in their eyes, waiting for the response from the Warring States. Chapter 22 _ The change of the first generation of Demon Sword. Nature is true. The answer was not Sengoku, but Admiral Kizaru, who took off the Sky Kong Cloud Sword, pinned to his waist and held it in his hand. He said in his mouth, "This sword is the use of strengthening stones to strengthen the Tiankong Yunjian, which the old man used to condense with the ability of the glittering fruit, which made the Tiankong Yunjian look like this." As he spoke, he pulled out the Tiankong Cloud Sword from the scabbard. The golden sword appeared in front of everyone. The bald-headed 5th elder who was very interested in the sword immediately leaned over, with a surprised and puzzled expression on his face. "Your Tiankong Yunjian has become like this." They are very familiar with the abilities of Admiral Kizaru, and the Tiankong Cloud Sword is just a sword formed by Kizaru using the glittering fruit, and it is not a sword in the traditional sense at all. As for the sword displayed in front of everyone, only the color is related to the previous Tiankong Yunjian. No matter how you look at it now, it is a sword that can only be made by traditional blacksmith craftsmanship. The effect of the strengthening stone can actually make a sword change its physical form. This alone is already extraordinary, said the 3rd elder with short golden hair. The curiosity in Wu Laoxing's heart became even stronger after Kizaru took out the Tiankong Cloud Sword. The bald-headed 5th elder carefully held the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand and exclaimed, "It's a really good sword, and it's not worse than this old man's ghost." Touching the pulp of the finger on the cold blade, it was clear to the fifth elder that this knife was comparable to his own first-generation ghost. It's an unparalleled sword. His saber is one of the 12 supreme swords, the first-generation Gido, and it is even an existence named Demon Sword. Warring States immediately opened his mouth and said, the changes of Tiankong Yunjian are not only these, it can also greatly increase the domineering of the armed color, which is also the credit of the strengthening stone. As long as the strengthening stone is recognized by the 5 old stars, it is definitely a sure thing to allocate a large amount of money to make the strengthening stone, and it is also extremely beneficial for the Navy. Sengoku also took the enhancement stones out of his pocket. Except for the enhancement stones consumed last time, all the remaining 20 enhancement stones were brought over by him at one time. The purpose is to show the magical effect of the strengthening stone in front of the 5 old stars later. The 5 elders didn't write any ink, and immediately injected armed arrogance into Tiankong Yunjian, which was no weaker than the Navy Admiral in the slightest, making the entire Tiankong Yunjian change from golden yellow to black iron. An amazing cold light was reflected on the blade. The change in the strength of the armed color caused the fifth elder's heart to vibrate. His face was full of inconceivable, and some gaff shouted, the domineering of the armed color has really become stronger, and it has become much stronger. The increase of nearly half of the armed color is domineering, and the terrifying effect of the increase has shocked the fifth elder. If there was this sword back then, the old man would definitely be able to defeat the original rocks, said the fifth elder with some emotion. Section 20_. The great elder headed by the 5 old stars was startled and couldn't help but ask, is it really that exaggerated? Rocks' strength, as the 5 old stars, they were obvious to all in the Valley of the Gods. Any one of them fighting rocks alone is not his opponent. Now the 5 elders said that if this sword existed at the beginning, he would definitely be able to defeat rocks by one person, which shows the high evaluation of this sword. Even the 12 Supreme Great Sword and Demon Saber Gush has never received such praise from him. It's no exaggeration at all. This sword has increased my armament color by half, which is enough to increase the power of my every slash by a lot. The fifth elder responded excitedly. He even urged Sengoku, where is the strengthening stone? You said that you can strengthen the weapon, then try it with the old man's ghost. The fifth elder handed Tiankong Yunjian back to Kizaru, and immediately took out Gush himself, looking impatient. Warring States reached out to take Gush from the hands of the 5 elders, and at the same time he picked up the strengthening stone and began to strengthen the demon sword Gush, making the 5 elders stare nervously. Seeing a miraculous scene, the strengthening stone disappeared above the demon sword ghost. Many strong people with keen perception were surprised to find that the demon sword Gush had indeed changed. The Warring States period did not stop the movement in his hand, and the effect of strengthening it once was also there, but it was far less obvious and amazing than the effect of strengthening it 12 times. Simply prepare to strengthen the demon sword Guido 12 times at one time. One by one, the strengthening stones disappeared into the demon sword. Suddenly, a black ghost emerged from the demon sword ghost, like a terrifying specter. The body is pitch black but clearly has the shape of a human, and the empty eyes bring a creepy visual impact. What is this? Warring States was suddenly shocked. Suddenly, he couldn't help throwing the ghost in his hand on the ground, making a clanging sound. Everyone was also shocked by the sudden changes in front of them, and they all looked nervous, and their whole bodies were even more tense, alerting the specter looking at the sky. Kizaru's wretched face had a look of surprise. Why did this thing appear after Gush was strengthened? There was no such change when the old man's Tiankong Yunjian was strengthened. In the end is the reason for the strengthening stone. Or is it a problem with the ghost itself? Don't be nervous. The fifth elder looked a little weird, surprised and happy. This thing came out of the ghost, it should be the will of the ghost. A long time ago, he noticed that there was a soul will in the first generation of ghosts, and this soul will cannot communicate in language, and it is very weak. It was also decades of companionship, and the fifth elder's perception far beyond ordinary people was able to perceive the soul will that exists in the ghost. The black monster that suddenly appeared now is most likely the will of the soul that exists in the ghost. The fifth elder also immediately picked up the ghost on the ground, and the black soul-like thing in the air immediately circled around the fifth elder a few times. Then he got into Gush's blade and emerged above the blade. The black face without facial features, the corners of his mouth opened, as if smiling. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect that the strengthening stone would cause such an unknown change to Gush, and we didn't know it before. It's okay, it's a good thing. The fifth elder said excitedly, this old man can feel that this sword has become stronger, and can clearly perceive Gush's emotions. This is a very wonderful feeling, as if there is a child in Gush who can't speak, but can express his emotions. Become easier to communicate. While Gush became more bizarre, he also became stronger. Chapter 23 _ Complete missions to unlock new items. The fifth elder was simply ecstatic. His body trembled slightly with excitement. Gui Che has accompanied me for decades, and now there is a feeling that he has grown up. Inexplicably gave birth to an old father-like feeling. Moreover, the current Gush also has the effect of enhancing the domineering power of the armed color with the Kizuruden Kong Yunjian, and I am very excited. The old man wants to try the power of Gush now. I believe it will definitely bring a huge surprise to the old man. The fifth elder said with a big smile. There was a gleam in the eyes under the glasses. The ghost figure wandered in the blade, and actually conveyed a cheerful mood to the fifth elder. With anticipation on his face, the first elder stood up and said, then let everyone see the power of Gush after the strengthening of knowledge. The fifth elder just said that if there was such a sword back then, he would be able to defeat Lox, and the first elder also wanted to really feel how powerful the sword strengthened by the strengthening stone was. The group walked out of the conference room. The entire Holy Land Marijoya was paved with bricks and stones, and everyone left Marijoya and came to the Red Earth continent outside the city. As far as the eye can see. In a red world, there is no vegetation, and the soil under your feet is all red. Holding the hilt of Gush tightly, the 5 elders of the 5 old stars looked a little excited. Their arms rose up with a domineering look of armed force, and the black airflow spread over the blade. The armed color domineering suddenly soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering the entire blade of the blade, and the ghost in the blade was also a bit violent, revealing its ferocity. One-shot flow katakana middle dot ghost knight slash. With a slash with the knife, the sword light suddenly shot out. The slashing tens of meters high instantly split the ground, forming a deep ravine that was bottomless. The slash did not disappear, but moved forward all the way. Disappeared into the sky. There was only a crack that was several meters wide, and it spread to the end of the line of sight. The power of a sword is so terrifying. In everyone's perception, this sword slashed out for several kilometers. The great elder in the 5 old stars was so excited that he hit the ground with his crutches. Good. Good. The strengthening stone can actually increase the strength so much. The effect was remarkable, and he was overjoyed. As long as there are a large number of strengthening stones and a batch of artifacts are strengthened, the combat effectiveness of the world government and the navy will be increased to a very exaggerated level. At that time, more countries will choose to join the world government, and the world government will reach an era of unprecedented prosperity. The fifth elder looked at the ravine he had cut, and smiled happily. If I were a few decades younger, maybe this old man would also fight for the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. With Gush's help, his slashing power reached a level that he could only imagine. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, appeared in front of him now. He is also confident that he can beat it. The strength increase brought by the strengthened ghost Toru is too great. Warring States looked at the 5 old stars who were in a good mood, and immediately opened the mouth and said, the cost of making one of these strengthening stones is 10 million Baileys. How much is suitable for the elders to make? 10 million pieces, no problem at all. Later, I will ask the financial department to allocate 100 billion shellfish to the navy to make reinforcement stones. The elder replied. After the strengthening stone is made, send half of it to Mary Joa. With the existence of this strengthening stone, a group of elites can also be created. At this time, the people in the Navy were also shocked by the figures from the elders. Zonko even allocated 100 billion baileys, which completely exceeded their previous expectations. I thought that 230 billion baileys would be very good, but I didn't expect that the big elder waved his hand and directly prepared to allocate 100 billion to the Navy. Warring States was overjoyed. Understood, after the first batch is made, some will be sent to Mary Joa immediately. The great elder nodded with satisfaction, and said at the same time, as for the hill who invented the strengthening stone, he is also rewarded, and his benefits have been increased by 3 levels. Accident. Of course, we will definitely protect such a genius. Warring States said with a smile. The task was overfulfilled. With enough strengthening stones, you will be more calm when dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, and it will be effective to reduce losses. He also took the opportunity to mention the second thing. Elder, regarding the second thing about coming this time, the Navy has already caught Fire Fist Ace, and Fire Fist Ace's real identity is Pirate King Gal Dila, Jay's son. As soon as this word comes out, the relaxed atmosphere of laughter just now disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the air seemed to be solidified by the powerful aura of the 5 old stars. The atmosphere was instantly suppressed. One Piece Roger's son turned out to be Fire Fist Ace. The second elder murmured, which was really shocking. The third blonde elder said with a heavy voice, so we thought that Roger had no blood at all, but we didn't expect it to be under our eyes. We even recruited him to become Chiwahai. The big elder's eyes moved slightly, his eyes looked at the Warring States period, and he said solemnly, it seems that you are planning to use the Fire Fist Ace to deal with Whitebeard, and at the same time you are also planning to completely destroy Roger's bloodline. On this matter, our 5 old stars have unanimously agreed that you should let go of the matter about Fire Fist Ace, Warring States. I thought that the Rocks pirates were wiped out and the world was in my hands. I didn't expect that the Golden Lion and the Roger pirates became famous one after another. Roger even set off the era of the great pirates, and most of the New World was controlled by the 4 emperors. Several other 5 old stars also nodded in agreement. After receiving the approval of the 5 old stars, the Warring States period also felt relieved, and said with high spirits, this time there is the existence of the strengthening stone, the Whitebeard pirates only dare to come. Definitely destroy them all at the Admiralty. With the existence of the strengthening stone, the Warring States can be said to be full of confidence, and with the 100 billion bailey allocated by the 5 old stars, the strengthening stone will be enough to create a batch of threatening weapons. The other side. Section 21_. In the laboratory of the scientific forces of the Navy headquarters, Hill stopped for a moment. The system's prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making the enhanced stone and unlocking the next item. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the production method of mobile armor. Mission released. Successfully craft 50 mobile armors. Unlock the next item upon completion. For every mobile armor made, 1 million points will be awarded. Chapter 24_ Killing Machine, Gundam. Mobile armor. The knowledge about mobile armor appeared out of thin air in my mind, which not only included the finished graphics of the mobile armor, but also all the knowledge related to the production of the mobile armor. It turns out that the mobile armor is similar to the Gundam fighter, but it needs to be controlled by humans. Hill finally understood what the mobile armor was. It includes energy system, transmission system, skeleton system, armor system, weapon system, plug-in system, perception system, total control system, and life support system. A human-controlled mechanical fighter. Cow. Mecha can be equipped with too many weapons, shields, artillery, physical weapons, energy beam kinetic energy weapons. If the Navy has such things, it will definitely take off. Hill said without exaggeration. This thing is simply a killing machine. It smells like Decepticons, Bumblebee, and Megatron. Violently messed up. This thing is made, and its power on the battlefield is absolutely powerful. In this case, it is necessary to build a production factory, and most of the strengthening stones must be produced mechanically, otherwise my time and energy will not be enough. A new technology was added, which made Hill's clone lacking. There is no delay in building the factory. Hill also immediately reported it to the Admiral Warring States through the phone bug, and Warring States agreed without hesitation. The Warring States naturally also hope that the strengthening stone can be produced in large quantities, and the production speed of Hill alone is definitely not enough. Without even thinking about it, I agreed. In the laboratory, Zhan Taowen has now become Hill's full-time protection officer. Looking at the gobbling Hill, he was a little speechless. Hill, why has your food intake changed so much these days? Some time ago, I delivered meals to Hill, and the food intake was normal. But the past few days have completely exceeded his expectations. Hill can now eat 7 or 8 normal people's meals by himself, and he also requires that it must be meat. The higher the nutrition, the better. Hill swallowed the meat in his mouth. I have been exercising recently, so I have eaten a lot more than before. Of course he wouldn't tell Zhan Taowen that it was because of the effect of food cells. In the past few days, his physical fitness has also improved. After all, Hill can see the changes in his physique from the system panel, and the so-called experience bar is rising. Mosquitoes are meat no matter how small. It is the dream of countless people to become stronger by eating delicious food. It is perfect without gaining weight. The only drawback is that it is a bit expensive, but Hill doesn't need money at all for eating. There is not much physical experience in these foods. It seems that we still have to use sea kings and more powerful beasts. Hill thought in his heart while eating. Now he is a key protection person of the Navy, and it is not easy to go out. After sending Zhan Dao Maru away, Hill began to practice daily, sitting cross-legged on the ground in the laboratory, with his hands on his knees. Next moment, his entire body was shrouded in a faint golden light. It is the golden light spell. It is also the magic formula of the one person, old master in the legend of Under One Person. Many people practice this technique, but only the old master Zhang Jue has cultivated it to an extraordinary level. The main thing is to cultivate Xuanzang of heaven and earth, 100,000 malaria jing. Close black lens bracket. Cultivation of hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot close black lens bracket. The golden light spell can only be used as a means of health preservation and combat. The pirate world relies on physique, domineering, and devil fruit. The destructive power is comparable to that of an immortal. It is said that the giants have 3 times the life of human beings. If the golden light mantra is cultivated to the advanced realm, it should also be able to prolong the lifespan. Such hard training is not because of how strong you can become by practicing the golden light mantra, but because the golden light mantra can make you live longer. After 2 hours of practice, Hill made a list to be sent. At the same time, he started to make strengthening stones. Navy Headquarters Training Camp. Hundreds of people train in neat formations. The chief instructor of the Navy, Zepha, paced back and forth, with a stern expression on his face, and shouted in full vigor, "A qualified Navy must have a strong physique, a strong will, and a heart that always maintains justice. The purpose of training is not just to get stronger. Tearing a sore muscle is far less painful than losing a partner or a loved one. In order to protect more people, you must strengthen yourself." Under the urging of Zepha, none of the students on the field dared to relax. At this time, Admiral Kizaru walked into the training ground with his hands in his pockets and walked straight to Zepha. Zepha glanced at Kizaru in surprise, and said jokingly, "Pelusolino, it's a little rare for you to come to this place." He has repeatedly warned Kizaru not to rely too much on his own abilities, but Kizaru seems to take this sentence as a deaf ear. "Teacher Zepha, do you think everyone is a monster like Mr. Garp? Without the ability of devil fruit, my combat effectiveness will be severely reduced. Kizaru pouted. Somewhat helpless, Teacher Zephyr couldn't experience the power of the natural devil fruit. He also didn't want to entangle with Zephyr on this issue, and immediately said, Teacher Zephyr, this time I came here to ask you about swordsmanship. Since the Sky Kong Cloud Sword has been strengthened to 12, Kizaru has put more effort into swordsmanship, and the ability of the glittering fruit has been developed almost. If you want to improve again without luck, it is impossible. On the contrary, there is still room for improvement in swordsmanship. With the Tiankong Yunjian, which is strengthened by 12, it can also increase his strength a lot. Swordsmanship. Zephyr was a little surprised, and immediately noticed the long sword on the waist of Kizaru. Where did you find a sword? Could it be that this sword is better than your Tiankong Yunjian? Teacher Zephyr, this time you have misunderstood the sword. This sword is the Tiankong Cloud Sword. Huang Yuan had a mysterious and contented smile on his face. It's just that this smile appeared on Kizaru's face. No matter how you looked at it, it looked a bit wretched. Zephyr was a little stunned. What did you say? This is Tiankong Yunjian. Even the students who were concentrating on cultivating on the side couldn't help but peek at Zephyr and Kizaru at this moment, and many people had seen Kizaru's Tiankong Yunjian. I felt a bit of surprise at the words of the yellow monkey. Base. The yellow monkey took out the Tiankong Cloud Sword, and under the sunlight, the whole sword was golden and gorgeous, and it was enough to blind the eyes in broad daylight. Zephyr squinted his eyes slightly, his face moved. This sword is actually much better than some famous swords I have seen. Could this be one of the legendary 12 supreme swords? Chapter 25_Yellow Ape. This is the power of technology. Teacher Zephyr, don't even think of changing my Tiankong Cloud Sword even if it is a supremely fast sword. This is the unparalleled treasure in the world. The corners of Huang Yuan's mouth raised, a look of complacency. This is not something against his heart, but Kayabu's heartfelt thoughts. The Tiankong Cloud Sword itself is the most suitable weapon for you, and it is a tailor-made, exclusive weapon that is compatible with your own glittering fruit. What's more, it can also increase the domineering of the armed color. Just don't get too satisfied. Take a closer look at this old man. Zephyr was a little curious, and this guy, Kizaru, was almost fascinated by the sword in front of him. It is rare to even take the initiative to come to himself to ask questions about swordsmanship. Mostly because of this sword. A sword can actually make this guy change his temper. Gives Zephyr a sense of the absurdity of the sun coming out of the west. After taking the long sword, Zephyr couldn't help but carefully inspected Tiankong Yunjian from beginning to end, not letting go of any detail. Section 22_. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. He even flicked the blade with his left finger, making a crisp and pleasant trembling sound. Zephyr praised, it is indeed a good knife. Then the conversation changed, but to say that it is much stronger than the Supreme Dakue Dao, this old man doesn't agree. In terms of quality, it is definitely a rare treasure. The best of the sword. But in Zephyr's judgment, that's all there is to it, and it can't go far beyond the Supreme Sword. Only to a comparable level. Huang Yuan gave a wretched smile. Teacher Zephyr, you don't understand this, you can try it with a domineering look. Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and his heart was already enlightened. Could it be that the old man really lost his sight? Immediately afterwards, the Tiankong Yunjian was changed from the right mechanical arm to the left hand. The right arm broke Zephyr's right arm due to a battle many years ago. Finally, a robotic arm with Halo stone components was installed. Zephyr holds the Tiankong Cloud Sword in his left hand, and Zephyr, known as the Black Wrist, uses the domineering armament color, and instantly completes the armament color hardening from the elbow to the palm. All in one go. The dark armament color domineering infects the Tiankong Yunjian at the speed of the naked eye, making the Tiankong Yunjian instantly change from golden yellow to jet black. A layer of black flame shrouded the blade. Powerful and violent. Full of explosive atmosphere. All of a sudden, the students present couldn't help exclaiming. What a strong armament and domineering. It's the first time I've seen this level of armed arrogance. Could it be that Teacher Zephyr deliberately hid a lot when he taught us? Teacher Zephyr deserves to be known as a black wrist. I really envy such a domineering armed look. At this moment, the students also stopped training at the same time. Ain, did you see something? Vince asked a beautiful girl with long blue wavy hair beside him. The woman was wearing a navy uniform, with an extremely exaggerated figure, holding up the standard clothing high, with a pair of ruby-like sparkling and charming eyes. This sword seems to be unusual. General Polsolino said before that this sword is his Tiankong Yunjian. The Tiankong Yunjian has undergone such changes. It may be tailor-made for him by a master blacksmith, or some kind of special devil fruit ability. Ain's eyes fixed on the Sky Kong Cloud Sword, in Kizaru's hands. Zephyr was shocked inwardly, the pupils in his eyes dilated, and he looked at Polsolino in shock. This sword. This sword. It can make the armed color domineering more powerful. The fluctuations in the voice are entirely due to the violent fluctuations in Zephyr's heart. Huang Yuan pursed his lips and said with a smile, now the teacher knows why I said that even if I exchange the supreme sword for my Tiankong Cloud Sword, I would not exchange it. It's a good thing that you have mastered such a powerful sword. Now you will focus more on swordsmanship. Zephyr did not forget to teach in 3 sentences. Such a sword is indeed unparalleled in the world. No wonder Kizaru is regarded as a treasure. It's not luck, it's the power of technology. Huang Yuan said with a smile. Zephyr rarely praised the students, and more often urged them to practice. Even more bluntly pointed out the mistakes and shortcomings of the students' practice. Even now, as an admiral of the Navy, he is no longer a student like Kizaru. Rarely praised by Zephyr, Kizaru's mood instantly became good. The power of science and technology. Zephyr was stunned again. You said that this weapon that surpassed the unparalleled sword is the result of science and technology. How is this possible? The craftsmanship of blacksmiths has been passed down for thousands of years. Iron making, quenching, forging. Can these craftsmanship surpass the machinery and make weapons that are more powerful than the supreme knife? How can that be? It's not that he has never seen a standard-made weapon. Compared with the Tiankong Yunjian, in front of him, it is simply a pile of broken copper and iron. This Sky Kong Cloud Sword can easily cut off those weapons. There is no exaggeration at all, the sharpness of Tiankong Yunjian is just like that. The students on the side were also shocked and looked at each other. You can see the shock from the eyes and expressions of the other party. Incredible. Vince hurriedly asked Ain beside him, aren't you also a scientist? Is what General Polsolino said true or false? Ain frowned, his pupils trembled slightly, with a strong color of incomprehension. I can't tell about technology, but if you want to use the power of technology to make such weapons, I can only say. It's as hard as the sky. Technology is always full of incredible things, but I haven't gotten any news. It's still uncertain what the situation is. A strong curiosity also arose in her heart as to how the weapon in front of her came from. In front of Zephyr, Huang Yuan said with a smile, this is the secret of the Navy. Teacher Zephyr, let's go inside and talk about it. This is the unanimous decision of the Navy's top management, and it is not known to others for the time being. As for Zephyr's identity and status, to tell him the news, Huang Yuan has no burden at all in his heart. The two walked into the room together. Kazuna said, the birth of this weapon is all because of a new invention, the strengthening stone. The strengthening stone is very magical and can make a qualitative change in the weapon. As well as being able to have incredible abilities, and enhancing the domineering of the armed color is one of the functions of the strengthening stone. After my Tiankong Yunjian has been strengthened many times, it has become what it is now. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. After listening to Kizaru's explanation, Zephyr's face had a look of excitement, and his slightly old face looked a lot rosier. Listen to you, the Navy will usher in a new era. Straightforwardly, he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. With this thing, those pirates will suffer. Chapter 26 _ True Navy Hero Vettel. From the mouth of his disciple Kizaru. Zephyr has understood the magical effect of enhancing stones, which can not only strengthen swords, but also gloves and cannons. And the power and range of the cannon have been greatly improved. It made Zephyr unable to control himself, and was sincerely happy that he chose to stay in the Navy to cultivate an excellent Navy for the Navy, and the purpose was to make the Navy stronger. It can destroy more pirates and protect more civilians. Without any exaggeration. His youth is Navy. His middle age is Navy. His old age is Navy. His life is 2 words, justice. The legendary hero in the Navy is not the so-called Iron Fist, Garp at all, but Zephyr. Only he can be worthy of the title of legendary hero. Okay. Zephyr sighed with emotion, with a smile on his face. The Navy is prosperous. It is the long-cherished wish of this old man in his life. I hope he can invent more inventions that are beneficial to the Navy. Strengthen the Navy for the benefit of the civilian population. Huang Yuan pouted. Teacher Zephyr, let's talk about business. How can we enter the realm of great swordsmen in swordsmanship? He has been in the realm of Jianao for many years, and a large part of the reason is because his mind and energy are spent on the development of fruit ability and domineering. Part of the reason is because it is not easy for a swordsman to cross the realm of a great swordsman. A person's energy and time are limited. You can't do everything, and you can't do everything to your heart's content. For strength, Kizaru naturally knows how to choose, and the ideas taught by Zephyr are not suitable for him. The realm of the great swordsman. Zephyr said, in this sea, the most people are swordsmen. Anyone who has a sword can be called a swordsman, and if he reaches the realm of cutting iron, he can be called a swordsman. Section 23 _ Those who can reach this realm have comprehended the breadth of all things. And above the swordsman, there is the great swordsman, who wants to walk out of his own swordsmanship. It's a spiritual transformation. It can also be said to be rebirth and baptism from body to heart. It's hard to tell. There's only so much I can tell you. After all, I'm not a real great swordsman. You can ask Gion, she has been in the great swordsman for a long time. Kizaru nodded. Go back and think about it first, and if you don't understand, then ask Gion. He turned and left the room. Looking at Kizaru who was leaving, Zephyr thought of Tautu who he had just mentioned, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He said to himself, I don't know how far Tautu's swordsmanship has reached now, how far away from the legendary supreme swordsman's realm. It's really admirable that a female streamer can achieve such a level, surpassing the number of disciples I don't know. Legends can never be repeated. In terms of pure swordsmanship, the Navy Reserve Admiral is worthy of the strongest swordsmanship. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Hill, have you thought of any moves recently? Tautu still couldn't help but ask curiously. That 100-step flying sword opened her eyes. Recently, there has been a lot of progress in the practice of swordsmanship. Hill smiled helplessly. That move is also a blessing to the soul. I haven't thought of other sword moves recently. Holding the rosary pill in hand, he slashed forward. A stone several meters in size was easily split in half by his knife, and the cut surface was smooth and flat, like polished and waxed jade. Tautu on the side commented, this sword is not bad. I didn't expect that your swordsmanship has been cultivated to this level in a short period of time. It took me almost a year. That's not the same, you were too young to be compared, Hill said. He knew that Tautu started to practice swordsmanship at a very young age, and that his physique has been strengthened many times, far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if the physical quality of some members of CP9 is not far behind, learning these basic things is naturally a lot faster. Woohoo! Woohoo! Every time the sword is drawn, the airflow in the air makes a whistling sound. Hill did not strike out quickly, instead he insisted on perfection in every move, and pursued perfection from strike to move. He wants to lay a firmer foundation for basic swordsmanship, and now he doesn't know any other swordsmanship besides basic swordsmanship and 100-step flying sword. Peach Rabbit, the factory will be completed in a few days. Maybe I will stay in the factory for a while, and I won't have time to practice swordsmanship. Hill said. Tautu nodded. I heard about the enhancement stones. The Navy does need a lot of enhancement stones to deal with the upcoming war, and the factory will be put into production as soon as it is built. I understand. Marshal of the Warring States period has already made arrangements. When the time comes, I and the T-Dolphin will be responsible for guarding the naval base in the New World. We may not participate in this war. Although most of the territory of the New World is divided and occupied by the 4 emperors. The Navy has also established many bases in the New World. This time, in the face of the war with the Whitebeard pirates, a large number of naval soldiers and admirals were dispatched. There will also be a group of navies heading to naval bases in the New World, responsible for guarding. Every naval base in the New World is of great importance, and it serves as a buffer zone with the 4 emperors, territory, a frontal combat zone, a surveillance zone, etc. The war is about to start, and at this moment, Tautu's heart is also full of heavy emotions. The troops and generals that she has drawn can be said to be since she joined the Navy. The largest ever. All are elite troops, and the Navy is naturally confident, but no one can predict the specific cost of casualties. Facing the so-called world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who has the power to destroy the world, the legend about the Whitebeard pirates. She is a witness. In that era, no one knew the name of the Whitebeard pirates, and no one knew it. Don't worry, the Navy will definitely win. Hill comforted with confidence, and the enhanced stones will be mass-produced soon. I will immediately start to make mobile armor with all my strength, and the combat effectiveness of the Navy will be greatly improved by then. Played a huge role in the war. Tautu finally smiled. Thanks to the strengthening stone, it is also a secret weapon in this war. The unknowing Whitebeard will definitely suffer a big loss. Then he became a little melancholy. This action will more or less make the world turbulent. I just hope the Navy can protect more civilians. It's time for me to go. I must take over the affairs of the New World base as soon as possible. Tautu turned and left. Chapter 27_Diamond Treasure Chest 10 Draws. A few days later. In a production workshop in the factory, more than a dozen factory production members are busy, and the products that look like stones on the conveyor belt are finally put into plastic boxes one by one. Several boxes are stacked neatly. One of the persons in charge arranged, send these semi-finished products to Dr. Hill to complete the final process. Immediately, someone moved the box to a transport truck and pulled it away. The scale of the entire factory is very large. There are Hill's independent laboratory and several workshops, and the production workshop for strengthening stone only occupies one of them. In the laboratory, Hill opened the door of the laboratory and received all the semi-finished, enhanced stones that he sent. He did not want anyone other than himself to know the core technology. Enhanced stones can be crafted, but they must not be flooded to the point of being controlled by others. Hill knows that once this thing is mastered by others and secretly produced, it will be out of control, so he would rather be a little tired and have to do this last key process himself. A full 10 boxes. The number of enhancement stones in each box is 100. A full 1,000 strengthening stones. If calculated in money, it is the cost value of 10 billion Bailey. A huge steel giant stands in the laboratory, covered in black under the illumination of the laboratory lights, reflecting bursts of icy cold light, with the smell of a ferocious beast. In 2 days, the first mobile armor should be completely completed, and then the combat effectiveness of the mobile armor must be tested. Hill looked at the steel giant in front of him, and a trace of excitement rose in his heart. I can't help recalling the good memories of my childhood on Earth. Such a machine looks like a blood-boiled feeling. When I was a child, I loved to play with those toy models. For a long time, there were Kabuto Giants, Beetle Jiro, Scorpion Lili, Spider Detective, Cockroach Bully and so on. Then to the later, Transformers, in Megatron, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee and so on. All are beloved. Reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Hill also decided that when the mobile armor was successfully made, he must be the first to sit on it and try the power of the mobile armor. Next, Hill began to focus on completing the final process of making enhancement stones. With the success of each enhancement stone, the points in the system continued to rise. It continued to rise from millions to tens of millions, until the final number reached a whole new level. The points have successfully exceeded 100 million. The whole process lasted for more than a day for Hill to make all the semi-finished products. It's finally done. Hill lay directly on the ground. At this moment, although he felt physically tired, he was extremely excited. This time we have to draw a lottery. This time Hill is faced with a choice. In the system, there is a golden treasure box with 1 million points, a diamond treasure box with 10 million points, and a colorful magic box with 100 million points once. Seeing the high points of the colorful God box, Hill felt a little distressed. The colorful God box is for now. Your points are only enough to draw the colorful God box once, and there will definitely be good things in the God box. There is no doubt about this, but if you draw something that cannot enhance your strength in a short time. Such a result made Hill somewhat unacceptable. In the end, thinking back and forth between the gold treasure chest and the diamond treasure chest, Hill gritted his teeth and gave instructions to the system. System, open 10 diamond treasure chests. People are not cruel, they can't stand firm. Anyway, there will be a lot of points in the future, and Hill simply started the diamond 10 consecutive draws. The diamond treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Turtle Qigong. I'm H.U. Is it the Turtle School Qigong? Hey, that's too good. I love you to death for the diamond treasure chest. Section 24_. No one knows about the famous Turtle Qigong in Dragon Ball. When watching anime, sometimes I can't help but learn the movements of Monkey King on TV. There are words in the mouth. Turtle, Pai, Chi, Gung. Then push it out with both hands. It's so handsome. It can be said to have left a deep impression on Hill, a childhood classic. A masterpiece. It's just that youth is calling. The blood in Hill's body is also boiling, and his heart is beating unsatisfactorily. If there is a heart rate machine, I am afraid that the nurses will shout and be sent to the operating room immediately. This surprise really excited Hill too much. Ha ha ha, isn't it possible that with a single stroke of Turtle School Qigong, I can blow up an island to the ground? The smile could be said to be complacent. What ancient weapon Pluto is scum in front of Turtle School Qigong? Hill, are the walking ancient weapons. I even began to fantasize in my heart, get out of the way, I'm going to start pretending to be B. Hill's mouth raised involuntarily. The diamond treasure chest of the system is still being opened. Congratulations to the host for getting 35,000 attribute points. Hill's heart stopped suddenly. Cool. So cool. The diamond treasure chest is like a cow, and even the attribute points are far more than the gold treasure chest. It is indeed a diamond treasure chest that requires 10 million points to open. Hill was also a little bit out of his heart and couldn't stand it. This is simply better than winning hundreds of millions in the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Swordsmanship Realm Comprehension Volume, Great Swordsman. Note: only the Swordsmanship Comprehension has reached the Great Swordsman's realm, and it cannot really be comparable to the Great Swordsman. This is an instant scroll. Hill's breath stagnated. With this scroll, he was able to instantly elevate a person's swordsmanship and comprehension to that of a great swordsman. At present, in the whole sea, there are not many people who can reach the realm of great swordsman. If it is converted into the strength of the navy, it is at least the strength of an elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. This is only a junior great swordsman. If it is an intermediate great swordsman, it is almost the strength of the weak Chiwahai, and the advanced great swordsman is even more of a quasi-general level. As for the supreme swordsman above the great swordsman, it is another level. 3 diamond chests. The reward that came out really made Hill overjoyed. This time my strength should be able to improve to a very strong level. Maybe when I go to war, I can also become a powerful force in the Navy. In such an epic war, you have to experience it yourself to come to the world of pirates in vain. Hill's eyes lit up, and it was time to fight against the people of the Whitebeard pirates. Must be fun. Chapter 28 Zanpakudo Senbon Sakura. Just 3 diamond chests. It is enough to let his strength complete a leap, and take a rocket to the sky. Hill is naturally happy, and if his strength increases, he also imagines that he can join the world-shaking battle. After this wave of strength improvement, find a way to find Zepha. His qualifications in teaching students are unparalleled, and he should be able to give me a lot of advice. Hill thought to himself. The improvement in strength is certainly gratifying, but he has not gotten carried away, knowing that he has no actual combat experience, and is simply a new recruit. For your own safety, you must take care of everything. At that time, you can also operate the mobile armor to fight the enemy first, and see the blood. Hill felt that this was necessary. After all, it was more than 100,000 people fighting. The 2 recruits in the anime, Kirby and Belmaber, were directly intimidated. Not only one pirate was not killed in a war. He even ran out to stop the Navy from letting the pirates evacuate. Whitebeard died, Marco was put on Halu stone handcuffs, and Diamond Yoja was cut off by Aokiji. That is the result of how many navies have paid the price of precious lives. When the victory is about to be won. I'm not wretched, I'm steady. Hill comforted himself in his heart. You must give yourself a psychological buffer time, otherwise it will seriously affect the performance of your strength and even endanger your own life. There is only one precious life. Those navies are lives too, so Will hopes his presence will change this war. I, Hill, have compulsory education and hate pirates from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations to the host for getting 36,000 attribute points. Hill felt so happy before, it was a feeling of happiness reaching the sky, and the whole person was a little high. Kind of like when I smoked for the first time. Smoking is harmful to health, please do not smoke, smokers should never let non-smokers try it. He remembered this feeling, the whole person was dizzy, and he couldn't tell what he felt. It's also called happiness. It is very apt to describe Hill's state at this moment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gravity training room. Turtle School Qigong plus gravity training room, damn. Take off. Hill didn't expect to be able to pull this thing out of the system. Of course, he who has watched Dragon Ball knows about the gravity training room. The multiplier of gravity can be adjusted freely, allowing people to break the limits of the body through exercise. The effect of improving physical fitness can be described as very strong. Good thing, the diamond treasure chest is so powerful, this Nima is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than smoking things in online games. What is extracted from online games are virtual products. And the lottery in front of me is a real reward. Hill's heart is beating wildly, he can't control it at all. Hill is also breathing in the air. If it wasn't for my physical fitness has been strengthened many times before, otherwise I'm probably going to be at this moment just passed out. He could feel his adrenaline rushing wildly, his blood pressure soaring, and his heart rate doubled several times. Normal people couldn't bear such a surprise. It's a mental and physical test. This lottery is just like life. Woo tilde. Suck tilde. Woo tilde. Suck tilde. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scroll of innate vision and color awakening. Damn, isn't all my luck used in this lottery? Hill exclaimed unbearably. Although he hasn't mastered the domineering, it doesn't mean he doesn't know it. Seeing and hearing domineering can make people's five senses sharp, and can detect the domineering effect of surrounding aura, emotional changes, predicting opponents, etc. Under normal conditions, people cannot maintain the power of arrogance and domineering, and will consume mental power. Only when they are in a calm state can they activate domineering arrogance. The natural domineering is an alternative. This is an extremely rare innate power. It is accompanied from the moment of birth. It can be used at any time, and it consumes far less than ordinary people. Possessing a very strange ability, the speed of cultivating arrogance is far beyond that of ordinary people. This is naturally domineering. It can be said that he was born to win at the starting line. Congratulations to the host for getting 35,500 attribute points. This reward made Hill's body react a lot more stable, and various indicators of his body quickly warmed up. Congratulations to the host for getting Zanpakudo Senbon Sakura. What? Zanpakudo is here too. Hill was surprised and delighted. Isn't this a sword move plus weapon, all allocated in one go? The Zanpakudo of Kuchiki Byakuya, the captain of Gotei 13th Division and 6th Division in Bleach. That gorgeous move. The power is also amazing. How could Hill be unhappy when he got such a weapon, and who doesn't want his moves to be handsome and powerful? Section 25_. And the move of this Zanpakudo is simply elegant and elegant. This system. Love. Can you talk to the system? No respond. There is only the sound of the sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 38,000 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for getting 38,000 attribute points. This draw is over. There's something wrong with the system. Hill was a little speechless, but he didn't expect that the treasure chests were leaked in the next 2 times. The system still does not respond. At this moment, Hill did not pay attention to this matter. It is really a great harvest for the reward this time. Turtle School Qigong, Swordsmanship Comprehension Scroll, Gravity Training Room, Thousand Sakura, Natural Seeing, Domineering Awakening Scroll. All are valuable treasures. Attribute points also play a huge role, and the harvest this time is more than ever combined. Of course, more points were spent, which cost him 100 million points. Hill had a bright smile on his face. Hey. Set a small goal, get 1 billion points next time, and see what good things can be opened from the colorful magic box. There was a bit of a mean smile on Hill's face. The rewards of the diamond treasure chest alone have made it so rich. What are the rewards for the colorful treasure chest that is more powerful than the diamond treasure chest? Receive Turtle School Qigong. For a moment. In my mind, there are more cultivation methods and usage methods of Turtle School Qigong. See Qigong. An old man also appeared in Hill's mind involuntarily. Of course not, Turtle Immortal, but the original character of the pirate world, that is Rao Ji. Not too impressed, but Hill still remembers something. It seems that Doflamingo's hand, Rao Ji, is also practicing Qigong. Chapter 29_Senbon Sakura, willing to fight for the master. What's it called? Wang Quans. Some of them were forgotten by Hill, mainly at that time Hill's attention was focused on Lao Kai's awakening, and the cone dragon and cone nail was attached. But Hill is certain that Qigong can be practiced in this world, but very few people take this path, unlike in the world of Dragon Ball. The popular one is Qigong, and there are many Qigong masters. It has a long history and profound cultural heritage. The cultural faults in the pirate world are severe. In addition, it exists in the form of an island, which makes communication very inconvenient. The Red Earth continent directly isolates the New World, the first half of the Great Route, the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea, and the North Sea. Many people spend their entire lives on their home islands. And Rao Ji's Qigong technique is also flawed. I wonder if this world can develop a complete system of Qigong techniques. Hill thought curiously, but thinking about it, he still felt that it would be better not to develop this kind of thing. The destructive power of Qigong is terrifying. Turtle Qigong. It is a unique technique that can gather all the energy in the whole body, condense it into a blue light ball, and release it to create a shock wave. Being able to gather all the energy of the whole body at one point is enough to illustrate the power of Turtle Qigong. Properly speaking, it is a big move. Hey, fortunately, I'm smart. When the Navy built the factory, they specially asked them to build an exercise room. Hill simply came directly from the laboratory to the exercise room. The entire training room is made of extremely hard steel, which is also mixed with a part of Halu stone, which makes the training room more sturdy. As for building entirely out of seafloor stone, Hill now has less noble status and power. Try Turtle Qigong. Hill's feet were slightly spread, showing a horse stance, and his fingers were bent to form a calyx. Turtle, school, Qi, Gong. It was a little embarrassing. When Hill read the word for Gong, only a marble-sized energy ball appeared in the center of his hands. This was indeed the smallest Turtle Qigong he had ever seen. Again. Wave. Push out your hands and move them to your chest. The light bullet in his palm flew out instantly and slammed against the dark and bright walls of the training room. Hill looked intently, and there were several thin cracks on the wall. It's okay. After all, the level is here. Then finish the reward, then it's the time for dark blue and adding points. Hill was not discouraged at all. You are already full in one bite, so don't eat one bite and become fat. Receive the Swordsmanship Realm Comprehension Scroll, Great Swordsman. The next moment. There was an extra piece of paper in Hill's palm, a muddy yellow scroll with a pattern on it. It was a man with a long sword wielding a long sword. Hill looked at it at a glance, and did not know how many changes had flashed. He can only comment, cow. Interpretation is completely incomprehensible, and a swordsman elementary student can't understand such a profound and mysterious thing. Hill still knew how to use this scroll though. The arm exerted a slight force, and when the palm squeezed hard, bursts of blue-white light erupted from the scroll, covering Hill's entire body. The scroll flew up in the palm of Hill's palm and slowly entered Hill's body. When the scroll disappeared, the hazy blue-white light also disappeared. Hill's mind instantly had a lot of insights about swordsmanship, just like in Dragon Babu, Wuyazi forcibly transmitted internal power to Shuju Daigo. In terms of swordsmanship, I have reached the realm of a great swordsman, and in terms of strength, it is estimated that it is at the level of a Navy colonel. Isn't this a proper barrage god? It was me. A set of concepts, it is really impossible to get started. It is possible that the brain reacts too quickly and the body freezes. Hill's face was a little weird. After receiving the reward, immediately use up the attribute points. If the old ones don't go to the new ones won't come. This time, the diamond treasure chest has been drawn for 10 consecutive draws, but a full 180,000 attribute points have been drawn. The gravity training room cannot be taken out for the time being, and it occupies too much space. The sudden appearance will also attract the attention of others. After all, there are still a group of workers producing fortified stones in the factory. Such a big thing is not easy to hide. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Hill did not choose to summon the gravity training room now. Just skip it. Receive Zanpakudo Senbon Sakura. Next moment. The Zanpakudo appeared in Hill's hand, along with the scabbard. This is a very long sword. Hill reached out and grabbed the handle and pulled the blade out of the scabbard. It was similar to the Tang knife, but it was much longer. The knife is good, and the craftsmanship is unique, but unfortunately I can only use the beginning moves. Hill swung the sword at will. The texture is very good. It also feels good in the hand. Hill finally erected the sword in front of him, with his eyes only 20 centimeters away from the body of the sword. Zanpakudo uses the power of the mind to communicate. Try it. Saying so, Hill closed his eyes. Section 26_. The world in front of him became pitch black, and time passed by every second. Minutes passed. Hill opened his eyes and found nothing. He smiled bitterly. I don't know how to use the power of the mind at all. It seems that the solution is temporarily unavailable. Receive the awakening scroll of innate vision. Hill crushed it without hesitation. The mysterious power instantly made his mind empty, and at the same time, his 5 senses became clear. It seems to be strengthened in an instant, and the perception of the world is more acute. There is a feeling that looking at a mountain is not a mountain, and looking at a water is not water. Very mysterious. Hill's eyes lit up, and at this moment, he seemed to feel, Sakura. He looked at the sword in his hand, which was in his eyes at this moment. The sword in his hand is no longer a sword. It was a samurai with a ferocious mask and a headdress of cherry blossom petals. Senben Sakura, is that you? It's me. Hill smiled slightly. You will be my partner from now on, let's fight together. Wish to fight for the master. It was Senben Sakura's sonorous and firm voice that responded to Hill. Put Senben Sakura in the scabbard and pin it around your waist. Now Hill has 2 knives hanging from his waist, and those who don't know it think Hill is a swordsman with 2 swords. A Zanpakudo Senben Sakura. A rosary pill, one of the 50 good knives. Naturally, the former is more powerful, but Hill did not abandon the rosary pill, and continued to pin it on his waist. Hill gave instructions in his mind. System, open the panel. Chapter 30 _ attribute point vanishing. Host, Hill the only one bound. Strength evaluation, Captain of the Navy. Close black lens bracket. Physical, LV11 35 300ths, Feature 1. Pain is reduced by 10%. Feature 2. Copper skin. Feature 3. Gourmet cells. Note, the upper limit of physical fitness is 100, and the upper limit of skills is 10. Closing parenthesis. Open black lens bracket golden light spell. LV2 128 500ths close black lens bracket. 100 steps flying sword. LV2 22 500ths. Open black lens bracket iron block. LV2 3 500ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shaved. LV2 35 500ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armed domineering. LV1 2 10,000ths close black lens bracket. Knowing, domineering natural LV1 0 8,000ths. Turtle school qigong. LV1 0 20,000ths. Open black lens bracket attribute point. 180,261 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points. 0 close black lens bracket. Mission progress. Mobile armor, 0/50ths. After reading the system panel, Hill chose to increase his physique without hesitation. After all, the body is the source of all power, and everything that is powerful in itself is to protect the body. Add point. Consumes 265 attribute points. Adding points is successful. Congratulations on the improvement of the host's physique level, the current physique level, LV12. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Current physique level. LV20. Unlock special attributes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the characteristic iron bone. The bones of the whole body are comparable to steel, which can effectively exert stronger strength and reduce damage. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Current physique level. LV30. Unlock special attributes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining characteristic steel bars. In one breath, the physique level was raised to level 30, and a total of 81,165 attribute points were spent. Hill originally thought that his 180,000 attribute points were a lot, but he didn't expect it to add up. As a result, when his physique reached level 30, he used up more than 80,000 attribute points. However, it takes 20,000 attribute points to raise attribute points from level 30 to level 31. Hill still resisted the urge to add points and prepared to add attribute points to others. At this time, Hill felt that the weight of his body increased rapidly in an instant, the muscles and bones became tighter and harder, and the body was full of majestic strength. So strong. Is this the effect of level 30? Hill felt that his body had improved to a terrifying level, which might be enough to compare with Rob Luigi, the strongest in CP9. That guy is known as the genius of the world government for 800 years. He has received hellish training since he was a child before he has the strength he has today. If it wasn't that the execution of the mission delayed the guy, I'm afraid it would be even stronger. And with that guy Rob Lucci as his subordinate, the boss is really relieved. He is like a machine. However, my body should be stronger than Rob Lucci, but I haven't been able to exert the power in my body. I may only exert 7 or 8 points of strength with 10 strengths, and even half of it is not impossible. He'll decide that your physical fitness is definitely better than that guy. The reason why I feel that I am comparable to him is because I cannot control the power in my body. 6 moves are moves that can bring out the power of the body, and the control of the body can be said to be to a certain extreme. Moon steps, paper paintings, iron blocks, shaving, finger guns, and lantern feet can all be said to be the power to control the body, especially paper paintings and iron blocks. Hill glanced at his panel. There were only shaving and iron blocks in the 6 styles, and he planned to spend some points next time to exchange all the other tricks in the 6 styles. Consumes attribute points 497 katakana middle dot 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 current level of iron block, LV3. Consumption katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot shaved current level, LV3. Consumption katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot current level of golden light charm, LV3. Consumption katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot current level of the 100-step flying sword, LV3. Remaining attribute points, 97,023. One more round, so that the levels of the 4 skills are all mentioned in LV4. Remaining attribute points, 77,023. I just found out that this attribute point is so useless. Hill was a little speechless. I have to improve my perception and make my perception more sensitive. If there are too many attribute points, he also intends to add all of them to his physique and armament. Hard truth. Too bad reality doesn't allow it. Consuming 8,000 attribute points, he successfully raised the level of arrogance and domineering by 1 level, and the consumption of attribute points instantly became 40,000, which made Hill have the urge to vomit blood. But after adding some success, Hill clearly felt that the range of his perception had become wider, and he could see the trajectory and speed of things moving more thoroughly. Gritting his teeth, he once again spent 40,000 attribute points to raise the domineering level to LV3. Attribute points remaining, 29,023. Add some shaving. Spend 20,000 attribute points. There are 9,023 attribute points left, and I can't add any skills if I want to use them. Hill checked the panel after adding points. Host, Hill the only one bound. Strength evaluation, Vice Admiral. Close black lens bracket. Physical, LV31, 0.20 Feature 1, pain is reduced by 10%. Feature 2, copper skin. Feature 3, gourmet cell. Feature 4, iron bone. Feature 5, steel bar. Note, the upper limit of physical fitness is 100, and the upper limit of skills is 10. Closing parenthesis. Golden light spell, LV4, 0.20. Section 27 _ 100 Steps Flying Sword, LV4, 0.20 Iron Block, LV4, 0.20 Open black lens bracket shaved, LV5, 0.100 close black lens bracket. Armed Domineering, LV1, 2.10 Seeing and Domineering Natural, LV3, 0.160 Turtle School Qigong, LV1, 0.20 Open black lens bracket attribute point, 9023 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points, 0 close black lens bracket. Mission progress, mobile armor, 0.50. The system evaluation of strength is, Vice Admiral. But I still can't fully grasp the strength in my body. I just have this training room to try various skills. For this result, Hill is very satisfied, and his strength has been promoted to the level of Lieutenant General, although he cannot compare with those elite Lieutenant Generals of the Navy headquarters. Also improved a lot, in such a short time. When the strength is raised to this point, anyone has to say, monster. The next target is to beat 8-year-old Ling Ling. Hill also began to try to familiarize himself with various skills in the room, mastering simple things such as the destructive power of his own power, the degree of endurance, and the limit of physical strength. For more esoteric things, Hill intends to ask the chief instructor of the Navy, Zepha, and learn from them. The reserve of knowledge and the lack of combat experience determine that he can only seek stability in safety. Chapter 31 _ Can you pull out the second 1000 Sakura? Hill was familiar with his skills in the practice room. At least I have some superficial understanding of destructive power, and I have some thoughts on how much power is appropriate to use. The body was slightly hot, and Hill stopped. The factory will continue to make reinforcement stones recently. There is still a lot of money. I should be able to get a lot of points in the next time. It should be appropriate to be a quasi-general before the war. Shirley made up his mind. Excluding the cost of building factories, laboratories, production machinery, etc., the 100 billion allocated by the world government still has more than 80 billion left to make fortified stones. Hill walked out of the practice room leisurely. When you're strong, find a beautiful wife, be happy. A happy life beckons to him. He doesn't have much pursuit now, and his goal in terms of strength is not high. It is enough to defeat the four emperors alone. Hill didn't want to be busy all day in the future, staying in the factory and the laboratory every day. He also wanted to get out of the island. Going to other islands to have fun, such as Shampoo, Happy Street, Golden City, Sky Island, etc. are all good places. Back to the lab. Hill still accepted the reality and looked at the steel behemoth in front of him. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates should have a bag when they encounter mobile armor. Although this mobile armor has not yet been completed, Hill, as the manufacturer, knows its power. Hill stepped forward, past the test bench, and saw the neat rows of strengthening stones placed on it. His eyes lit up. Enhancing stones. Enhancing weapons. I don't know if strengthening Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, will work. Do it when you think of it. Hill stopped in front of the test bench. With his right hand he pulled out the Senbon Sakura at his waist from the scabbard, and with his left hand he picked up a strengthening stone on the test bench. Deep eyes with strong anticipation. This is the famous Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, in death. In terms of weapons, it is definitely a more powerful weapon than the 12 supreme swords. After strengthening it, the effect is absolutely awesome. With the enhancement stone in his left hand, it fused to Senbon Sakura's blade, and both the enhancement stone and Senbon Sakura bloomed with the brilliance of their respective colors. One green and one pink. There is a visual sense of green leaves and safflower. And the corner of the strengthening stone, like a dragonfly in the water, made the light of Senbon Sakura fluctuate. The strengthening stone is like falling into the water, and it is integrated into the blade of Senbon Sakura. Success. Hill was extremely pleasantly surprised, and laughed happily. Great, Chinbin Sakura can really strengthen. I am afraid it will be the strongest sword. Hill immediately sensed Chinbin Sakura and used the power of his mind. Chimoto Sakura floated in front of him. Master, I can feel that I have become stronger. If this continues, I may really become the strongest Zanpakuto in the world. Chinbin Sakura's voice was filled with excitement. But what he didn't know was that he was the only Zanpakuto in this world, and there were no other Zanpakuto. Very good, don't be surprised that your power will continue to grow later. Hill said with a smile. Pick up the second strengthening stone and start strengthening it against the Zanpakuto. The third one. Fourth. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Until the 12th, Hill did not choose to continue strengthening. Transforming into the entity, Hill was startled. Chinbin Sakura is exactly like a sword spirit, the sword is his body, and he is the soul of the sword, and now. After being strengthened by strengthening stone. There is actually a change towards materialization in Chinbin Sakura, but this change has not been completely completed, but it is already extremely amazing. If the transformation is really completed, he will be able to stay in the world for a long time like a human being, even drinking and eating meat. Learning combat skills and so on. It's a pity. It's a pity that the name Chinbin Sakura turned out to be a man. Chinbin Sakura didn't know Hill's inner thoughts at all. He only knew that he had become stronger and changed. Master, this thing can make me stronger. There are so many more, why not use it? Cough cough. This thing can't be used indiscriminately. After more than 12 times, it will fail, and failure will be completely destroyed. Hill quickly stopped Chinbin Sakura's terrible thoughts. Oh Huang. Non-existent. That's the first step toward the abyss. Can't be impulsive. Impulses, shatter. There is only 1,000 Sakura, and if there are thousands of them, Hill also wants to try higher enhancements. Just a handful. I don't know if the system can pull out the second identical Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. He took Chinbin Ying back, for fear that Qian Benying, who was already somewhat substantial, would use strengthening stones to strengthen it on his own. The next step is to make mobile armor. At the same time, Zan Taomaru sent the first batch of strengthening stones to the Warring States period. A meeting was held under the convening of the Warring States period. There were only a dozen people present. But all of them are the elites of the Navy headquarters, the elites of the generals, and the lowest rank is Vice Admiral. Such as, the three generals Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. Lieutenant General, Garp, Crane, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, etc. There's even Zephyr in it. What was discussed at this meeting was the distribution of strengthening stones, and a charter was drawn up through discussions among the crowd. On the spot, the weapons of the Ghost Spider, Countless, Huo Shaoshan and others were all strengthened with strengthening stones. But when it was the turn of the Ghost Spider, because it mastered the skill of returning life, it used its extended hair to control 6 knives. Plus 2 knives in his hands. A total of 8 knives, also known as 8 knives. In the end, only 2 knives were strengthened. After all, there are currently few strengthening stones, and some of them have to be allocated to admirals and other admirals to strengthen heavy artillery. At the end of the meeting, a famous lieutenant general walked out with a smile, and the strengthening stones began to be distributed according to the list made by everyone. Section 28_. New World. A Navy warship is sailing on the sea. Tauto appeared at the bow of the warship wearing a cloak of justice, and the sea breeze blew gently, causing the cloak of justice on her to flutter. The red lips parted slightly. How long will it take to reach the third branch of the Navy GL? Her mission this time is to sit in the third branch of the Navy's GL and accept the things in the base. At the same time, it is also one of her responsibilities to transfer the troops from the base to the Navy headquarters. Before the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, some naval elites were sent to the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant Admiral Tautu, there are about 7 or 8 hours left. A female naval officer replied. Tautu nodded, feeling depressed, looking at the sparkling sea in front of him. Sitting in the new world is indeed a dangerous task. But compared to fighting Whitebeard, the danger is greatly reduced, and there are female soldiers on board. She doesn't know the intentions of warring states, Crane and others. In my heart, I sighed, if I can have the fighting power of a general, I will definitely be able to make a huge contribution to this war. At this time, the siren on the ship was blaring, and a female soldier in the observation deck on the mast shouted, 35 degrees to the northwest, there is a pirate ship 100 nautical miles away. Chapter 32_Beast Pirates, Drought Jack. After reporting, the female soldier held the binoculars and stared at the situation, looking a little nervous. Tautu's face didn't show the slightest change. She opened her beautiful eyes and shouted, all soldiers get ready for battle, reload their ammunition. Non-combat crew entered the cabin for shelter. The naval soldiers on the ship were dispatched in an orderly manner, and the well-trained naval soldiers also acted, although they were all female soldiers. But there is no difference between men and women when it comes to pirates. There was a thudding sound of boots stepping on the planks on the deck, and many soldiers in the cabin were fully equipped and rushed out in an orderly line. The ammunition box was opened, and shells were loaded into the cannon. At this time, the female navy on the observation platform put down the telescope, sweating on her forehead, trying her best to keep her breathing and heart steady, and reported, Lieutenant General Tautu, the other side's pirate flag is the flag of the Beast Pirates. As soon as the 5 words of the 100 Beast Pirates came out, everyone's hearts sank. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous. The name of the 100 Beast Pirates was resounding across the entire sea. It is one of the 4 Emperors, Pirates. New World Overlord. Tautu's beautiful face had a resolute look, and she quickly said to the navy on the boat, don't be nervous, if Kaido makes a big move, the navy will know in advance, and there is a high probability that it is not Kaido. Much. Quote. At the same time, he said to the soldier on the mast, give me the telescope. The soldier jumped in a hurry, his hands and feet resting on the cable, his movements were very flexible, and he slid down the rope on the mast. The whole process takes a few seconds to complete. Xiao ran to Tautu's side and handed over the binoculars. Tautu took the telescope and checked it out. Through the telescope, she carefully observed the other party's ship and came to the conclusion. Drought, one of the 3 major disasters of the Beast Pirates, Jack. At this time, when the sight of the telescope shifted to the deck, the face of Drought Jack in the telescope suddenly looked over, even with an iron mask. Tautu was still able to judge each other's expressions. It was a bloodthirsty, murderous mood. With cruelty and cold blood in his eyes, he seemed to be telling Tautu, war. Putting down the binoculars, Tautu's face was stern, adding a bit of heroic beauty, the enemy is Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates. Base. Tautu pulled out the gold from his waist and pointed forward, I will use this sword to protect justice. Guard every soldier on the ship. Protect justice. Thousands of female Navy soldiers behind them burst out with a powerful momentum, shouting one after another. On the other side, on the pirate ship. Master Jack. A pirate urged anxiously, that is a naval warship. If there is an accident in the mission, Master Kaido will be angry. In the cabin of the ship, the artificial devil fruit that they got from Dressrosado Flamenco not long ago. Artificial devil fruit is something that Kaido takes seriously. Everything that is good for war and powerful is what Kaido values. Laugh. Just when the pirates finished speaking, Drought Jack wiped the man's throat with a machete, and blood splashed on Drought Jack's body. He didn't look at the dead pirates at all, but looked at the naval warships on the sea in the distance, and shouted, I'm Drought Jack, come by. Seeing the death of the person who discouraged Jack from the drought, many pirates on board were silent. No one dared to speak out to stop Drought Jack. Even under the orders of Jack Drought, the pirate ship was still accelerating. On the warship, a female navy looked nervous, her eyes did not blink, and cold sweat began to flow out of her face when she saw the other party's pirate ship entering the range of the artillery. Immediately ordered, "Fire the gun. Shoot. Freely adjust the angle." The leads on the artillery were ignited, and the burning speed was very fast, and the entire deck was filled with a strong pungent smell of gunpowder. Bang! Bang! Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The firepower of the naval warships costing 1 billion Baileys is extremely ferocious, and 5 naval warships can form the slaughtering order to destroy the country. Dozens of shells instantly appeared in the sky. However, the second round of artillery shells were fired in unison, forming a dense firepower network, which shot out towards the pirate ship where Jack Drought was. The high parabola reaches its apex and falls. Many shells fired by the Navy collided with the shells of the pirates in the air, causing a violent explosion, and black smoke filled the air. Pirate ship. In the face of the fierce artillery attack of the Navy, the members of the Beast Pirates also acted, otherwise once the ship was destroyed by the Navy, they would only be buried in the sea. Many, hilarious, members on board have used the most primitive way to draw bows and arrows. A shower of arrows shot out, detonating all the shells in the sky. They also burst out with a creepy laughter, and not all the Beast Pirates who ate the artificial devil fruit gained the ability. Only a portion of the people gained abilities, known as givers, in the Beast Pirates, and some of the stronger members of the givers were promoted to middle-level cadres. And people who eat artificial devil fruit without gaining the ability are called hilarious people, which is also the defect of artificial devil fruit. The artillery failed to achieve effective results. Tautu frowned slightly. "Let the soldiers prepare for the battle. Don't stop the artillery attack. Even if you use more ammunition to suppress it, it can effectively reduce casualties." This battle. Inevitably. Tautu slightly exerted strength to hold Jin Chen Fu in his hand and smiled, with a charming expression, "No matter what, I will do my best to protect everyone on the boat." A strong confidence erupted from her body, and her aura shook. All the Navy soldiers on board looked sideways. Morale improved a lot. The ships on both sides approached quickly, and the barrels of the artillery had been adjusted from a 45-degree angle to a 180-degree direct fire. Tautu took the lead. With the force of the feat, the whole person leapt in the air, and the Justice Cloak was hunting in the air, leaving the Navy soldiers on the deck with a handsome back. Momotu, who was flying in the air, slowed down due to the rise, as if stagnant in the sky. She held the long sword in the handshake in both hands, and an incomparably sharp aura erupted from her body. Section 29_. The long knife in his hand slashed towards Drought Jack on the pirate ship. A silver light flashed in the air. One-shot flow katakana middle dot red cherry blossoms. Chapter 33_ Peach Rabbit vs Drought Jack. Gold, Chen Shui Mu, Orangutan. A dazzling pink brilliance bloomed, like an extremely splendid piece of training. Even during the day, the light is still very bright. It seemed to give the whole world a faint pink halo. Very beautiful. The beauty that sets off the peach and rabbit is like a fairy, like a beautiful fairy. A huge bright sword light of hundreds of meters galloped towards Drought Jack in the air. Drought Jack's pupils shrank sharply. Why is this woman's slashing so strong? The body's response was not slow at all. A pair of scimitars was instantly wrapped in a strong domineering armed color, and purple arrogance rose from the surface of his burly and majestic body. The muscles on the exposed arms that were as thick as elephant legs were bulging, and the blood vessels and tendons were bulging. Bang! The huge force under his feet instantly smashed the hard planks of the deck, and Drought Jack's huge figure rose into the air, with his knives crossed in front of him. Clang! The fierce slash fell on Jack's double knives. Drought Jack's body shook violently, and the power of this move was stronger than he expected. His masked face showed a ferocious and terrifying expression like a beast, and his savage aura instantly rose. At this time, Peach Rabbit in the air had a look of joy in his eyes, and use the 6-style shaver to step on the air, making a thumping sound, causing ripples. The figure moved quickly in the air. While Drought Jack was fighting with himself, he quickly approached Drought Jack. Her actions were seen by Drought Jack, her fierce eyes glared fiercely, and she shouted, "Break it to me." The pink slash in front of him suddenly shattered, like pieces of scattered glass falling. Peach Rabbit's attack followed one after another. Drought Jack did not dodge and slashed towards Tautu with a machete in hand. Clang! If the knife failed, the machete in Jack Drought's other hand also slashed at Tautu. But it was easily resisted by Tautu. Clang! 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 Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. In the blink of an eye, the weapons of the two were already fighting dozens of knives in the air. Drought Jack landed on the pirate ship with a bang, sawdust flying under his feet, and the deck shattered. There was a fierceness on his face, and he shouted, "Enough! Come on!" The ships of the two sides had collided, and there was a sound of fighting. The battle on the side of the ship was extremely fierce, and the screams were endless. Familiar faces fell down, and even fell into the sea with a thud, dyeing the clear and transparent sea red, under the sunlight. Reflects a heart-pounding red light. Tautu's complexion sank, although the expression on his face still remained high and cold, but there was a touch of sadness in his eyes. That was the navy that he got along with day and night. Even if every navy has the consciousness of being buried in the sea. It's heartbreaking to see someone close to you die with your own eyes. The battle must be ended as quickly as possible. To protect everyone, Tautu looked coldly at the ferocious Drought Jack, and his figure flashed out instantly. The long knife in his hand brought a faint silver light. Yichi Ryu Katakana middle dot Sakura dance. A simple blow with extraordinary power slammed into Drought Jack's double knives. Makes a deafening sound. Black and purple lightning lingered around the two bodies, which was a terrifying scene when the armed colors collided with domineering and powerful to a certain extent. A honking sound, a throbbing black-purple arc. Not a hit. It is not a wise move for Tautu to withdraw with a knife, and to confront Jack Drought, who has the ability of the animal system, ancient species, and mammoth-shaped fruit. Today, you must use your blood to pay homage to the navy that was once buried in your hands. Tautu gave Jin Chen Byangsing in his hands an armed domineering force. Domineering is like a flame in gold. Chen Shuimu should avoid guillotine first. Intensified. Filled with a firm and fearless belief. Drought Jack's mask showed a cruel smile. You navy will be killed by our beast pirates sooner or later. Lord Kaido has been preparing for that day. Hee, I happen to meet you today, it's your misfortune. Tautu, however, disdained to quarrel with him. Every minute someone dies, time is precious. She attacked again in an instant. The fierce sword chi ripped apart the air, and slashed out dozens of knives again and again, forcing Drought Jack to keep retreating, and the huge pirate ship trembled as he stepped on it. Tautu showed a very strong side. She is one of the Navy's reserve admirals and a figure who will be able to reach the top admiral in the future. The attack was extremely ferocious. Coupled with the soaring armed arrogance after Jin and Chen Kong, the drought caused Jack to defend hard. Laugh. A splash of blood spurted out. Drought Jack stared at the injury on his chest, his eyes gleamed with blood, and his brutal blood was instantly inspired by blood. You, dead, settled, for sure. His body swelled rapidly, and his limbs fell to the ground. It turned into a huge mammoth, with a long red trunk and sharp tusks at both ends. Ancient species mammoth form. The changes in Drought Jack in front of him made Tautu's heart tighten. Drought Jack, who has an ancient species of mammoth fruit, has an extremely strong body defense. Resilience and physical strength are extremely powerful. She has the confidence to defeat the Drought Jack, but if she wants to defeat the opponent in a short time, it is impossible to do so. Drought Jack raised his trunk high and swung towards Tautu, rolling up the wind and making a whistling sound. In the face of Jack's heavy and sturdy blow, Tautu jumped up and rushed over the trunk of the elephant. Boom! The elephant trunk didn't hit Tautu, but was slammed onto the huge mast on the pirate ship. It broke the mast and fell down, and smashed the sail on the ship. Caused confusion. Peach Rabbit took the opportunity to slash out, and cut a scar on Drought Jack's face, blood gurgling out of the wound. Damn Navy, why is this woman so domineering? The severe pain made Jack Drought's face contort. In the form of a mammoth, he was very confident in his defense, but he was still deeply wounded by Tautu. Jack the Mammoth rammed into Tautu with ivory enough to pierce through steel. Although Tautu resisted the sharp tip of the ivory with his sword, he was still thrown out by the huge impact force, and the blood in his body surged. Suffering for a while. Section 30_. Tautu's eyes narrowed, the wound on the other side's face was scabbed over, and the blood still stopped flowing out in a short time, which surprised her, its really powerful recovery ability. The devil fruit of the animal system is not bad at all, let alone this ancient species. Still in mammoth form. Simply rough-skinned. She felt that it was extremely difficult for her knife to cut into Jack's body. It seemed that she had the upper hand, but the impact was not very big at all. Flying in the air, she immediately stopped and turned back. Take the knife again. Chapter 34_ Drought Jack vs Peach Rabbit 2. The graceful figure draws a graceful arc in the air. One-shot flow katakana middle. Peach cherry cup. The gold in Tautu's hand seems to be a huge pink cherry blossom blooming in front of him. Picturesque. This beautiful flower contains a strong murderous intent in Tautu's heart. A powerful slash combined with a powerful armament color domineering. Even Jack, who is one of the 3 major disasters of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of up to 1 billion Bailey, dare not take it lightly. The brown-yellow huge and sturdy elephant trunk turned like a windmill in an instant, and it was full of his strong-armed domineering form and indestructible defense. The rotating elephant trunk set off a terrifying gust of wind that raged on the pirate ship, and sawdust flew. Bang! Peach Rabbit's attack landed on the trunk, and the petals disappeared as if they had been minced by a meat mincer, and the entire flower disappeared in half in an instant. Until the last half disappears. Peach Rabbit's blow did not affect Drought Jack in any way. However, she was not discouraged, her figure disappeared in the sky in an instant, turned around in the sky, and the combination of moonstep and shaving disappeared. When it reappears, Tautu's figure has come to the left of the mammoth incarnated by Drought Jack, and the gold Chen Yutong in his waving hand slashes at the position of Jack's waist and abdomen. But it was dodged by Drought Jack's side jump move. Drought Jack, who has a huge size, has also been strengthened in his flexibility and responsiveness, making Tautu's attack repeatedly frustrated. The junction of the 2 ships. The Navy and the pirates have already fought together. On the pirate ship, there are members of both sides fighting on the Navy warship. Of course, some unfortunate people have been affected by the attack of the Drought Jack. Killed under the attack of Drought Jack, neither friend nor foe. A female Navy officer with blood on her face raised a long knife with scarlet blood flowing in her hand and shouted, "Everyone hold on. Be sure to hold on until the Peach Rabbit will win." A female Navy's white face had a resolute look. Insist on justice. These sinful pirates, every time they kill one, they are protecting more people invisibly. Sisters, kill these evil pirates who are destroying our family. The response sounded everywhere, even though they were facing the 100 beast pirates, one of the 4 emperor pirates. The general strength of each pirate was far stronger than the pirates in the Great Fairway Paradise and the 4 Seas. But these female soldiers in the Navy have never been vegetarians. The orphans have received rigorous training in the Navy since childhood. The battle was extremely frustrating for a while. The moment we become a Navy, we are bound to fight the pirates to the end, and we are bound to tell everyone that our female Navy has never lost to their male Navy. A uniform was dyed blood red. The woman gritted her teeth and held on desperately. Yes, our dream is also to become an excellent, powerful and outstanding admiral like Admiral Suru and Admiral Momotu. Many female soldiers form a group to resist the pirates. But war is cruel. Not to mention a group of members of the beast pirates who have no morals at all and are no different from beasts. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the deck, the entire deck was dark red, and even the pungent smell of gunpowder was covered up by the strong smell of blood. The pure white navy uniform that symbolizes justice. There is no navy who is not stained with blood now, and the blood splashes on the white uniform, and the speed of the dip is very fast. The brutal war continues. Tautu's sense of sight can naturally perceive all this happening, and one after another familiar figures fell in the pool of blood, as the representative of the female navy. She and Lieutenant General Crane can be said to be the objects of admiration and admiration for all female Navy women in the entire Navy. I must take them back. Tautu's firm eyes were filled with frost-like killing intent, and the word, Jung X, on the white justice cloak behind her fluttered. Holding Jin Chen Fu in both hands, Tautu squeezed every bit of strength in his body, and tried his best to send Jin Chen's arrogance to Niwo. The sea breeze swayed the hair that fell from the ends of her forehead and swayed back. His cold eyes stared at Drought Jack, who was not far away. This move is called 100-step flying sword. The long knife in his hand was instantly released. Imbued with all the power of Tautu, and unshakable faith. Jin Chen Shaquale reeling bad orchid. Light passes through the space. Drought Jack's eyes widened suddenly, and his armor immediately hardened, turning into a black mammoth. Puff! The sharp blade came out. Impossible. Drought Jack's face was in extreme shock. As soon as he said this, a huge amount of blood splashed out in a straight line from the top of his nose to the top of his head. Pain ensues. It fell to the deck with a bang. It was an extremely terrifying wound, and the terrifying amount of bleeding formed a large pool of blood stains on the ground, which flowed on the deck with the shaking ships. Jin Chen Pin Shan hammer is smaller than the species of scorpion, thorn, rose, and neon. After defeating the Drought, Jack's face was still cold, and with a touch of lingering pain, she turned around and joined the members of the beast pirates who were cleaning up the battlefield. The result of the victory made Tautu heartache, biting her lips and looking at the corpse of the navy that had been restrained. The most beautiful faces of women who are young and beautiful have now lost their lives. The adjutant on the side walked to Tautu's side, tears flashing from his lowered head, and he murmured, "Tautu. Lieutenant General, according to statistics, the Navy died in this battle. 354 compatriots, gather the corpses. .322. Quote. I see, let's take care of it for you." Tautu's voice sounded. She turned around and came to the bow, looking at the blood-red sea in front. Few swordsmen would let their weapons go, and in most cases, they were just throwing, and smashing a few ordinary ways, which were not very lethal. But that sword is completely different. Super powerful. Otherwise, how could he be unable to resist the double powerful defense of his own incarnation as a mammoth and armed arrogance? It's such a strange sword move. And that weapon is also very strange. The more Drought Jack thought about it, the more wrong it was, but he didn't know the reason at all. On the deck. Many Navy soldiers are cleaning the deck, but there are still many blood stains immersed in the wooden boards, which cannot be washed thoroughly with a brush. Everyone on board was in a heavy heart. And at the railing of the ship, Momota stood behind the railing, watching the female Navy who was doing the cleaning work on the deck. Heart sigh. It would be great if they could all have weapons enhanced by enhancement stones, which might reduce casualties a lot. Strengthening stones can not only strengthen weapons, but can also strengthen artillery. If these weapons are equipped on the ship, the casualties of the Navy in the first battle yesterday may be reduced a lot. But when she thought that a strengthening stone would cost 10 million Baileys, she felt helpless. It is impossible for such an expensive weapon to spread to the entire Navy, and the effect of strengthening it once or twice in front of the strengthening stone is not great. Only after being strengthened many times, will the effect of the weapon change qualitatively. The figure of Hill appeared in Tautu's mind, with hope in his eyes. He is still so young, there must be some hope that he will be able to invent some inventions that will popularize the entire Navy in the future. As long as the Navy becomes strong, curbs the growth of pirates, and then eliminates those big pirates, the Navy may be able to eliminate pirates to a certain extent. I hope this time, the Navy will be able to deal with the Whitebeard pirates well. Momotu prayed. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Dressrosa. In a dark palace in the palace, Doflamingo was taking a lunch break, and his whole body was very relaxed on the sofa. But there was a hint of pain and struggle on his face. Drops of sweat dripped from his face. It was as if he was having a terrible nightmare. Sudden. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath, the blue veins on his forehead protruded, his whole face looked extremely hideous, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a very vicious word from the gap between his teeth. Damn pariahs. Y'all are dead. Get out of my dreams. He dreamed again that when he was tied to the tower, the flames burned more and more, the scorching flames, the thick smoke in his nose, and the feeling of powerlessness that he couldn't resist. He stood up from the sofa with a sullen expression. I'm going to destroy the world. Everyone is going to die. With a cruel and evil smile on the corner of his mouth, he held a goblet, poured red wine from the bottle, and drank it in one gulp. His lips were stained with red wine juice, which made his lips look bloody in the dark room. Dover, Dover. There was a rush of calling, holding a plum blossom staff, with an extremely ugly appearance, and 2 blue snots on his nose. Looks very disgusting. This person is Torapal, the top official of the Don Quixote family. Torapal, what's the matter? Doflamingo lay back on the sofa, his hands on the sofa's cushions. Torapal hurriedly walked in front of Doflamingo. Dover, there is a secret report. Then he took out the phone bug. Seeing the appearance of the phone bug, the pupils under Doflamingo's sunglasses shrank suddenly. In the Don Quixote family, there have always been 4 cadres, namely Torapal who represents the club, Pica who reaches the standard of spades, and Diamante who represents the diamond. And Virgo, who represents heart. More than 10 years ago. The sea is turbulent, and countless people choose to go out to sea in order to find the treasure left by Roger, the pirate king, before his death, and the Don Quixote family also begins to develop on its own. However, he was targeted by Lieutenant Admiral Crane of the Navy, facing the superior resourcefulness, plus the powerful Lieutenant General Crane and the naval forces. The Don Quixote family could only run wildly and escape. He finally planned to let his subordinate, Virgo, go undercover in the Navy, with remarkable results. Using the intelligence of the undercover agent many times, he responded calmly and survived the arrest of Lieutenant General Crane. Since becoming a legitimate pirate Shichibukai, Virgo has not been contacted for a long time. There is no very important matter, and the other party will not easily take a huge risk to contact him. Doflamingo said to the phone bug, I'm Dover, what happened? The Navy. Something big has happened. Virgo's tone fluctuated, and he continued after making a slight adjustment. There is something called a strengthening stone in the Navy. This strengthening stone can be integrated into the weapon, allowing the hardness and toughness of the weapon have been greatly enhanced. Quote. Hearing the information that Virgo said, Doflamingo frowned and listened quietly. The most important thing is, the weapon that has been fused with strengthening stones has the effect of increasing the domineering power of the armed color. The Navy headquarters distributed 12 strengthening stones to me, so that the strength of my weapon against the domineering power of the armed color has been increased by about 40%. What? Doflamingo couldn't sit still. Sitting up, staring at the phone bug in disbelief, through the effect of the strengthening stone, it can actually increase the domineering of the armed color by about 40%. Quite an astonishing increase. Doflamingo looked nervous and immediately said, Enhanced stone. Tell me all the information you know. As one of the 7 martial Cs, he is proficient in armed and domineering. He naturally knows how terrifying this increase is, and it appears in the Sea Overlord and the Navy. That's just more powerful, the Navy will become more fearsome and powerful. Virgo went on to say, at present, it is said that only vice admirals and admirals who are proficient in armed domineering are eligible to be assigned enhancement stones. The information I have found so far is that the Navy has established a factory in the Navy headquarters, and it is said that the top person in charge of this factory is Admiral Kizaru. Currently, there are not many enhancement stones in the Navy, but they are definitely not many. I have allocated 12 enhancement stones. Other information about the factory is under investigation. By the way, Dover, there is one more important thing to report. Drought Jack, one of the 3 major disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates, was caught by the Navy and has been sent to the Advanced City, but who is responsible for the escort, I don't know the time yet. As soon as this news comes out. Doflamingo was shocked again. What? Just know that stupid guy is prone to accidents. Chapter 36 _ The 4 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. That guy is not afraid of anything and everything, and has a reckless personality. Brother Doflamingo has always felt that if the guy's character is not restrained a little, something will happen sooner or later. Now is the time for retribution. It was explained to Virgo to investigate the information about the Strengthening Stone and the Drought Jack, and the premise of everything was to ensure that he would not expose himself. Doflamingo hung up the phone. He frowned. That bastard, it's not good to provoke anyone, but to provoke the Navy. He was angry, but he also had to suppress the anger in his heart. Venting his anger would not help, and would interrupt his thinking. Torapal was also a little anxious. Dover, what should we do now? One side is the Navy, and the other side is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and neither side is an existence that they can provoke. Of course, tell Kaido to let him fight the Navy. We don't care about anything. It's better to investigate the information about the Strengthening Stone while Kaido and the Navy are really fighting. Brother Doflamingo grinned, revealing evil smile. Now that the Navy has a Strengthening Stone that can increase the domineering of the armed color, the strength must be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Doflamingo immediately instructed Trapor. Trapal, spread the news that the Navy has the Strengthening Stone. I want to let all other forces know the news, and see how they will react when the time comes. Hey, Dover's plan is good. Let's see how other pirates react first. We can't let the Navy make reinforcement stones so smoothly. Torapal had a sinister smile on his face. After taking over the task, he immediately started to spread the news. At the same time, Doflamingo also told Kaido, the 100 Beasts, that Drought Jack was captured by the Navy and would be sent to the Advanced City. A ghost island shrouded in black clouds. The giant skull-shaped ghost island looks so eerie and terrifying that ordinary people don't dare to approach it at all. Section 32 _ And here is the base of the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Among the skulls is an antique Japanese-style building with a loft courtyard. Kaido, the beast, is lying on the ground, with a head with double horns behind him. A woman with a pair of green eyes and all kinds of amorous feelings is rubbing her shoulders and back for Kaido at the moment. Her stature is unusually huge. No less than the huge size of the beast Kaido. At this moment, there was a thudding footstep outside the door, and there was a slam. The door is pushed sideways. Several beast pirates appeared in front of beast Kaido with a huge phone bug in both hands. A pirate said in a very standard standing posture, "Master Kaido, Doflamingo's phone." Black Maria's hand stopped. At this time, Kaido also opened his big eyes of copper bells that exuded a wild and fierce aura all the time, sat up, and a sneer grinned at the corners of his mouth. That kid Dover. How did he contact me? Listen to what that kid has to say. The pirates immediately picked up the phone bug, and heard Doflamingo's voice coming from the phone bug. Kaido, something happened to Jack, and the Navy was caught by the Navy. I got the news that the Navy is preparing send Drought Jack to the Advanced City prison. With Doflamingo's words, Kaido's extremely prominent brow bones furrowed, shrouding his eyes in shadows. The whole room fell into a strange silence, and the pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and cold sweat swirled out of their faces. Kaido. Hello. Doflamingo's voice came from the phone bug. At this time, Kaido's mouth raised, and he laughed again, but the laughter was a bit creepy and cold. Juncho has no reason to fight with the Navy. Since the Navy dares to capture Lao Su's subordinates, then get ready for a battle with Lao Su. He stretched out his huge palm, grabbed the red wine gourd on the table, lifted the gourd and poured it into his mouth non-stop. The clear wine flowed down the sides of Kaido's mouth, and several pirates were too frightened to move. Lord Kaido's moodiness was very famous in the Beast Pirates. Whoever provokes Kaido will suffer. The spirits burned Kaido's throat, spleen and stomach, and as the wine in the gourd bottomed out, Kaido crushed the wine gourd with force. With a crisp cracking sound, he stood up. The huge figure plunged most of the room into darkness, and Black Maria, who was familiar with Kaido, also knew that Lord Kaido was really angry this time. Lord Kaido, why don't you have someone negotiate with the Navy and ask them to hand over Drought Jack? Black Maria suggested. Kaido didn't seem to hear it, and said angrily, Jack is weak, but he is loyal to Lao Su. If he dares to do something to Lao Su's subordinates, Lao Su will make the Navy pay the price. Immediately, his body changed, and Kaido, whose body was rapidly changing, crashed out of the room and turned into a huge blue dragon hovering in the sky. Violet lightning flashes in the dark clouds. It gives people a kind of terrifying visual impact that black clouds are pressing down on the city and the city is about to be destroyed. Then disappeared into the sky. Black Maria could only look at Kaido, who disappeared. That guy Jack can't even deal with artificial devil fruits. There was no worry in her green eyes. With Kaido's strength, the Navy has nothing to do with Kaido, and it will be released soon. She has experienced this kind of thing not once or twice. Master Kaido is gone, but I can live a quiet life for a while. Instead, there was still a little bit of joy in her heart. Kaido, who has been on the sea for decades, is very familiar with the map of the New World. The huge blue dragon shuttled through the clouds. It's still unclear where Drought Jack is. If that's the case, then go see that old guy from the Warring States period, give him a slap in the face, and let him hand over Drought Jack. I really want to have a good fight. With strong excitement and anticipation, I flew to the naval headquarters at a very fast speed. Navy headquarters. When the peculiar dark cloud came swiftly towards the naval headquarters, immediately a siren sounded. Beep. Beep katakana middle dot beep katakana middle dot. The sound resounded instantly in all corners of the entire naval headquarters, and countless navies rushed out from all directions and from every room. Thousands of Navy soldiers gathered in the square in an instant. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Fort Center. A series of tall generals rushed out of their respective offices in a hurry. Standing on the first floor of the observation deck in the center of the fortress, Warring States turned pale, gritted his teeth and said, Beasts. Kaido. Chapter 37_Mobile Armor, Malong 1. The face of the Warring States period was ashen, and the Kai team was famous for its strong body. The Navy had tried various methods, even the expensive devil fruits. But I don't know if it's because of Kaido's weird body. There is no result of explosion and death, but the weird thing is, Kaido is also unable to obtain the power of the second devil fruit. On the contrary, in order to imprison Kaido, the Navy has thought of countless ways, but Kaido's recovery ability is very amazing, even if Halushi has the function of restraint. He couldn't completely restrain his movements either. Kaido's powerful body still possesses powerful destructive power, making the Navy miserable, and finally had to let this guy exist. Is this guy here for Drought Jack? Sengoku thought that the information that Tautu had captured Drought Jack was passed to the Navy headquarters as soon as the battle ended. After thinking about it, the Warring States also ordered the Commodore Branu beside him. Evacuate all the navies in the square. Notify all the navies. Try to avoid Kaido, and officers below the general level will not join the battle later. All important members are protected. He speaks fast. The reason why all the navies were evacuated was because those navies couldn't do any damage to Kaido at all, whether it was artillery, guns, swords, etc. It's just an increase in casualties. Only a general-level navy can play a role in protecting the navy headquarters when fighting against Kaido. Branno, who received the order from the Warring States period, also acted quickly. In the factory several kilometers behind the center of the huge naval fortress, Zantaomaru anxiously rang the doorbell of the laboratory, and the huge battle axe was already in his hand. With the sound of mechanical gears turning, the door of the laboratory opened, and Hill's ears also heard the sound of an alarm resounding above the entire Marine headquarters. Marine Fando, and suddenly looked at Zantaomaru with a puzzled look and asked, "What happened?" "I couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates came over so early? This is the Navy headquarters. Whose brain is so funny, come to the Navy headquarters to make trouble?" Zantaomaru was stunned at the moment, because he was a lot taller than Hill, and the door of the laboratory opened. At a glance, I saw the nearly 10-meter-long, mighty steel giant in the laboratory, all black with unknown paint, shining under the light. The various armors on the body are like human muscle lines, full of mechanical beauty, and there are 2 pairs of wings behind it, which makes people instantly think of flying. It caught his eye instantly. "Hill, what is that?" Zantaomaru asked, with a look of obsession and curiosity in his eyes. That mighty appearance, in terms of appearance, simply dumped the pacifists, who don't know a few streets. "You said that." Hill pondered for a while, then named the thing. "It's a flying mech, and I named it Malong Number 1. Quote. Mecha. Malong Number 1. Zantaomaru heard the fog in the clouds, with a strong light of curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked honestly, "Is this your new invention? What's the use?" Quote. Hill didn't want to worry about this issue. It's a human-controlled robot. Why did the Navy headquarters suddenly sound the alarm? "It's Kaido. The beast Kaido has come to the naval headquarters." Zantaomaru replied immediately. "Fuck." Hilton was shocked. "You said Kaido came to the Navy headquarters." At this moment, his head is dizzy, but he is not afraid at all. After all, this is the headquarters of the Navy, even if it is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. There were also people in the Navy who responded. It is no joke to be the same level as generals, and there are not many others in the Navy, and there are many people. Section 33_. What surprised him was that Kaido actually appeared in the Navy headquarters at this time. He has never heard of this in the anime. Why is this Nima plotline messed up? What Hill didn't know was that because of the appearance of the strengthening stone, the decision of the Warring States period to fight the Whitebeard pirates was advanced for several days. In fact, the butterfly effect has already begun to gradually increase without knowing it. "Don't worry, I will protect you." Zantaomaru patted his majestic chest and said. Hill glanced at Zantaowen speechlessly, and complained in his heart, "Brother, wake up, you are serving food." "Certainly." He didn't say anything, but his eyes lit up with a seductive smile on the corner of his mouth. "Zantaomaru, do you want to fight Kaido?" The simple and honest Zantaomaru immediately said, "Dr. Hill, the task that the old man gave me is to protect you. From now on, I will protect you every step of the way until Kaido leaves." A pair of copper bells stared at Hill with big eyes, without blinking. Their eyes showed a determination to protect Hill to the death. "Your brother can handle it." Hill laughed, "But that is the 4 Emperor Kaido. You don't want to see and see. I heard that someone is known as the most defensive man in the world. I just don't know who has the stronger defense compared to the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air. Of course it's me. Zantaomaru looks like he is defending the number 1 in the world." "That's not necessarily true. You haven't compared with him. How do you know whose defense is stronger between you and him?" Hill pretended to be a serious analysis. "We can go and see so we can see how strong Kaido's defense is." As soon as this word comes out, Zantaomaru's eyes lit up, then dimmed, and said with a serious face, "My mission is to protect you. There are pacifists in Dr. Vegapunk, don't worry." Seeing that Zantaomaru seemed to be shaken a little, Hill immediately said, "Listen to me, Kaido will definitely be stopped by a general, so we will watch from a distance and there will be nothing wrong. Don't talk about generals, there are so many powerful lieutenant generals in the Navy headquarters, and even the warring states marshal, can't even a Kaido be able to stop him. Let's stay away, we can guarantee that there will be no problem. Can't you even trust your own defense?" Zantaomaru immediately said, "My defense is the strongest in the world, so I'm sure there is no problem protecting you, but you can't be too far from me." "Good." Hill smiled, "But wait for me." He turned around and walked towards the laboratory, came to the back of Malong number 1, opened the hatch. The back of the mechanical armor suddenly opened the hatches on the left and right sides, put down a ladder, and Hill followed the ladder into the interior of the mobile armor. A three-dimensional virtual control cabin with a width of 1 meter and a height of 3 meters appeared in front of him. A bit similar to the virtual cabin of the game in online games. Hill walked in, and after adjusting his position, mechanical tracks bound Hill's hands, feet, thighs, arms, and waist. At the same time, a helmet covered Hill's head. After a while, a mechanical voice sounded. Connection succeeded. Chapter 38 Akainu vs Kaido. Malong number 1 foot SI lamp instantly lit up, emitting a blue light. In a virtual warehouse. Hill also instantly received the visual scene transmitted from Malong number 1 in his mind, and controlled his consciousness to move forward. Boom. More than 10 tons of weight stomped on the ground making a loud noise. Hill, this thing is so handsome. Zantaomaru's eyes flashed with gold stars, looking extremely excited, wishing that he could control this steel monster in Hill's place. What kind of pacifist is so incompetent in front of Malong 1? Zantaomaru excitedly stepped forward and touched the armor of Malong number 1. It felt cold and smooth, and it had a heavy feeling of steel and metal. In addition, it was polished, and the black mechanical metal armor reflected bursts of dazzling cold light. At this moment, Malong number 1 also made a mechanical sound. "Zantaomaru, let's go to the square and have a look." There was a faint excitement and anticipation in the voice. That was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the beast, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and the admiral of the navy would definitely take action. Hill also wanted to see the battle destined to be thrilling. "Okay, but when can I try to control this Malong number 1? Zantaomaru compromised, but he still wanted to try to control this big guy. "No, unless you lose weight," Hill said. Zantaowan's body is not like the 3 generals. He is a big fat man about 3 meters long, almost sideways. The virtual warehouse of the mobile armor simply cannot accommodate the size of Zantaomaru. The two walked out of the factory while talking. Walking out of the factory, you can see the dark clouds in the sky, which plunged most of the naval headquarters into darkness. From time to time, there were earth-shattering sounds. The two rushed towards the square. Now, above the square, Akainu's arm turned into billowing magma, and the hot magma radiated an amazing red light on everything around it, dyeing it into a bloody hell. Ming dog. The hot magma on the arm instantly extended forward at a very fast speed. Bang! Kaido's dragon body's abdominal muscles sank deeply, and then the huge body flew out in an instant, and was blasted hundreds of meters away. Damn red dog, why is your domineering so strong? Kaido's mouth twitched when he stopped, looking at Admiral Akainu in confusion. There were quite a few fights between him and Akainu. However, Akainu's attack at most only brought some pain to himself, but this attack made him feel a severe pain feeling. He could feel that the opponent's domineering arrogance was a level of strength. He obviously didn't have Liu Ying's skills, but hitting him made him extremely uncomfortable. Akainu's face was cold, but his eyes were full of high fighting intent. HMPH, Kaido, the Navy headquarters is not a place where you can go wild, since you are here. Don't even think about leaving. After uttering a cruel sentence, Akainu's whole body became extremely red. Like a bloodstone, the entire lower body disappeared, and thick smoke came out. He flew. As admirals of the Navy, they not only have powerful domineering, large-scale lethality, but also have the means to deal with various enemies and battlefields. The magma gurgled out from the arm, and the huge magma fist greeted Kaido's face. Facing Akainu's attack, Kaido opened the dragon's mouth directly, and the huge teeth slammed into it. With a loud noise from the violent collision, volcanic debris with burning flames fell from the sky. Kaido laughed wildly. You can't kill Lao Su. Warring states, as long as the drought jack is released, I will leave immediately. The golden vertical pupils are full of arrogant and invincible beliefs. Ice katakana middle dot time. An icy voice sounded, and Aokiji's feet were instantly frozen, spreading in all directions, freezing all the falling volcanic ash almost instantly. The spread of flame is avoided. Sengoku's eyes flickered, as if thinking, and said firmly to Kaido in the sky, it is impossible for the Navy to let Drought Jack go. The Navy has no reason to let go of the pirates who hurt the Navy, not now, nor in the future. The strengthening +1-2 glove does make Akainu's attack a lot more powerful, but after all, the glove is a blunt weapon, and its lethality is definitely not comparable to that of a sharp long sword. He resisted the urge to let others attack Kaido in his heart. Hold on. First consume Kaido's stamina, and at the same time let others protect the naval headquarters to prevent the naval headquarters from being destroyed in battle. The Navy has planned to execute Fire Fist Ace to the world at the Navy headquarters to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, if the day of war comes. The entire naval headquarters was dilapidated, which was a major blow to the reputation and face of the Navy. There was no order from the warring states period, and the others did not step forward. Follow the orders of the warring states marshal, and protect the naval headquarters from destruction. In the sky. Hearing Sengoku's answer, Kaido was instantly furious. A pair of golden dragon eyes rose with intense anger, and roared, "Don't let people go." Section 34_. I have to destroy your naval headquarters today, do you feel bad for you? I didn't expect that the old guy in the warring states period didn't give him any face at all. If he couldn't save Jack back, he would still have the face to return to Ghost Island. Facing your subordinates. Heat breath. The huge dragon's mouth opened, and the surrounding wind howled into Kaido's mouth, forming a fiery fireball that shone brightly. Like a dragon ball. The next moment, a terrifying pillar of flame shot out from Kaido's mouth, and the surging flame was like the breath of a fire dragon in mythology. Fall from the sky. Like a world-extinguishing flame. The target of the flame attack was the Admiral Akainu. In the face of this powerful blow, Akainu's expression remained unmoved, maintaining a stern, iron-blooded face. The magma on the arm formed a dog's head full of sharp teeth, covered with yellow flames. The dog bites the red lotus. Punch out. The magma that transformed into a beast-like fierce dog head seemed to possess something, galloping towards Kaido's heat. One red and one yellow. One is the terrifying volcanic magma, and the other is the fiery flames erupted in the form of Kaido's blue dragon. The two attacks collided violently in an instant. Boom. A circle of orange-red light instantly illuminated the entire sky, as if the aurora was illuminating the night sky, and the entire Malinfando, who had fallen into darkness, was instantly illuminated by the light. The flames and volcanic ash in the sky poured down from the sky like a majestic torrential rain. So strong. Is this the general level of combat power, and the combat power of the 4 Emperor Kaido? Hill in Malong No. 1 saw this situation. It feels very shocking. This is simply a fairy fight. Too fierce, a fierce one. Zan Taomaru, who was on the side, was also shocked by the battle in front of him and was hit. Watching the sky fall. A golden light instantly appeared in the sky. The corners of the mouth raised on the wretched face. It's really scary. I can't let the Navy headquarters be destroyed. Pinch your hands into orchid fingers and cross them in front of your chest. Bachi Changuyu. Chapter 39_Carp. This thing, the old man likes it. A dazzling golden light shone between the two fingers of the yellow monkey. One after another golden light energy bullets were stimulated, which filled the sky like a rain of bullets, and shot towards the rain of fire that filled the sky. The fire rain in the whole sky was blasted out by Admiral Kizaru. The trend of light energy bombs continues unabated. It flew into the sea, and the sea surface was suddenly smashed into a sieve. After doing all this, Kizaru turned into a golden light, like a falling meteor, disappearing into the sky. Next second, countless light particles gradually converged in front of Hill and Zontaomaru into the appearance of Kizaru, and the eyes under the sunglasses looked curiously at the steel monster beside Zontaomaru. He pouted and asked, "Zontaomaru, let you protect Hill, why did you come with this strange machine?" "Old man." After Zontaomaru greeted him, he immediately replied, "The one in this machine is Hill." Hear this. Huang Yuan's face was startled, and he felt seriously, Hill is indeed inside, but what is this big guy? Looks like a robot. General Kazuna, this is my newly invented mobile armor, called Malong No. 1. The Malong No. 1 controlled by Hill made a mechanical sound. Malong No. 1 at this moment, his eyes are shining like the headlights of the car. Looking at the picture of the battle in the sky, he exclaimed, "What a strong destructive power. My Malong No. 1 is estimated to take a few attacks and it will be gone." As the developer of Malong No. 1, he is very familiar with the hardness and defense capabilities of Malong No. 1. Now he has seen the attack of the four Emperor Kaido and Admiral Akainu. There is also a rough judgment in mind. Malong No. 1 should be able to withstand a few blows from the Admiral or the four Emperors before being destroyed. Kizaru, who heard Hill say this, raised his head and looked at the Malong No. 1 inch in surprise. "Hill, you said this thing can withstand Kaido's attack." My heart was shaken violently. Kaido's full-strength attack can't be easily tolerated even by him as an admiral of the navy. Can this iron lump be able to withstand it? A few times should be no problem. Hill thought for a moment and gave a conservative number. After all, he has not really experimented. He can't fully judge yet. "Hey," Huang Yuan couldn't help gasping for air and exclaimed, "Is this robot really that powerful?" He also knows about robots. He is a deep participant in the pacifist plan of the Navy headquarters, and Vegapunk uses his fruit ability. Laser weapons were created for pacifists, and their speed, destructive power, etc. are much better than cannons. But even if it is a pacifist, the EPUB can destroy itself with a single blow, and this thing is of little use in the battle of the strong. It is very powerful against some small pirates. After all, the hardness of the alloy is very high, and ordinary pirates cannot destroy it at all. Your invention is incredible. Yellow Ape glanced strangely at the robot beside him. Hill's invention was indeed unique. I just don't know how the combat effectiveness of this Malong No. 1 inch is. Zontaomaru, who was on the side, also said, Hill's invention is definitely amazing. If the Navy can control this robot, it will save a lot of troops. Anyway, he felt that such a robot would definitely be able to stand up to the combat power of a group of navies. At this moment, the battle in the sky is still going on, and Akainu and Kaido are fighting hard. With the enhanced fist, Akainu, it is extremely fierce. As long as the attack falls on Kaido, Kaido can be blasted out. But Kaido is not too much. The super powerful defense combined with the terrifying recovery speed is not a false Akainu at all. You come to me on both sides. Play well or not. Warring States looked at Kizaru, and a light of curiosity flashed in his eyes. What is that thing next to Kizaru? Nearly 10 meters of steel giants. Very eye-catching. His words immediately caused the eyes of the Navy around him to look at him. Lieutenant General Garp's eyes flashed with gold stars. His eyes shone brightly. That wouldn't be a fun toy, would it? The old man has to ask. Done. He buttoned his nostrils, and immediately walked towards Kizaru and Zontaomaru. It should be something new for the Naval Science Force. It seems to be somewhat similar to the pacifists, and it should be a combat machine. Crane Zhang guessed. Then she looked at the robot giant carefully, and said suspiciously, in the style of Vegapunk, there is a high probability that such a thing will not be made, but I don't know which doctor in the Naval Science Force made it. Out. The style is completely different from that of the pacifist. The black and black robot has 2 pairs of black wings on its back and bursts of white light. Visually, it gives a shocking and handsome impact. Full of mechanical beauty. And the craftsmanship is extremely fine, but it doesn't look like something made by Vegapunk. Several other admirals were also full of doubts and curiosity. Sengoku immediately said with a serious face, "Then everyone, let's go over and have a look, but you can't ignore the battle between Akainu and Kaido, you are ready to take action at any time." Those present were all the elite generals of the Navy, such as Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider, etc. All the weapons in the hands of these generals have been strengthened by strengthening stones 12 times. Section 35_. They are all itchy, and everyone wants to try their weapons through battle, as well as the effect of the domineering boost in battle. But all were suppressed by the warring states. The Navy can't have any surprises, at least until the end of the war with the Whitebeard pirates. Warring states, Crane, Aokiji, and others also came to the position of Kizaru, and saw Lieutenant General Garp touching the armor of Malong No. 1 like a curious baby. The eyes shine like incandescent lamps. This robot is so handsome, its hardness is much stronger than many weapons, it must be very strong. The old man likes it so much. Karp's expression was full of love, and he said with praise, reaching out and patting the armor of Malong No. 1 and shouting, "Hill, you come out and let this old man try it." Hill. Sengoku's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, this machine was made by Hill. For Hill, he is very optimistic. The strengthening stone he invented last time was simply a artifact, and now it seems that he has come up with a new invention. Surprise and delight in his heart. From the outside, this robot is unusual. If Hill is really like Karp inside, it means that humans can control such a robot. Now he is eager to know the parameters of this robot. Wondering if this thing can be made at scale. And let this thing join the battlefield. Chapter 40_. This thing is so cheap. It was invented by Hill, but now I don't know what the combat effectiveness of this machine is. Zan Taomaru said angrily. He looked down at his body. It is true that she is pregnant with septuplets, and her belly is bulging high. Because he was too fat, Hill did not allow himself to control Malong No. 1, and he must take the time to lose all the fat on his stomach. Zan Taomaru secretly decided in his heart. A group of admirals were no strangers to Hill, and they looked at the robot carefully again, wanting to see what was different. Flying Squirrel said, "This robot estimates that ordinary artillery can't cause damage at all, but I don't know what the durability and combat capabilities are. Judging from the appearance and the sense of touch, the defense quality of this robot is absolutely passable, and it can even be said to be very hard. Much harder than normal steel. However, the most important thing for this type of robot is the combat ability and endurance. These two are the most important places." Lieutenant General Crane nodded. "I took a closer look just now. There are 2 pairs of wings on the back of this machine, which should be able to fly. As for the combat mode of this machine, it is impossible to judge for the time being, but it should be the same as the pacifist, with long-range strike means." Everyone thought it was reasonable. Karp picked his nostrils impatiently and said, "Let that fellow Hill come out and let us know." At this time, Malong No. 1 also made a sound and introduced to everyone. This is a mobile armor, and the combat state can be maintained for about 5 to 8 hours when it is fully activated. The main means of defeating the enemy is to rely on energy beam saber and energy cannon as a means of strike. Talking. Hill controlled Malong No. 1 to show the energy beam saber, only to see that under Hill's control, Malong No. 1's left arm opened a door. A huge hilt pops up inside, and the left arm is both a place to store the hilt and a place to charge the hilt. Malong No. 1 grabbed the hilt with his right hand, Press the button on the sword grid, and blue light spread out from the hilt, forming a large blue sword several meters long. Hill said, "This is an energy beam saber, which can easily cut through steel." He has tried this before. Cutting steel is like cutting tofu. It can be easily split into 2 pieces, which is very powerful. Ah la la, I've never seen such a weapon before. Qingzi looked at the energy beam sword in Malong No. 1's hand in a trance. He had indeed never seen this kind of weapon before, but it was somewhat similar to Kizaru and the weapons formed by his own abilities. All exist in the form of energy bodies. Certainly. That was just before. However, the weapons of the energy body are not necessarily weak, but are much stronger than some ordinary weapons. Warring States was very satisfied. His face was full of happiness, and he said with a smile, "It is not bad to be able to maintain a battle time of 5 to 8 hours, enough to support a normal war. There is no worry about the endurance at all, and the weapon makes him very satisfied. This thing is on the battlefield, and it is an absolutely proper killing machine. Against some unknown pirates, it is absolutely possible to form a crushing battle. The key is that this thing can be controlled by humans, and it is far beyond autonomous machinery in terms of tactics and cooperation." Lieutenant General Crane was also very satisfied, and still asked his own question, how long does it take for this robot to recharge? If once the energy is exhausted, will this guy move manually? And how about the power of long-range strikes? She raised several questions that she was very concerned about in one breath, and these questions were also very important to the battle. Hill also explained patiently, the charging time of Malong 1 is 12 hours. As for the energy exhaustion, it needs to be manually controlled to activate the backup energy. If it is just moving and flying, it will consume extra energy without fighting. The energy can probably support the 1-hour flight of Malong 1. Quote, 3 times faster than a normal vehicle. The means of long-range strikes are in the form of energy cannons, but the consumption of energy cannons will mean a reduction in endurance and long-lasting combat capabilities. Take my example of 5 to 8 hours just now. Malong 1 can fire about 20 energy cannons. It's about getting points for himself. Of course Hill is careful, if there are other pirates other than Kaido, at this moment. Unable to say, he controlled Malong No. 1 to kill it, and let them take a good look at the power of Malong No. 1. A Malong 1 can bring you 1 million points, which is an opportunity to draw a golden treasure chest. Self-boasting. However, Hill can't exaggerate the data. This kind of thing will definitely be found in the subsequent experiments. Hill's words. Hearing that, everyone was overjoyed. The fighting ability of this Malong No. 1 is very strong. At this time, Warring States asked with a wide-eyed smile, "Hill, how much does it cost to make this thing?" Others were also watching Malong No. 1 nervously, but because Malong No. 1 was so huge, everyone could only raise their heads. 100 million Baileys. Hill gave an answer, which immediately made everyone extremely happy. The Warring States period was even more unbelievable, suspecting that his ears had heard it wrong. He couldn't believe that the thing in front of him was so cheap. Only 100 million. In the budget in his mind, this thing should start with at least 2 or 3 billion Baileys. Can be realistic. Gave him a huge surprise. Good. Warring States was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He changed his usual calmness and laughed out loud. 100 million is too cheap. Lieutenant General, he also said with a smile. The price was indeed unexpected, as if a huge surprise fell from the sky. Hit the Navy's head. Huang Yuan explained. I didn't expect that it would only cost 100 million. This thing can be mass-produced, which is 10 times lower than the cost of pacifists. A pacifist needs 1 billion Baileys, which is extremely expensive. Now that there is something like Malong 1, there is no need to produce such expensive pacifists. Not only the appearance of the pacifist, but also the cost. Zan Taomaru said honestly. He spends a lot of time with pacifists. Compared with pacifists, he prefers this cool big guy in front of him, and this big guy has something that is irresistible. It is manipulative. Thinking that he can control such a handsome and mighty guy, Zon Taomaru's heart burst into flames. There is another person who is also extremely hot, with hot flames in his eyes, that is Vice Admiral Garp. Without hesitation, he said to the Warring States. Warring States, this must be given to me. Section 36_. Chapter 41_ is the red dog taking medicine. Sea hunting hearts. This majestic steel giant is sure to be a lot of fun. Warring States was in a good mood and agreed. No problem, when this thing is made, I will definitely send you one. 100 million Bailey is like a pie in the sky, naval warships, weapons, scientific research, bounties, wages, pensions, etc. Which one is not astronomical? Malong number 1 cost 100 million yuan, which is too cheap. Not only to build, but also to produce a lot. Warring States said firmly as iron, such a weapon, if you don't make it, you are an idiot. He looked up at Hill and praised, Hill, you have made a lot of credit this time, and I will definitely give you credit. Do you have any requirements? I will solve it for you together. Hearing that Sengoku said that he would manufacture a large number of mobile armors, Hilton was elated, and he could already see the situation when the rolling points were recorded. Yes. Hill manipulated Malong number 1 to speak, can someone give me meat from the Sea Kings every day? To be honest, the Navy's canteen treatment is really good, but with food cells, he needs more advanced ingredients rich in nutrients. In this way, you can maximize your body to grow up quickly. There are too many attribute points required for the physique level. And after every 10 levels, the attribute points required for physique are rising steadily, and now it takes tens of thousands of attribute points to increase by 1 level. If he just used the attribute points obtained by the lottery to improve, he couldn't stand it. After all, there are other skills that need to be improved with attribute points. He was ready to lie down, and he didn't have that much time to practice hard. I am going to have a 1-force drop 10 meeting. Top in every way. At that time, who am I afraid of? Hearing Hill's request, Karp laughed out loud and threatened, Hill, if you send me a few more Malong number 1s, the old man will bring you Sea King meat every time. Make sure you eat enough. Mention eating. This is very suitable for his appetite, the old man likes a navy like you. As soon as this sentence came out, he seemed to recall the pictures of himself teaching Luffy and Ace, and he worked hard to train them into excellent Marines. But, in the end, he became a pirate, which made his heart sour. Thinking that Ace was now being held in the advancing city by the Navy, he couldn't help but feel a heart-wrenching pain in his heart. Hill, I agreed to your request. Warring States said with a smile, this request is nothing to the Navy. Lieutenant General Crane was also in a good mood. Elbaf's giants are a very powerful force in this world, and even Big Mom has always wanted to win over Elbaf. Now our Navy has Malong 1, which is completely comparable to the giants. Her evaluation is very high. The giants are very powerful in combat. The advantage of their size makes them extremely outstanding in terms of combat effectiveness and possess extremely powerful strength. To this end, the Navy also recruited many giants to become admirals. Now Malong number 1 can completely replace the role of the giants, and even go beyond it by a lot, capable of flying and long-distance attacks. No matter how you look at it, the future of the Navy is thriving and bright. The lieutenant generals such as Flying Squirrel and Huo Shaoshan on the side also nodded again and again, and were extremely optimistic about the future. Ah la la, it seems that the burden on us will be much easier in the future. Qingzi also smiled happily. The cost is cheap, and it comes from Hill's hands, so the combat effectiveness should also be guaranteed. With such a weapon, the Navy can charge ahead without fear of the attack of guns, which is absolutely beneficial and harmless. Sengoku looked at the sky. Everyone, pay more attention to Kaido. If there is a chance, this time Kaido will be completely left behind. He is also not 100% sure whether the power of the weapon enhanced by the enhancement stone can pose a life-threatening threat to Kaido, the strongest creature. But it's rare to have such a good opportunity, always give it a try. Kizaru nodded, with a sinister and wretched smile on his face. I also want to try to see if the 12-strengthened Tiankong Yunjian can kill Kaido. In the past, Kaido always relied on his strong body to make trouble at the naval base, causing serious losses to the navy. Many navies who guarded Kaido have died. His heart was faintly excited. If you can really use the enhanced weapons to kill Kaido, the pattern of the sea will be completely rewritten, and the beast pirates will no longer be a big threat to the navy. Plus soon, plans for the Whitebeard pirates. Think about it. In the warring country, I was very excited. I had dreamed for a long time that the justice of king over the world, after so many years of hard work, is finally starting to come true. In the sky, Kaido became more and more depressed as he fought, and strong doubts arose in his heart. Something is wrong with this red dog today. A little over the top. Did that guy take his medicine today? The armed color is actually a lot stronger than usual. Although he can't hurt himself, the pain is real. He fell from a height of 10,000 meters, and he had never felt such pain. Ha! Kaido got angry, opened his dragon mouth and let out a loud, heaven-shattering sound. Bad wind. 1 inch. In an instant, a large number of wind blades flew out from Kaido's mouth, like a swordsman's flying slash, with terrifying cutting power. The blue wind blade flew in the air at extreme speed. Laugh! Laugh! The air let out a hissing sound, and quickly slashed towards Akainu. Akainu looked at Kaido coldly. Kaido, this attack is not enough. Today's old accounts and new accounts are counted as much. It's over. In the face of Kaido's attack, Akainu did not choose to dodge. Hot magma appeared on his arm, and the explosive force of the volcano followed his arm. Into the lava. Boom. Like the sound of shells exploding constantly resounding in the sky, one after another wind blade was smashed by Akainu with his fist. Like the flaming god of war, it stands tall and motionless, standing in the sky. Against the dragon that seems to be in myth. The fierce and ferocious battle Sahil's heart was fiery and unbearable, and he was fascinated and yearned in his heart, when will I be able to fight the 4 emperors like Akainu? He even fantasized about defeating Kaido, the most powerful creature in the legend. The battle in the Sky Hill is to watch with relish. I also know that strong men like Kaido and Akainu cannot decide the winner in a short period of time. Their physical strength, explosiveness, and destructive power have reached an inhuman level. But this battle was a bit boring for Sengoku, Kyabu, Aokiji, etc. They had experienced too many battles. Time flies. The battle between Akainu and Kaido has lasted for 4 or 5 hours, and the sky has been so dark that it is impossible to tell whether it is night or not. Sengoku arranged for Kizaru next to him. Pelusilino, try using the Amazuma Cloud Sword to see if you can hurt Kaido. Wait. Hill said at this moment, didn't Lieutenant General Karp want to try Malong 1? Let him try to control Malong number 1, or test the combat effectiveness of Malong number 1. Quote. Chapter 42 First Experience of Malong number 1. This proposal is good. Karp suddenly cheered excitedly. Hill, this kid, interesting. Section 37 He was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. Let this old man come and try this Malong number 1. Quote. Hill controlled Malong 1 to open the hatch, walked down the ladder, and looked at the many admirals present. At this time, Garp rushed to Hill's side with a single stride and grabbed Hill's shoulders. Boy, tell me how to use this thing. You'll go down this ladder later. Hill patiently explained to Garp how to operate. The operation is very simple. It is a virtual control system. The focus of Hill's explanation is on the precautions. It is a pity. Garp's impatience didn't listen at all. Halfway through hearing it, he hurried up the stairs and entered the hatch. The expression on Sengoku's face was a little unnatural. He walked to Hill's side and asked, will that guy Carp make any trouble? Hearing the question from the Warring States period, Hill's face stiffened and he replied, it should be. No. The voice just fell. Bang. A loud noise came. A large piece of dust was raised on the ground, and Malong number 1 was like a green onion at this time, and a small half was even inserted into the ground. At this time, Malong number 1 sounded, I am just not familiar with this old man, such mistakes will not happen again. It turns out that this thing can really fly. Such a heavy thing can fly quite fast. Garp controlled Malong 1 to stand up again from the ground. Subsequently, the 2 pairs of steel wings of Malong number 1 spread out, and the aircraft on the wings emitted blue flames, carrying Malong number 1 into the air. It's just that Carp's operation is not very familiar, and he twists and turns in the air, up and down, left and right. Obviously he is not familiar with the flying speed and operation of Malong 1. Ha ha ha, this thing is so fun. Cap's excited and happy laughter came from Malong number 1, in front of a powerhouse of his level. What he cares about is not the combat power of Malong 1 at all. Instead, play. Having been a little familiar with the operation of Malong number 1, he became bold, and the tail flames on his wings surged again, growing a bit, and Malong number 1 foot's speed suddenly increased a lot again. Warring States nodded with satisfaction. He saw the performance of Malong 1, and couldn't help but praise. Hill is indeed a genius inventor. After this thing is mass-produced, the Navy will grow a lot. Judging from the current flight speed and coordination of Malong 1, it can be called very perfect. Moreover, Carp quickly became familiar with the operation of Malong 1, which proved that it is not difficult to control this thing, and other navies should also be able to master it in a very short time. He also didn't despise the idea of Carp's IQ. Lieutenant General Crane also had a gratified smile on his face. Although our Navy is said to be in a strong period now, the younger generation of Navy has the potential to become a general, and it is almost impossible to see it. Now, with Hill's invention, it can make the Navy's combat effectiveness more powerful, and hopefully it can completely end the era of pirates. Her rating is very high. The appearance of Malong number 1 means that the Navy will have a group of giants, who are not afraid of life and death, can withstand guns, can fly and so on. As long as the number is large enough, it completely surpasses the value of the giant Navy. There are too many benefits. 1 Malong 1 is enough to rival the combat effectiveness of thousands of navies. Kizaru was secretly delighted in his heart, and said with emotion, yes, the task on us will be relieved a lot in the future. This thing is invincible in the first half of the Great Waterway. Even if it is a pirate in the New World, don't try to destroy Malong number 1 easily. With a relieved, wretched smile on his face full of beard stubble, Malong number 1 is capable of many tasks. The more the better. Wow. You can happily enjoy the life of punching in at work. Everyone has strong expectations for Malong 1. This expectation is to hope that the Navy will be strong and that Malong 1 will have super combat effectiveness. In a virtual cabin, Lieutenant General Garp was delighted. Ha ha ha. This thing is so interesting. That guy Hill didn't show us the energy cannon just now. Let the old man try it first. His eyes turned to a virtual screen, and he used his mind to control Malong number 1 to turn on the energy beam cannon, in Garp's visual effects. Suddenly a scope similar to FPS shooting appeared. Carp grinned. Interesting. There's even a scope, and it can zoom in. The above provides 2 to 10 times aiming options, and there is an automatic aiming lock function. He also had a lot of fun targeting Kaido, who was fighting a Kainu above the sky. After the order was given, Malong number 1 also raised his hand, and a blue laser shot out from the center of his palm. Energy cannon. As fast as lightning, it hit the giant dragon incarnated by Kaido in an instant, making a loud bang. Kaido's body trembled violently. Kaido turned the faucet's head suddenly, and his sharp golden vertical pupils looked at Malong number 1 inch flying above the square, with a look of surprise in his eyes. What? Strong doubts arose in his mind. Before he could think about it, Akainu's attack came again, and Kaido couldn't help but scolded, "Bastard." After blocking Akainu's attack, he shouted, "Hand over Jack, or I will treat the Navy headquarters as my home in the future." The voice resounded in the sky, with a strong sense of threat. That is, they wanted Sengoku and General Crane to agree to release Jack in order to take care of the overall situation. But he thought too much. What was ushered in was Cap's excited voice, with a strong fighting intent in his voice, like a fiery flame. "Sakazuki, the old man is here to help you." With an excited shout, the Malong No. 1 controlled by Garp flew to the vicinity of Akainu and stood in the air. Akainu frowned slightly. To be frank, he didn't mind that Garp intervened in his own battle, but Lieutenant General Garp actually manipulated the robot, which felt a little unreliable. After Akainu thought for a while, he said, "Lieutenant General Garp, let's keep our distance as far as possible. I'm afraid my magma will melt your thing." 800 degrees cannot melt steel. The heat transfer of metal is very fast, and it is easy to destroy items that are not metal. He didn't think the machine was made of heavy metal inside and out. "No problem, I just want to try the Malong No. 1 invented by Hill." Garp agreed without hesitation, and the blue incandescent eyes of No. 1 Malong were locked on Kaido. Energy Cannon. Chapter 43 _ The Furious Beast Kaido. Boom. Boom again, old man. Boom his ass. Ha ha ha. One more shot. Garp, who was controlling Malong 1 for the first time, was obviously excited and flew around, wanting to shoot where he wanted. One after another blue energy beam cannon bombarded in a very tricky position. Glad Cap was laughing all the time. The front is held back by Admiral Akainu. Even if Kaido used the dragon's tail to attack Malong No. 1, he was evaded by Malong No. 1's extremely fast flying speed. Although Garp was controlling Malong No. 1 at this time. But that doesn't mean that the domineering can't be used, and the fighting instinct is as sensitive as the intuition. Like a slippery loach. Hearing Cap's unbearable cry, Kaido's face was extremely gloomy, as if water could drip, and his eyes were burning with anger. Garp's strength made him a little jealous. But it is bearable, the dragon cannot bear it. "Bastard, I have to smash your broken iron shell today." Kaido really couldn't take it, although the damage of the energy cannon was not very big. But the location where Garp shot was very insulting. Section 38 _ Kaido opened his mouth and let out a terrifying whistling sound, and the air shook violently, making even the ears of Hill, Sengoku and others who were watching the battle from a distance buzzing. Even the gravel on the ground are beating. In the eyes of the people, Kaido's huge dragon body began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge monster with blue scales covering most of its body. A huge mace was carried by Kaido on his shoulders, and a flaming cloud was trampled under his feet. Suspended in the air, the dragon form is completely open. The heavy breath and scarlet eyes showed how strong the anger in Kaido's heart was. Purple electric arcs beat continuously on the surface of Kaido's burly, muscular body, and the heart-pounding sound of electric current was incessant. Gurgling. The muscles on Kaido's body swelled up again, and blue veins curved like green snakes appeared on Kaido's pectoralis major and neck. 3 worlds katakana middle dot inner fall. He jumped suddenly from the flame cloud, and frantically chose the mace, 8th fasting, in his hand. The tyrannical domineering formed a terrifying black and red lightning on the mace covered with rivets. The coquettish black-red arrogance wraps the huge mace. The swirling mace rolled up a violent hurricane. Old Garp. Death to Lao Su. A stick was smashed at Malong No. 1 in the head. When he attacked, Akainu was not idle, and slammed towards Kaido with a big fire breath, but at this moment Kaido had fallen into a state of rage. In the face of Admiral Akainu's attack, without dodging or evading, the mace in his hand is about to blast towards Garp. Relentless. Never die. Knowing that Garp couldn't dodge this blow, he reacted quickly, and a fierce and domineering armed arrogance burst out from his body. Black armed color domineering spread to Malong No. 1. The body of Malong Number 1, which was originally black and shiny, was hardened with armament color from the inside out. Garp controlled Malong Number 1 to punch out. There was a roar in the air. Countless air currents are surging, and the chaos is extremely chaotic. Boom! Kaido slammed the fist of Malong Number 1 with a stick, and the lightning formed by the terrifying armed color domineering and overlord colored domineering spread all over the sky. From the center of the collision, as if it was destroyed, irregular spider webs spread out. It was as if the sky had been torn apart, shocking countless people. Bang! Another deafening voice resounded through the sky. It's Akainu. The huge magma fist like a house slammed into Kaido's waist with a solid punch. His muscles seemed to be compressed, but they were still not penetrated. The whole person flew out like a meteor in an instant. Akainu gained power and was unforgiving, with black gunpowder smoke billowing from his body, and flew towards Kaido. Click katakana middle dot. The armor on the outside of Malong Number 1 Foot's mechanical arm shattered, as if a pile of broken iron pieces fell from the air. See this scene. On the contrary, the warring states looked surprised, with a smile on his face. It seems that the strength of Malong Number 1 is much stronger than I imagined. Although the power of the energy cannon can't hurt Kaido, it is used to deal with ordinary pirate ships, and if it hits a 10-cannon ship, it will almost be completely destroyed. Okay. When he was so excited, he stretched out his palm and patted Hill on the shoulder, and praised, "Hill, this invention of yours really opened my eyes again. The Navy is lucky to have a talented scientist like you." At this moment, he is like an elder who values and appreciates his younger generation. Marshal of the Warring States period, it's fine if you are satisfied, I'm just doing my job a little bit. Hill was happy, leaning against the big tree to enjoy the shade. And as long as the Navy spends a lot of money to make mobile armor, it can get a lot of points, which is beautiful. The most important thing. These mobile armor hills have the highest control, so there is no need to worry that they will be used against themselves in the future. Now he has only one idea. Make it hard. The more the better. Hill is still worried about not enough attribute points. You are too modest, you don't look like a young man at all. Sengoku said with a smile, but he was even more satisfied with Hill. Admiral Huang Yuan raised his mouth. I think modesty is a good thing. I don't need to be famous and cause a lot of trouble. How nice it is to be quiet. Yes, Hill responded. He also wanted to be famous, but his strength did not allow it. In this sea, who knows how dangerous the outside world is, even the former Admiral Zephyr had his arm cut off. He also can't guarantee that he will encounter unlucky, and a strong man pops out of the corner of the pimple. Life comes first. Hill also paid attention to the battle above the sky again, and learned a lot from the battle between Akainu and Kaido. Admiral Akainu is a master of the 6 styles, and he and Kaido's domineering applications, etc., are the top powerhouses in this sea. Benefit him a lot. I can't wait for them to fight for 10 days and a half months. But his idea was doomed to fail. Sengoku whispered to Aokiji and Kayabu, Kuzan, you will use the frozen fruit to control Kaido later, and then you and Pulsalino will attack Kaido with enhanced weapons. Remember to give it your all. Then he looked at the other elite lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters, and commanded, when Kuzan starts, you are also ready to attack. Remember to attack the positions of Kuzan and Pulsalino. Whether or not the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, can be defeated depends on whether the strengthened Tiankong Cloud Sword and Invisible Ice Blade can effectively kill Kaido. Even fatal injuries. Hearing the order of the Warring States period, everyone started to get nervous. Chapter 44 _ The 3 most powerful naval forces. The Sengoku Marshal patiently observed the battle between Akainu, Garp and Kaido in the sky. Kaido in the form of the incarnation of the dragon is extremely fierce. A mace was danced like a tiger, lightning overflowed, and he was majestic. It is like a crazy, violent and powerful beast. However, his opponent is not simple. One of the three strongest naval forces, Admiral Akainu, who possesses the natural system, Iwakimi. And Lieutenant General Garp, the legendary naval hero who once put Roger in danger several times. The battle scorched. Earth-shattering, Garp was limited by Malong No. 1 and did not fully exert his strength. Even so, he and Akainu joined forces to firmly suppress Kaido. If it weren't for Kaido's abnormal body and strong recovery ability, he would have to retreat if he was someone else. Go ahead. Warring States gave an order. Section 39 _. The stature of the Admiral of the Navy instantly disappeared in place, so fast that it was like a teleportation, breaking through air resistance and gravity, and appeared in the sky. After Aokiji, Kizaru trailed half a beat, pulled out the Tien Kong Cloud Sword from his waist and also disappeared in place, when they disappeared. Other Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Burning Mountain, Stalaberry and other weapons enhanced with enhancement stones followed closely. However, their speed is not as fast as the generals. In the sky. A cold voice sounded. Ice katakana middle time. A crystal clear ice edge shot out from the palm of the green pheasant, spreading rapidly and touching the flame cloud that Kaido stepped on. Even flaming clouds. In front of his frozen fruit, he was still frozen in an instant, and even Kaido on the cloud was sealed by ice, forming a shiny ice sculpture. Kaido's expression and movements were instantly frozen. Right now. The golden light is extremely bright, illuminating the entire dim sky, and coating everything in the world with a layer of golden gauze. It was Admiral Kizaru who did it. Holding the Tien Kong Cloud Sword in both hands, the golden light shone, extremely dazzling. Almost the same time, Admiral Aokiji also pulled out the invisible ice blade at his waist in an instant. The two have only one goal, and that is Kaido. However, it's not just Aokiji and Kyabu. This momentary opportunity was quickly captured by the Admiral of the Navy, who also launched a ferocious attack. The dog bites the red lotus. The magma evolved into a monster with the body of a dog-headed snake, opening its mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth formed by hot and fiery magma, and killed Kaido. The three admirals were in perfect harmony. Click. Click. At the center of all attacks, the incomparably hard ice on Kaido's body began to crack open after cracks, and the attacks of the three admirals came almost instantaneously. The ice cold shattered under Kizaru's Tiankong Cloud Sword, and the golden sword was castrated unabated, slashing on Kaido's high bulging chest muscles. Scarlet blood splattered. Known as the strongest creature, Kaido is immortal. Broken. Admiral Aokiji's invisible ice blade also fell on the other side of Kaido's chest in no particular order, and the blood flowed down the crystal clear, ice-like blade. Bang! Akainu's punch hit Kaido's stomach firmly, making an explosion-like sound. But Kaido's body just stood there. It was not blasted away by this huge and fierce force. The yellow monkey's face was dark, and he immediately pulled out the Tiankong Cloud Sword, with a frightened and wretched expression on his face, and said with emotion, "What a terrible body, the monster among the monsters, even the old man's sword can use the body and domineering. No further entry. Terrible body. It is worthy of being called the strongest creature of sea, land and air, Kaido, the king of beasts." Admiral Aokiji naturally had the same result. After the long sword was probably cut into Kaido's body more than 10 centimeters deep, Kaido reacted. Use the power of the flesh to block the blade of the invisible ice blade. Aokiji's face was a little serious. "Ah la la. It's a pity that the swordsmanship training is not enough, otherwise there is still a chance to seriously damage Kaido." He felt that if his swordsmanship could reach the level of Eagle Eye, the world's #1 swordsman, Kaido might not die or be disabled with this sword. However, not so many ifs. The lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters who used the moon step to ascend also stopped. Failed. Now is not the best time for them to do it. The blood stained Kaido's chest, and the wound on his chest quickly congealed into a scar, and the whole ferocious and terrifying dragon head seemed to be suppressing something. Kaido squeezed a question out of his teeth. Your weapon is wrong. It's definitely not your old weapon. Tell me, what's going on? He is moody because he drinks a lot. He is savage and fierce, but that doesn't mean he has no brains. Since he was defeated by Kazuki and Oden many years ago, he has been practicing to make his body stronger. During the countless battles, the weapons of Kizaru and Aokiji couldn't hurt him at all. Now he was able to break through his own defenses. The swordsmanship is still the same, the only difference is that the weapons in their hands, and the disgusting iron lump controlled by Garp, are things he has never seen before. The eyes caught in the shadows looked at the extremely special, ice blade, and golden sword, in the hands of Kizaru and Aokiji. Huang Yuan pouted. This old man picked it up from a deserted island. How is it? It's not bad, isn't it? The old man also likes this sword very much, so I will use you to practice. Thinking of the question he asked Zephyr last time, he naturally wanted to use the rough-skinned Kaido to sharpen his swordsmanship. Become golden light. Attacked Kaido. No nonsense, see if you are exhausted, can you stop it? Akainu was not polite at all, and resolutely launched a fierce attack again. The three generals joined forces. As strong as the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido, he could only be at a disadvantage, being beaten by the 3 of them and dodging in embarrassment. This place, I will find it back sooner or later. Kaido roared furiously. Immediately waved the mace in his hand. It actually wields sword energy, like a swordsman. No, it is more like a flying slash, and it is a flying slash with a very powerful attack. King Kong Katakana middle dot dysprosium. One after another, similar to the sword chi, dazzling rays of light, tearing the air and galloping towards the 3 generals of the navy. With the help of 3 generals to resist this move, Kaido once again transformed into a huge blue dragon and appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. I won't forget this hatred, I don't believe it, every base of your navy can block my attack. He wants to escape. Akainu's eyes widened, and he chased and killed Kaido, and the terrifying magma exploded in the sky like bright fireworks. Countless volcanic ash and magma fell into the sea. There was a sound of eroding, and thick white smoke was also floating on the sea. But Kaido didn't dodge or evade at all, and was stunned to use his powerful body to resist Akainu's punch. Now he just wants to run away. Chapter 45 _ Justice Must Prevail. Kaido was very depressed. I thought that this time, in order to protect the headquarters of Marine Fando, the Navy would at most mean, and then agree to its own conditions. Release Jack. But I didn't expect the other party to be so determined. This is not the point is, the opponent has such a sharp weapon that can break through his own defense, which makes his heart shake. He hadn't felt the bleeding for a long time. And the strange thing is, the domineering of the 3 admirals of the Navy is very wrong. Eccentric. When you go back, you must find out what happened to the Navy. Section 40 _ The huge dragon-shaped body flew in the dark clouds, like a fish swimming in the sea. A dazzling golden light quickly swept across the sky. Appearing on the side of Kaido's huge body, the Amakusa cloud sword clenched in both hands and slashed towards Kaido's body fiercely. Immediately, a large pool of blood splattered. But Kaido's speed not only did not slow down, but even faster. In such a short time, it flew thousands of meters away. Kizaru pouted. It seems that the guy escaped. Kaido's vitality is too strong, and the damage he caused can be restored in a short time. This injury and pain have no effect on him. Helplessly shook his head. This guy Kaido deliberately wanted to escape, but he couldn't stop him. This guy didn't spend 10 days and a half months, and his stamina couldn't be exhausted. Humph. Next time, we must not let that guy escape so easily. Akainu snorted coldly, a little dissatisfied, if Kaido was left behind. Maybe the Navy will break the pattern of this 2 decades. Without Kaido, the beast pirates would not be able to make any waves. In the end, the three of them had no choice but to return to the Navy headquarters. Really awesome. Hill, who witnessed the entire battle, couldn't help but sighed in his heart. I have the golden light spell, I have the physique bonus, and I have the system. Maybe in the future, I may be even fiercer than Kaido. Think about it this way. His mood instantly improved a lot. Sengoku looked at the three generals and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if Kaido is not left this time. It has been proved that the strengthened weapon can hurt Kaido, which is also a good gain. It was our inability to put Kaido's life at risk before, that made that guy act so arrogantly and recklessly. Now that there are enhanced weapons, Kaido has to take care not to be caught by us, or he will be killed with enhanced stones. As a former admiral of the Warring States period, although he is old, his combat effectiveness is very strong. It is natural to see that Kizaru and Aokiji are lacking in swordsmanship. Otherwise, with the enhanced Amazura Cloud Sword and Invisible Ice Blade, the damage to Kaido will be stronger. Akainu had a cold face. Didn't I say last time that the enhancement stone can be strengthened infinitely? If I strengthen my weapon a few more times, maybe it will kill that guy. Yes, I feel that if the Tiankong Yunjian is strengthened a few more times, its power will definitely be stronger, and it will be a great threat to Kaido. Kizaru also said with a smile. There is also a strong expectation in the heart. Tiankong Yunjian will be destroyed if it is destroyed, but he can use the glittering fruit to make another one. The only concern is the probability of breaking and the consumption of strengthening stones. A weapon with hundreds of millions of bells is completely a precious treasure. If it fails once, it will hurt to death. Warring States also knew that this matter could not be rushed for the time being, so he comforted, this matter can be considered, but the demand for strengthening stones is currently very high, and when there are extra strengthening stones, we can try to strengthen the weapons to a higher level. He also approves of this. But everything is in a hurry. He continued, and now that Hill has invented Malong 1, showing the value of this thing, Malong 1 must also be put into production and mass production. Strive to form a large-scale combat power when fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. That's when I can give Whitebeard a surprise. With the combat power of Malong number 1, the captain-level figures at the back of the Whitebeard pirates cannot be easily won, and they will definitely shine in the war. Let the people of the Whitebeard pirates suffer a big loss. Coupled with the pacifist that has been produced now, the Warring States Marshal is even more sure about this plan. Thinking of the pacifist, he moved in his heart and said to the Kiwi, Pelusolino, the production of the pacifist will start today. Stop immediately, and use all the expenses of the pacifist plan on the Malong 1. Quote. Afterwards, Sengoku looked at Hill. Hill, I am very happy to see a young man like you making outstanding contributions to the Navy. Now I should retire soon. Add another splendid feat to your resume. Quote. No matter what the Battle of Whitebeard, the Navy must win, and thanks to your invention, the Navy's combat effectiveness has become much stronger. The future is your young people's world. His words said that Hill was flustered in his heart. What is the future as the world of our young people? Do you want to set up flags like this? When I said it, I said in my heart, a panicked one. Marshal of the Warring States period is strong and healthy, and he will be fine for a few more years. Hill said with a stiff smile, this is your sisters. You recommend Aokiji. The world government recognizes Akainu. They both fight. Don't let such a thing happen. The Navy must be strong, and it would be even better to be able to recruit Fujitora and Green Bull. The combat power of the 5 generals, plus Sengoku and Garp. The beauty of the picture made Hill's blood boil. Once Whitebeard falls, who can stop the Navy? Lieutenant General Crane also spoke at this time. Her expression was a little solemn. Warring States, you must not be careless, we have experienced things full of changes not once or twice. Even if there is a certainty of victory, we must treat this war meticulously. Back then, it was thought that the public execution of Roger, the Pirate King, would bring the Navy's prestige to an unprecedented level. Never thought. But it was Roger who opened the dark era of the great pirates. At that time, it was the darkest period for the Navy. Tragic events are happening all over the world all the time. General Crane didn't want to experience such a change again. The smile on Sengoku's face also restrained. You're right in reminding me that there must be no mistakes in this war. Justice shall prevail. Justice wins. Everyone, including Hill, echoed loudly. Chapter 46 _ Genius Scientist Vegapunk. Naval Headquarters Scientific Corps. As a genius scientist known as leading the world's technology for 500 years, Vegapunk occupies the largest laboratory. The entire laboratory is huge like a castle. As a genius scientist, Vegapunk made a lot of contributions to the Navy. As a result, the naval warships have absolute dominance in the first half of the Great Waterway and the Four Seas. Because the Navy can get there quickly through the windlass belt. He also unlocked the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities, allowing objects to possess devil fruit abilities. Discovery of lineage factors. Make living human weapons. Antivirus suits and other technology. From devil fruit to mechanical manufacturing, he is proficient in everything, and is truly the #1 genius scientist in the world. However, just today, he heard an order that made him a little unbelievable, and asked loudly to the scientist in front of him, "What did you say?" "You're saying my pacifist plan is over." With a strong anger in his heart, there has never been such a precedent. The Navy will seize all the time to deliver the materials and supplies to himself as soon as possible. Whatever is satisfied. In the Navy, he has the final say in technology matters. Now, he couldn't accept it. His eyes were full of anger under the messy hair. Who gave this order? I want to talk to him personally, and ask the Navy if it is still engaged in technology. The cold sweat on the forehead of the scientist on the side couldn't stop flowing, and he said in a nonchalant manner, that Dr. Vegapunk. This order was personally ordered by the warring states marshal, and what? You should say it quickly. Vegapunk urged impatiently. The scientist replied, It's Dr. Hill. Dr. Hill invented something called mobile armor. They say it's way better than your pacifist, Doctor. He glanced at Vegapunk with a worried look, for fear that the other party would vent his anger on him. Vegapunk's temper was very strange. When he is addicted to experiments, he is extremely dedicated, but when he is not experimenting, this guy has a very bad temper and is very big. Section 41 _ It's the pacifists who are tasked with protecting him. Hill. I think about. The name was a bit familiar, and Vegapunk thought for a while before saying, I remember that the guy seemed very young. He wanted to participate in my experiment at the beginning, and the guy the first rejected. You said he invented an invention called mobile armor, better than my pacifist. The pacifist plan is the result of his years of hard work day and night. Although it has not yet reached the perfect point, it is technologically and combat effectively. They are far beyond the level of this world. His claim to be ahead of the world's technology level for 500 years is not a nonsense, that is the praise given to him by countless people. Years of hard work have been surpassed by a young man. Doctor. People who have seen Malong #1 say. They all say that this thing is more powerful than your pacifist, Doctor. The scientist said frightened. Vegapunk stared at him and said word by word, Take me to Hill's laboratory, I want to see for myself how good Malong 1 is. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can surpass me. The scientist took Vegapunk to the factory where Hill was. Vegapunk frowned and asked the scientist beside him, What's going on with this factory? Was it built by the Navy for Hill alone? Yes, it is for the production of fortified stones. The Navy specially established this factory. The top person in charge is Admiral Kizaru, but usually everything is in charge of Dr. Hill. The scientist said. Hearing what the scientist said, Vegapunk's face was stunned, and he asked suspiciously, Enhanced stone. What is this? Could it be his invention? When I came out of the laboratory, how could I feel that the outside world had changed? How could there be so many changes? The strengthening stone is actually worthy of the Navy to build a new factory with such a large area for Hill. What virtue and what can it be? In Vegapunk's heart, strong curiosity and doubts arose. Enhanced stone is a kind of thing that can make substances inconceivably strengthened. I heard that when used in weapons, the texture of the weapon can become harder and the sharpness will be greatly improved. It is said that it has some other magical functions, but I don't know the specifics. The scientist on the site explained what he understood one by one. I'll apply for some strengthening stones later and send them to my laboratory. Vegapunk said, the main purpose of this time is still on the so-called mobile armor. But he didn't want to miss the enhanced stone. The two walked into the factory. Vegapunk's identity was extremely noble. The guards at the factory saw Vegapunk appear. He even took the initiative to lead the way and protect Vegapunk. Dr. Hill is still in the laboratory. There are finished products in the mobile armor factory. Do you want to see the doctor? The soldier asked. Vegapunk hesitated for a moment and said, take me to see the mobile armor. He was always being asked about science questions, and he didn't want to go to young Hill. He is confident that he can create more powerful and perfect technology than others. The so-called mobile armor may just let others see the advantages. Didn't check out the downsides of this thing at all. With their own experience in technology, they will be able to find out the shortcomings. How can a pacifist, who has studied for many years, be surpassed by a young man, whether it is the identification system of the pacifist, the laser weapon, the metal with strong defense, etc. But how much time has been spent on research? How many years of hard work and effort? He absolutely does not believe that someone will surpass him in what he is good at. Impossible. Unless that guy can live for hundreds of years. The soldiers came to the warehouse with Vegapunk and the accompanying scientist. Once opened, several steel giants shining with black light like giants came into the eyes of several people. Just a glance. Vegapunk was shocked, his eyes widened. The mecha in front of him was completely like a art of art. The graceful lines, the light reflected by the metal, and the various metal shells seemed to form a perfect black armor. This is the mobile armor. Chapter 47 _ The soul of the second is awakening. Mecha is a man's romance. Some people on Earth like it, such as Gundam warriors, Transformers, Iron Man and so on. In the world of One Piece, there are naturally people who like it. Vegapunk is undoubtedly one of them. He rushed to the mecha excitedly, stretched out his hand and stroked the shell of the mecha, his eyes sparkling. This material, so special, I have never seen it before. It is a very hard material. I don't know if it has good heat resistance and corrosion resistance. He has devoted himself to the study of living human weapons for many years, and now he is about to complete the evolution and rely on intelligence to fight. The brain research of Shichibukai Basalami Bear is also lacking. He really loves mechanical combat weapons. Around this mobile armor, Vegapunk's eyes were filled with fiery excitement. I want to try it myself. The appearance of this mobile armor completely conquered him, and he couldn't find any faults, and now he wants to personally test and control this mobile armor. This mobile armor requires a key to open the hatch. Apart from Hill, the only one with the key in the factory is Zontaomaru. The soldier said helplessly. This was also added at the request of the Navy. It was considered an extra insurance measure, and the keys also corresponded to different mobile armors. There is also a serial number ML3 on the chest of the mobile armor, which means that the mecha in front of you is Malong 3. Vegapunk urged impatiently. Then you hurry up and find Zontaomaru. He continued to check the mobile armor himself. If it weren't for the lack of tools around him, he really wanted to remove the shell of the mobile armor. See what material it is. The curiosity in my heart intensified, as if someone was scratching the heart of their feet with a feather. Vegapunk is also like an ant on a hot pan, turning around and around at Malong number 3. Soon, Zontaowen with a giant axe on his shoulders walked in, sweating profusely all over his body. it was obvious that he was exercising vigorously, and the purpose was naturally to lose weight. He tried. The control compartment of the mobile armor really can't accommodate his size, unless he can reduce the flesh on his body. Dr. Vegapunk. Zantaomaru greeted after approaching. He and Vegapunk are old acquaintances. In the past, his mission was to protect Vegapunk, but now he has become ill. Quick. Vegapunk looked anxious. Give me the key, I want to try this mobile armor. Zantaomaru took out a bunch of keys. There were only 3 or 4 keys. He turned it over and found the key of Malong number 3 and gave it to Vegapunk, saying, Doctor, this thing's weapon is very powerful. If you want to try it, it is best to find an open space. Quote. At this time, Vegapunk could manage so much. He inserted the key into the calf of the mecha, and the back of Malong number 3 suddenly opened a hatch and lowered a ladder. He immediately followed the ladder and walked in. What he saw was not the mess of wires he imagined, but an extremely simple and clean platform, only about 40 or 50 centimeters. Enough to stand next person, and in front of him is a console that is more than 3 meters high and about 1 meter wide. Say it's the console. Vegapunk saw it at a glance, and it clearly marked a figure of humanoid combat power. Go up immediately. Stand on it. This is a circular cylinder. When he walks in and adjusts the direction, the cylinder is automatically closed. At the same time, there are tracks to fix his limbs and torso. Immediately. A head-mounted virtual control helmet fell, completely covering his head, leaving a lot of space. Sensors protrude from the helmet. There are also temples on the top of the head. He was a little shocked and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's actually using the brain perception system." Originally, he thought it was just a joystick, buttons, etc. to control the system. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an advanced perception control system. Before Vegapunk's shock subsided, he received the picture transmitted from Malong number 3 in his brain, as if he was immersed in the scene. Do not. Even bigger than the human vision range. Section 42_. If the human perspective is an ordinary perspective, then the perspective of this Malong 3 is like a wide-angle lens. The sight can accommodate more things and the angle is wider. At this moment, Vegapunk felt like this robot. When he wanted to look to the left, Malong 3 turned his head to the left, and the picture was like his own vision. How did that guy do it? He bit his lip, although he didn't want to admit it. Everything in front of him told him. Such a level of science and technology, such a control system. He can't do it. There is also a virtual panel in the line of sight, which has little impact on the line of sight, energy prompts, weapon prompts, and so on. Vegapunk controls Malong 3 and starts to take steps, walking back and forth in the factory with 1 foot and 1 foot, and the transmission system is perfect. 10 minutes later. The energy system is perfect. He was completely shocked. What level of technology is this? Hill, that guy, actually walked ahead of me in terms of mechanical control. Vegapunk was a little shocked in his heart. This project has been researched for many years, but the pacifist is still slow, compared with the mobile armor in front of him. It pales in comparison. That guy is really a genius. Vegapunk muttered to himself a little dejectedly. He had the courage to admit the excellence of others. Also have the courage to fight. In my heart, I cheered myself up. I, Vegapunk, will definitely do better than him. I will definitely create a mecha that is more powerful than his mobile armor. Fighting spirit. He looked at Zantaomaru and said, I want to requisition this mobile armor. You go and tell General Kizu. He wants to completely disassemble the mobile armor and study the various systems of the mobile armor. On the basis again. Create brilliant again. Reach a higher peak of technology. At this time, instead of being hit by Hill's mobile armor, he became more and more excited. After so many years, I, Vegapunk, finally have an opponent who can compete with technology. Not only is the brain abnormally energetic and active, but even the body begins to boil with enthusiasm. It's a scientific battle. This is the awakening of his second-dimensional soul. Zontaomaru scratched his head, hesitated for a while and said, "Okay. Vegapunk's identity and power are very large, and a mobile armor worth hundreds of millions is nothing at all." He also controlled the mobile armor and left carelessly. The helpless scientist who followed him to the factory was left in place. Chapter 48_Bad Whitebeard. Vegapunk did not return to his laboratory for the first time. At the beginning, the pacifist made it successfully and also tested the power of the laser. Naturally, there are test sites in the scientific force. This is a very closed testing ground. The whole body is made of extremely hard metal, which is very thick. On one wall of the laboratory, there are many potholes, which are left by the laser cannon made by the pacifist combined with the fruit of Admiral Kayabashi before. This wall is several meters thick, far exceeding the thickness and hardness of other walls. Specially used for experimentation. Vegapunk, who was practicing Malong 3, looked at this wall, which seemed to be the glory he once left behind. "Hill, let me try the destructive power of your mobile armor equipped with weapons. I will definitely not lose to you. I made it with reference to the laser of General Kasaragi. Although it can't reach the speed of light, the power is real. Powerful." Vegapunk is full of confidence. Control the Malong number 1 and issue the command to shoot the energy cannon. Moment. The vision in his mind changed slightly, and an aiming lens appeared, and it was prompted by the control system. This aiming lens can zoom in and zoom out as you want. This control system is really perfect, even aiming. Vegapunk couldn't help but sighed in admiration. However, there are also pacifists he made of this thing, but the two are different. This mobile armor is man-made. Shoot the energy cannon. Malong number 3 raised his arm, and a blue energy laser shot out of his palm, which flew out instantly. Boom. The energy cannon bombarded the wall, making a huge deafening sound. The wall was destroyed in an instant, and black fine residues splashed out. Light came in from outside the wall. This energy cannon is so powerful. Vegapunk was so shocked by the power of the energy cannon in front of him that he became somewhat incoherent, even though he was in the control cabin. Still unable to control, his eyes widened. Wall. Meters of thick metal walls. Directly hit. A large hole appeared. Malong number 3 seemed to be stunned in place, and in the control cabin, Vegapunk was really stunned. The power of the pacifist's laser can only blast a hole on this wall, but now it has been directly blasted through by the energy cannon of Malong 3. Without contrast, there is no harm. Vegapunk's heart really suffered a heavy hammer this time, and his heart was shaking. He frantically muttered to himself, "If Hill can invent it, I can invent it too. As long as I understand the principle of the energy cannon, combined with my laser, the power will definitely be stronger than the current energy cannon. I am a genius scientist who has led the world in science and technology for 500 years, and I will definitely be able to do it. Yes, I can certainly do it. The laser combined with the energy cannon will definitely be stronger. How could I be overtaken by Hill? Impossible. Yeah, I'm a genius." He seemed to understand, and controlled Malong number 3 back to his laboratory, and began to study on Malong number 3. New World. In the vast sea, a whale-shaped whale is sailing slowly on the sea. It was the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, a joyous banquet was being held on the ship, and the mountain of food was placed on the deck, under which was a colorful tablecloth. There are many strange pirates around, happily drinking wine, eating meat, and singing the song of pirates. There are also many pirates leaning against the side of the ship with their shoulders on their backs, their faces covered with red. The whole deck was filled with joy and happiness. Cheerful laughter resounded on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard Newgate picked up the huge wine gourd and poured the wine into his mouth like a whale. Section 43_. Then put down the bottle and grinned, "Tisk. Kalala, that's cool. This kind of spirit is delicious enough to drink. But Marco, who was beside him, had a sullen face, not very happy, and persuaded the white beard, "Dad, your body is really not suitable for drinking a lot. Didn't I tell you how many times? Dad, don't drink too much alcohol at a time. If I don't stop it, Dad, your health will get worse and worse." The captain of the first team, Marco the Phoenix, is not only powerful, but also the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. He knew his father's physical condition very well, and it was only with his medical skills that he controlled Whitebeard's dark injury. Whitebeard sat on a chair, and behind him were several nurses in pink uniforms, checking the condition of the infusion bottles. There are shocking scars on his chest and waist and abdomen, and several infusion tubes are still inserted into his body at this moment. A steady stream of medicinal liquid was poured into Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. "Kulala. With such a happy event as a banquet, how could Dad not accompany his sons to drink freely?" "Don't worry, Dad, my body is not that bad, I'm a Whitebeard." Marco was a little helpless and said, "If Dad still insists on drinking so much wine, the next banquet will be cancelled." "No, how can the pirates not have a banquet? I won't drink this time, and I will do it next time." Whitebeard put down the jug in his hand reluctantly. At this time, suddenly there was a banging sound. Marco immediately stretched out his hand and took out the phone bug from his arms and picked it up. A male voice came out of the phone bug. "Hey, Captain Marco, I'm Squard. Recently there is news that has gone crazy among the major forces. This news has not been confirmed yet, but this news is too surprising, so I thought about it, and I am going to tell you the news." Marco's face became serious and asked, "Squard, what's the news?" The white beard on the side also listened to the voice of the phone bug. "There is news about the Navy. It is said that the Navy has invented a thing called strengthening stone, which can strengthen the weapon and improve the sharpness, toughness, hardness, etc. of the weapon. The most important thing is that it can also increase the strength of the armed arrogance. According to the news, it can increase the arrogance by several %." On the other end of the phone bug, Squard said the news in one breath. Chapter 49 You must get a booster stone. Hearing the news, Marco was shocked, and hurriedly asked the phone bug, "Is this news really unproven?" "No, but there are noses and eyes rumored outside, and the credibility should be very high," Squard responded. At this time, even Whitebeard's face became solemn. A gleam of light flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes, and his smile seemed a little heavy. "Kulala. The Navy will make some strange things out, but this strengthening stone can strengthen weapons, enhance domineering. Quote. This kind of thing is of great value. In the New World, the power of domineering largely determines the outcome of a battle, the life and death of a person." He also secretly estimated in his heart that if the domineering of the two old men Sengoku and Carp increased by a few %, I am afraid that even if he claims to be the strongest man in the world, he may not be able to stop him. His heart became heavy. Especially now that he has reached a very embarrassing age, and his body is carrying injuries. The Navy is getting stronger. Marco frowned, which was a very bad sign. The Navy is getting stronger and stronger, and it is the pirates who suffer, and recently, for some unknown reason, he always has a feeling of restlessness. I had a premonition that something was going to happen. This feeling has been haunting me since the last time red-haired Shanks came to see Daddy. Did something really happen to Ace? Whitebeard looked at Marco, who lowered his head and said nothing, and said with a bold smile, "Kulala. My son, don't worry, I'm the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard." His bold and confident laughter, with a strong infectious power, dispelled a lot of the haze in Marco's heart. Marco dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart, calmed down, and said to the phone bug, "Squard, notify all the pirate groups under Whitebeard to investigate this news with all his strength, and be sure to confirm whether the news is true. And if the news is true, I can get it if I can find a way to get it." After getting a response from Squard, Marco hung up the phone bug. His eyelids, which were always half-drooped, were also closed, and he looked at the Whitebeard worriedly. "Dad, are you saying this news is true? The kind of strengthening stone that can make the weapon have the domineering power of aggrandizement, it sounds amazing. Armed arrogance has increased so much. If the Navy is armed, it will be a very terrifying thing. Just thinking about it makes Marco's scalp a little numb. There are too many strong men in the Navy." Whitebeard's eyes were full of confidence, and he met Marco's worried eyes, and said loudly, "Marco, you have to have confidence in your father and yourself." When Marco's eyes met the eyes of Whitebeard, he felt the confidence, courage, and domineering in his father's eyes, as if everything became fearless. Whitebeard smiled and said, "Kulala. As long as we also have the strengthening stone, we can also improve the weapon. My Kong Yunchi is the 12th supreme sword. After it is strengthened, no one can stop it." Marco also nodded in approval. "No matter what, we have to get the strengthening stone. Not only Dad, but also captains such as Vista, Bramank, Lakyo, etc. can be promoted." The other side. Ghost Island. Kaido returned to the Ghost Island with an extremely gloomy face, and roared at the guard at the gate of the Ghost Island, "Bring me some wine, let Jin, Quinn and Fei Lubao come over." After suffering a big loss, he was very upset when he fled the Navy headquarters in embarrassment. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for his subordinates to bring the wine over. Soon, several people worked together to carry a huge wine gourd. Kaido grabbed the wine gourd immediately, and the pirates suddenly fell to the ground. Kaido lifted the cork and started drinking. This mouthful. It lasted for a minute, put down the jug, and he shouted, "How can this amount of wine be enough? Bring more." The subordinate pirates immediately ran away. Kaido took 2 more sips and smashed the wine gourd on the ground angrily. At this time, Flame Calamity, who was shrouded in black clothes, stepped over, and the black mask covered his face, so that people couldn't see his expression and face at all. But from the look in his eyes, he was suspicious. With his slender legs, he walked up to Kaido and asked, "Master Kaido." He suddenly left the Ghost Island and came back angrily. "Did something happen? I also happen to have a piece of news that I want to report to you. Think of the matter of the Navy headquarters." Kaido gritted his teeth angrily. "Of course something happened, you tell your news first." Not far away, the strange group of 6 and a big fat man with yellow hair came over. It was Plague Quinn of the Beast Pirates, and Fei Lubao, but X-Drake was not among the Fei Lubao at this time. When everyone saw Kaido with a gloomy face, they knew that he was in a bad mood. Blazing Ember reported to Kaido Hui, "Recently, there was news from the sea that a thing called strengthening stone appeared in the Navy, which can increase the sharpness and toughness of weapons, and can also enhance the domineering of weapons." He wasn't finished yet. Kaido interrupted him aloud. "Yes. It should be this thing, the strengthening stone. It's no wonder that the Navy's weapons have not only changed their appearance, but also become sharper. Even their domineering power is much stronger than before. It turned out to be because of the strengthening stone." Kaido's heart was full of fog. Immediately spread out. At this time, his subordinates just brought the wine over. Kaido started pouring it unceremoniously. "I can't wait for the Navy to become stronger, and immediately inquire about the news of the strengthening stone. If I also have enhanced stone weapons, I will definitely be able to smash those hateful navies with one stick." Looking at Kaido's appearance, he knew that he suffered a loss in the Navy. Everyone also tacitly did not ask about Kaido's experience in the Navy headquarters, and there have been more than 1 battles between Kaido and the Navy. Section 44_. Yan Zanjin said, "I was not sure about the authenticity of this matter before, but now it seems that the Navy really has things like strengthening stones that can enhance domineering. Plus Jack is now being captured by the Navy as well. We, the Beast Pirates, cannot remain indifferent to this matter." Fuzzy Fu, a member of Fei Luquan, folded his arms around his chest and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "There is currently 1 vacant place for the big signboard. Would you like to arrange a suitable candidate first? Kaido raised his head, looked at Fei Lubao, and grinned. This time, we must teach the Navy a lesson, and we must also get the strengthening stone. Whoever deserves the most credit for this task will be responsible for this big kanban. Chapter 50 _ Stormy Sea. The position of this big signboard must belong to me, Fuzzy Phao said with an oath. As a former member of CP9, he is very clear about intelligence and some things in the Navy, and he is very confident in this mission. At this time, Kaido, who was drinking strong wine, seemed to remember something, and stopped abruptly. By the way, this time I went to the Navy headquarters and found something. Recalling the scene at that time is not a good memory. He clenched his teeth and anger rose in his heart. There was a strange robot like a guy in the Navy, and Garp was controlling the machine at that time. It's about 10 meters or so, and it's as hard as a bastard's shell. You guys have to pay attention to this thing too. The expression under the flaming ember mask is a little dignified, whether it is the strengthening stone in front or the robot that Kaido said in his mouth. It made him feel a strong sense of urgency and crisis in his heart. The speed at which the Navy has grown is completely beyond imagination. His voice was low like a beast roaring. Now that the news of the strengthening stone has spread in the sea, it is not only our beast pirates who want to get the strengthening stone. Other forces will definitely find a way. We can't be left behind and contact Doflamingo. He is the so-called underground emperor. With his help, it may be effective. As that kid Dover, Kaido took a sip of wine and grinned. It's very weak, but he has some skills in other areas. Then contact him. Kaido made a decision. Even if the enhancement stone cannot be obtained, we must find a way to destroy it, or let the Navy continue to develop. Maybe Lao Su is pursuing the biggest war in the world, maybe it won't take long. A flash of excitement flashed in Kaido's big eyes, and he couldn't help laughing loudly. The news of the strengthening stone was spread by Doflamingo to the entire sea at an extremely fast speed. The White Earth Island in the Great Waterway has also received this shocking news that shook the world. Inside a huge white mountain. The mountain was opened up and transformed, forming a city within a mountain. And here. It is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorad was sitting on a chair behind the office, and on the table in front of him were various documents. As well as large and small maps, there are many signs on the map. Let him be able to see clearly at a glance the deployment points of both the enemy and our army. At the desk stood a woman in a red hat and a man in a black top hat. The woman with orange hair is the Revolutionary Army Kadri Kurla. She speaks neither fast nor slow, and her words are very clear. The above is the information about the strengthening stone and the robot. I see. Drago said these words heavily, and the red tattoo on his face made his expression look very fierce at the moment. We, the Revolutionary Army, realize the information this time. If it wasn't for other forces to spread the news, it would take some time for us to know about it. His expression was a little dignified, and his voice was low but full of power. The appearance of strengthening stones and robots can improve the overall strength of the Navy a lot, so we must find a way to get this thing. After getting it, let Lindbag study it to see if it can be imitated. In Drago's deep eyes, he seemed to see the turbulent undercurrent hidden under the sea, and everything seemed to be a sign that the suppressed volcano was about to erupt. He looked at Sabo and asked, Sabo, have you found out the reason for the recent troop movement of the Navy? Sabo stretched out his hand and pressed the hat on his head. Not yet. It seems that most of the naval bases in the New World have completed their defenses, and a large number of navies are assembled. What action should be taken? The purpose is still unclear. He knew the importance of this matter, and he and the Union Army Commander Crow had been investigating it these days. But even some admirals have no idea why. Just obeying the tasks and orders arranged by their superiors made their investigation work go very poorly. Drago nodded. Continue to investigate this matter, and at the same time let the commanders of all places pay attention to prepare to withdraw at any time. He stood up from the chair, the tall figure hidden under the green coat, walked to the window, and looked in the east direction. The sea was calm, but he could feel a storm approaching and a torrential rain. Drago said lightly, "If you can't get the strengthening stone and the robot, then find a way to kidnap Hill, the scientist who invented these two things." After thinking for a long time, he still made this decision. From the intelligence point of view, the effect of the strengthening stone is amazing, and the combat power of that kind of robot is also very powerful. The Navy already has a genius scientist Vegapunk who has been leading the world in technology for 500 years. Now there is another Hill. It made him feel the unprecedented heavy pressure in his heart. Sabo seemed a little hesitant and said, "Now the Navy has stopped the pacifist plan and turned to manufacturing mobile armor. If the bear, he will be willing." Dorag said, "All we can do is do our best to rescue the people who are in dire straits. After so many years, you should know that there is darkness everywhere in this world, and we are the pioneers in the fire of hope. Even if you burn your own body, you won't hesitate." Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The storm caused by the strengthening stone quickly swept the entire world, and the speed of the underground dark forces circulating news was beyond imagination. Up to the 4 emperors, down to various forces. They were shocked by this news. This matter. Naturally, it was also introduced into the Navy. In the office, Warring States suddenly became furious, and slapped the desk in front of him with a slap in the face, and the whole house seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. Some shaking. Check. We must find out who is the spy and leak the news of the strengthening stone. At this moment, the Navy is fully preparing for the war with the Whitebeard pirates. On the cusp of such a storm, the Navy's secrets are openly publicized. Arouse the coveting of major forces. As a naval marshal, how could Sengoku not be angry? He grabbed the documents on the table with his hands and kneaded them